Hours of power.
Debates. Open your mind.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper till you read over and over see white families? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are better? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. And we are back. T.P.O.T. Welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why y'all black asses are here. Boy, I got a good one for y'all tonight, boy. The one and only Edward Hurricane Anderson is here. Yeah, he's here. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you good folk for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to sub to this channel. You don't have to like it, share it, and you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you good folk lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man. And most importantly, man, I'm thankful for all you good folk. All right? All right. So, let's get at it. My guest of honor is here. I mean, one of the few people that actually arrives on time. But before we get started now, y'all know we always start the goddamn show off with what? The old mama of the day.
These old mamas.
Yes, time for the old mama of the day. And today's old mama of the day comes to us from Minnesota, Goodhue County to be exact. It says here, bail has been set for a 50-year-old Red Wing woman accused in the death of a baby found on the shores of Lake Pepin almost 20 years ago. So this old mama got away with killing her kid a long time ago, and she finally is getting charged. But they say on Tuesday in Goodhue County, Jennifer Matters' bail was set at $1.5 million without conditions and $750,000 with conditions. On the reasoning for high bail, the judge said that it's a very serious case and that there are risk of fleeing, self-harm, and abuse of alcohol and or controlled substances. That's not hard to believe. She just looked like she'd been ran over by a truck. It says Miss Matter faces second-degree murder charges in the case of a deceased baby boy dropped at the Methodist Campus Beach in Frontenac in December 2003. According to the complaint, Matter said she left the baby on the beach before driving away and said she did not have a plan about leaving the baby in a safe place, but hoped that someone in the nearby houses would find the baby. So basically just left it on the ground and hoped somebody would find it. Investigators say another baby, a girl found in Mississippi River's lower boat harbor near Red Wing back in 1999, is also Matters, as proven by genealogy work. The charges announced Monday do not involve that case, and further charges may follow. So she just has babies and dumps them on the ground, y'all. At the bail hearing, Matter was visibly upset and in tears at times. She said she wanted to beg for forgiveness for something she did in the past before the judge reminded her that she wasn't on trial just yet. Matter didn't have an attorney during the hearing and is trying to hire one. She was denied a public defender at the hearing because she didn't provide enough information on the application. A second court date, which will be continued first hearing, was scheduled for May 25th to allow Matter to find an attorney. Matter was taken into custody Monday. In an emotional press conference, law enforcement officials credited the hard work of investigators and scientific advances in solving the decades-old case. If convicted, Matter faces 40 years in prison. And here's the old mama again. She had a baby in 1999, left it on the ground, then had another one 2003, left it on the ground, and they finally caught up with her ass. And now I guess she's been free for 20 years. So, I mean, she got away with it for 20 years. This kind of shit always catches up with you one way or the other. And, maybe she'll spend the rest of her life in prison. I mean, because, you can easily take those babies, man, and leave them at the hospital or leave them at the fire department or whatever. Why these women continue to leave babies in the garbage and on the ground. And I just don't get it, man. Suffocate them, shoot them, stab them, burn them. When they can do so many things, man. These women can do so many things to make sure that this baby survives. And not a goddamn thing will happen to them when they do it. But for some reason, they just feel the need to just discard the baby like garbage. That's why I'm never going to run out of these stories, y'all. Notice, I haven't repeated one yet. But that is our old mama of the day. So, without further delay, the one and only Edward Anderson is here. Brother Edward, what's good with it, man?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Oh, I didn't even realize I had it on mute. I'm glad I ain't say nothing crazy.
So, let's get right into it. I've been watching your channel. I've been subscribed for a while. You're doing good numbers down there, brother. The graphic work is looking sharp and shit as well. So, I mean, what's the direction of the Edward Anderson channel? What is Brother Edward trying to do down there?
I mean, I appreciate that, but let's keep it real. I mean, compared to what you be doing and some of the other brothers be doing, my shit be looking dusty as hell. Pretty much, my shit is like a hole in the wall that has some great food, but it's a dusty hole. But it's one of those things that when it stops being there, you miss it. So, yeah. So as far as so I do experimentation on my channel. As far as there's some other things that I do. So this stuff I kind of try it out, see how it works. So yeah, there's definitely gonna be like a situation where I unlock. I pretty much because I have like 1,500 videos that are unlisted. I'll probably do another round of. Well, two things I'm thinking of doing. One is probably creating another channel that'll just be for uploads. And then another one is going to be probably doing another round of unlisted videos so I can kind of be more focused in some of the concepts that I talk about, kind of bring some of the experimentation together, have an email list, maybe do a blog so I can aggregate like some information. Like I was thinking of doing something called FAB, which is like a play on FAQ, frequently addressed bullshit. So some of the typical things people like to say as far as like, for example, traveling is hot right now. Say, okay, these are the things that people say, and this is what's going on. I'm actually in a Facebook group where I've asked folks to gather some of the stuff, So I've been, people that listen to me will tell you I've been saying that for a minute and haven't done it. So I need to really bring it all together. But yeah, I want to give, more efficient information and better information to my folks. So and more useful information because you have a lot of people coming into the space. A lot of people don't realize how far back this stuff goes, how deep this stuff goes. And there's a lot of content creators that in other formats we can kind of aggregate some information so they can see we have stats, data, dates in which we said things, and then dates in which it happened. Stuff like that.
Well, what a lot of people don't know about Brother Edward is that you weren't always a person who made material. You were like a series contributor is what I thought of you. The first time I ever heard you was down at Brother BGS's, down there at the Coliseum, and you didn't really like quote unquote make content like that. So what made you say, you know what, let me get up here and say something?
Yeah. Well, part of it was niggas got tired of me occupying all the oxygen in the room. And motherfucker, it's like, so if I have this much to say, I thought, okay, let me put together my own channel and have my own corner with my own thoughts. So a lot of it was a courtesy to them, but also, and really, and you got brothers that are saying stuff, but if people are not hitting home in the thing that kind of needs to be said, it is what it is. But that's kind of what triggered it. And then I kind of ran with it from there. But I actually predate the manosphere. Like I actually come from the passport community. I was originally I was actually on Blog Talk, not making content, but I was, I would call in the Charles Tyler stuff all the time. And I was in Charles Tyler's group. I still am, his group, early on, all the way back to like 2008, 2009. So, well, Well, it's about 2010 because Facebook kind of really opened up in 2000, like nine. So really, in the beginning, that was one of the first groups I joined. So yeah, So I've been contributing. I've been doing like my add-ons for a long time. It's just me creating a channel. I decided to do that in 2016. Yeah, my channel started September of 2016 for this space. I have other stuff I've done in other places, but yeah.
So are you? I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking. Are you one of the SYSBM bros, or I mean, do you consider yourself like part of that
No.
group?
I support SYSBM, but I wouldn't say I'm not SYSBM certified, Cuz you have like card carrying SYSBM folks like SKC, Supreme King Coons, Antos Clutch, obviously the person that created it, Mad Bus Driver, and then you have folks that definitely support it. But they wouldn't be necessarily fully fledged SYSBM, but they're like usually I fall into the category of I believe in black male agency.
Mm,
You're like they say in America, your liberty should go as far as it until it runs into somebody else's, and that's how I believe in black men. So SYSBM fits well into that. And I've had my run-ins with SYSBM. Every group thinks they're going to take over the yard at one point, and sometimes you got to check it and say, look, this is where. Like for instance, some SYSBM folks some of them will say that they believe that they're going to create like a whole new black community or a whole new community. And it's like, I get what you're saying and I get the culture thing, but like in 100 years, that's not how it's going to be. And so, it's just more like, let's not go too crazy when it comes to what stuff's going to be. But yeah, I'm more of I promote black male agency, however form that takes. Like I said, as long as I don't run into somebody else's shit.
mm. Well, I noticed that you do a lot of after streams. Like, somebody will do a stream and you'll title your video after X, Y, and Z's. You know, follow up streams. So when you do those, are there is the reason you do those is because you don't think enough of the subject matter has been covered, or do you do it just to kind of put your own spin on whatever that person's topic was?
A little bit of both. Like sometimes I don't get a chance. Like it's not that I don't get a chance, but as you can tell, I have a lot to say. And on a
No.
topic, yeah. So on a topic, it's not so much enough hasn't been said. It's that sometimes the most important things that need to be said haven't been said. Like it hasn't hit. It's like okay, you throw a knife at the target and you hit kind of the outer edge, but you don't hit the bullseye. Now I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm always hitting the bullseye, but I think I'm putting out ideas that have not been talked about. Because whatever people don't want to talk about is typically the things that need to be talked about. So so yeah, and it depends because if you notice, I go to the same panels, the same places. So it's not always that stuff wasn't talked about. So sometimes it is when I add my own spin. People want to continue the conversation. Maybe people want to have more room to do a panel. People want to get on a panel that's on my people. That's my people. Yeah.
So I see here, and shout out to Brother DeMac, the trucker, with the $2 super chat. I appreciate that, Brother DeMac, always supporting this channel. I appreciate that, brother. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out on the Cash Apps, Brother Maurice and Brother A Truism with the Cash Apps. I appreciate that, brother. Early Cash Apps up in here. I appreciate that, brothers. Y'all get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brothers. So when you talk about male agency, because I see, in the back chat that you want to talk about male agency, do you think that we are, as men, are we lacking that? Are we lacking male agency?
Yeah, and a lot of that is voluntary.
Mm. Do you think it's due to the women, or is it something amongst men that makes it that way?
It's really it starts. Here's the thing: it starts with the men, because the men violent. It's kind of like this. Okay, so the way I always say it, let's say you have, let's say you have like cell phone companies, right? They
Mm-hmm.
offer cell phone service. We all know that, right? And if you choose to be loyal to one cell phone company, no matter you having other options, then I mean, you're accountable to the fact that you're paying higher prices when you choose to stay there when you have other options. Like for example, Google Fiber. A big reason why Google Fiber exists was not because Google so much wanted to get into the fiber game. It was because Google wanted to change. I know. Follow me here, y'all. Google wanted to Um, change. They wanted more. They wanted to have people to have faster internet, easier, and they wanted to change the market. So they created a stimulus within the market saying, "Hey, we're going to get in this market. We're going to charge a good price for fiber," and that forced AT&T and T and the other companies to do that when they otherwise might not have did that. And that's why anywhere there's Google Fiber, you see usually like AT&T or other groups in a competitive pricing, because they had to do that. Otherwise, people would go to Google, even though Google is not everywhere. They did that because they wanted people to get on the internet to obviously use Google's products, which is the internet base. So it's kind of like that in the dating market. Black men, for we can just, my whole channel is about talking about why black men do what they do. But black men have this thing where their manhood, they're not men unless women tell them. Black women in particular tell them they're men. So we've created this whole culture around that in which black men choose to stay in a situation. I'm not even talking about a physical situation. We choose to participate in a situation that does not benefit us, and rather than rewriting the rules, what we choose to do is basically adopt those rules and regulate other people within them, like hall monitors. For example, let's take traveling off the table. Black men are 6% of the population. White women are the largest population. Latin women are a large population. How in the hell are you 6% of the population, and then your women are a higher population than you, and yet somehow they got higher, almost the highest standards in the world, or in the United States, you have the lowest? How does that make sense? You wouldn't see that anywhere else. You damn sure don't see it in the UK. It's because, for the most part, black men choose to participate in this. And so, yes, it is more on black men participating in it than women. Now, where women mess up is women are have control over the children, so they socialize black men into being this way. So that's not to make let them off the hook. But at some point, you're a grown ass man. You're choosing to engage in shit that you couldn't choose. You didn't have to choose to.
Well, do you think that this media stuff is making a dent? Not necessarily your channel, but this whole black men's channel stuff. Do you think it's making a difference at all? Is it making a dent?
Yes. I mean, it the way you look at it is you look at it as like a collective thing. Like people have taken ideas that I've put out there, and those ideas have been railgun. Even some of the things that Kevin Samuels has said come from me. And so, like for instance, one of the ideas, um, are sexual politicking, which is the idea that everything that folks are saying in this space and a lot of these conversations have nothing to do with the thing they're presenting. It's they're sexually politicking. So that's the real thing. That's the thing behind the thing. So most black people believe building is just black people having sex and having children. That's what they believe building is. They believe in numbers, and it's very low vibrational. But even black men buy into that, which is why like you see some of the stuff going on in the chat. Niggas want to talk about my voice. Niggas want to talk about I have no woman. Let's say I didn't have a woman, but let's say I'm helping the community because I work with NACA to help black people, particularly black women, get in the homes. That doesn't matter because I don't have a woman according to these people. But these are people that actually claim to be very serious and give a damn about the community. This is how you get, by the way, Robert Smith basically, not only paying, I think it was Spellman, not only paying off their tuition, which, if you know the numbers as far as black men marrying black women, they took that monkey off their back, and then paying the parents tuition. That doesn't matter. We just Google Robert Smith and we see, as a white woman, fuck the fact that he had a mixed wife and his kids are more black than they're not with his first marriage. Fuck that. We're just going to judge him on that. And that's sexual politics right there. And that's a big reason why we get in this loop de loop of not doing nothing. So, as far as your original question, do I create a dent? It's a small part, but you gotta look at it like, like, you gotta look at it like mountain and sand and water that makes up a big wave. It does damage in the aggregate. And when you look at some of the things that's happened in this last year, I mean, I can see my imprint on a lot of these things. I've seen people use terms that's unique to me. And that's a good thing. I'm an advocate. I don't believe, yeah, I want credit, but I'm not on that. That's not important. What's important is, does the stuff get out there in the lexicon? And so, yeah, I do see a dent, more than a dent.
All right. And y'all, man, don't be blocking folks, man. Don't block nobody. Kind of follow the bot's lead. You know, the bot will handle anything that's out of line. Don't be
Yeah,
blocking
yeah,
people,
Jason.
man, just for
Yeah, the JC.
expressing their yeah, don't block people just for expressing their opinion, man.
Yeah,
And
I'm not
definitely don't
blocking.
be blocking brothers who donating up in here. Definitely don't be blocking them. You know, do not block people for expressing their opinion. Trust me, if they say something disrespectful, the bot will handle them. All right? All right. And shout out to brother JC the Conqueror with the $20 super chat. He said the Edward Anderson tax. I appreciate that, brother. You know, when you drop $20 or more, you get this. A big coin drop on the platform.
Yeah, I think they blocked JC right after that. Y'all just took his money and kicked him out
Yeah,
the house.
y'all gotta stop doing that shit. And shout out to my brother Leon, the 411 Talk Zone Radio Show channel with the $20 super chat. I appreciate that, brother Leon. He said, shout out to brother Edward Anderson for preaching those facts. Shout out to you, brother X, for this show tonight. I appreciate that. Brother Leon, you know, when you drop $20 or more on this platform, you get this. A big coin drop on the platform.
Yeah, and Carrie D says it was Morehouse. Yeah, I'm not above correction. Appreciate that.
So, what do you think? Because there's been a lot of talk over the last few weeks, and it's something that has been discussed many, many times before. And y'all hit that goddamn like button. I see 96 people in the box, but I only got 55 likes. Come on, man. It only takes 2 seconds to hit the like button, brothers. Slide that mouse over to the left, man, and hit that like button. It won't kill you, I promise. I promise you will be alive after you do it. 90-something people in the box. Come on, man. We can do better than this, man. Don't make me beg you for your damn likes, Negroes. So let me ask you this, Brother Edward. Like I said, there's been some talk, you know, here lately about people have been saying that women are taking over the space. Women are leading, you know, the quote unquote spear now. You know, we let the women infiltrate. Well, you know the talking points, right? You know the talking points.
Yeah.
Damn, Brother Edward, you don't got a wrench here? Hold on. There you go. Now you do. So what's your take on that? What's your take on the whole, you know, too many women? The women are leading it. I mean, what? Because this is an old talking point, right? That we talked about this years ago. So what do you think of it now?
Congratulations, you finally figured out YouTube's a public space. I mean, for real. Like, at this point, number one, women have always been around in 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I mean, you
Mm-hmm.
go all the way back to Ashley W. You go all the way back. I mean, they've always been there. So really, you got kind of leading up to Kevin Samuels Rising, post Kevin Samuels Rising. A lot of these women were really strong in Facebook, where stuff is less hostile to what they got to say. We throw out names. Danica Marie, I saw her on Facebook way before she came on YouTube. You got people that are strong in Instagram. If you look at their followings, they got stronger followings on other media, and then YouTube is an outlet, and they talk about this kind of content. But there's a difference between the clubhouse that is the Black Manosphere and the stuff around that, and then the black relationship talk and black
Mm-hmm.
YouTube. Those are three different like circles. And so within the black relationship market, um, I mean, people are going to have those conversations, and people like say Danica Marie, for example, she said 90% of the folks that follow her are men. That's not really her fault. That's a commentary on where men is. It's not you cannot control who, like, let's say we take Pink Book lessons, for example, because the difference between Danica and Pink Book is people who try to say Obsidian try to introduce Danica into the space. So as far as we're letting them take over. Pink Book blew up completely outside of the. In fact, there's people that support her that are in the space as far as super chats, and she does good work. But she blew up completely outside of the Black Manosphere. She hasn't been on panels. She hasn't been like associated with anybody. She just did her channel, did her thing. She doesn't show her face. She doesn't have an avatar. She just has a brand. I mean, dudes are gonna support who they support. I mean, a lot of y'all need to fucking compete and shut the fuck up. For the people that they're always bitching about it. Now, there's another thing to be said about the commentary on these dudes and how these dudes look for nothing's real until a female tells them that it's real. You have that part of it too. And that's something that's worthy of talking about because it really tells you where men are. But that comes back to what I've always said, that the black community is a gynocracy and dudes look for women for leadership. This is why you got dudes super chatting women up and down. Like I saw a dude give Melanie, and I know this because somebody showed. I was watching a video with Austin Hollerman and Melanie King because I'm not subscribed to a lot of these chicks. I'm subscribed to Crimson Cure, a couple other ones, Pink Book, but not a whole bunch. And a dude gave her $100 talking about when are you gonna be my YouTube wifey. $100. And she was interviewing Austin. I mean, that's what it is. And the dude was an older brother based on his avatar. I mean, his dudes is gonna be like that, and so I mean, it's not the women growing is stopping you from growing. It's not. You've seen too many dudes come in here and be able to come in quick. AMS did it years ago. You see Austin's growing. I mean, dudes are able to come in here and grow and get on here. I mean, Mr. Let Go blew up, at 157, I think, using YouTube Shorts. So a lot of that is just dudes getting mad because they're not where they think they should be. Some of them have more of a legit grievance for that than others. But a lot of those dudes that they always be on it, they're either on that or they're just always trying to find a reason to say that the black manosphere is not legitimate. And that's what their whole thing. They're here listening to what we got to say, but somehow everything we say ain't legitimate, for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
But it's
But I
not
want.
going. But it's not going nowhere. So I mean, all they're gonna be doing is crying. I mean, it's not gonna change. So deal with it.
I want to ask you another question, and I know you got a good answer for this, but let me get these super chats out the way because they're coming in kind of fast and furious. A shout out to Brother Mike and Vince Perkins with the $2 super chat. He said the Edward Anderson tax. I appreciate that. Brother Mike and Vince Perkins, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Also, shout out to Brother F. Holiday with the $10 super chat. He just put the hurricanes up. I appreciate that, Brother F. Holiday. Been a while since I've seen you here, brother. You must have followed the hurricane over. I appreciate it. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Also, shout out to Dar with the $2 super chat. He says the Hurricane crew is in the house. I'm sure they are. I appreciate that, brother Dar. I hope that's a brother. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And shout out to brother Deacon Dave with the DOP 250. He said name dropping will have these dudes running out here subscribing to the Titty Committee.
I mean, if that's like I said, YouTube has an algorithm, and the algorithm it's crazy because people are literally talking about name dropping. Like, do you really believe that that's what it's crazy? Like, I'm seeing in the chat people talk about, well, 1.0 didn't intend it to be that way. Number one, 1.0 left. Okay, they left, and then they got a lot of channels got canceled out, and 2.0 had to, because now you're starting to see where 2.0 is starting to kind of evolve out of that, and it's starting to go beyond 2.0. But 2.0 had to come in and restart a lot of stuff from ground up, so all this, and again, this is that, oh, well, we're going to talk about what the older people did, and other newer people need to be beholden, just like how millennials, Z's don't have to be beholden to anything millennials did, just like millennials don't got to be beholden to Xers did. We all chart our own course. And this idea is really just another way of blaming folks, because truth be told, y'all are the audience. So that shit falls on y'all more than anything. Y'all, nobody is making you watch these people. And it really goes to show you your lack of power of influencing your fellow man. And y'all project that shit on blaming content creators. My thing is, at the end of the day, if black men really cared about that, black men could create private networks. I'm in multiple small groups of 5, 6, 7 people that reflect shit that are like-minded with me. I mean, so this idea that y'all come on public platforms and then, like, I don't know why y'all have this fucking need for a clubhouse in that way like that. I really don't. But y'all can have your opinions, but it is what it is. I mean, like, seriously, I get to the point where I block motherfuckers that are constantly talking about that in my shit. Who's you winning? Da, 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 da. I have that literally on an auto block thing in the algorithm, because it's kind of like, y'all not gonna do shit about it, but this. So anyway.
Yeah, and brother Deacon Dave is a member of the T.P.O.T channel, so when you drop coins on this platform, you get this.
Outstanding. You just joined the page? Cool. You know it's appreciated.
Shit, that brother Deacon Dave. So let me ask you this, brother Edward, because I haven't asked anyone this, and I'll ask you. Ever since brother Samuels passed away, rest in peace to brother Samuels.
Yeah.
Do you think that brother Samuels? Well, this is a two-tiered question. Of course, he created a quote-unquote vacuum, right? Do you think that people are fighting for his audience, and has his audience kind of dispersed and went to people like you, people like Bernard, people like Obsidian? I mean, what's your take on that whole thing? Because they had to go somewhere, right?
His audience went more to people outside the space than in the space. I mean, because the thing about it is, his idea, the ideas that he had, the way that they were perceived was more, he was pro relationships. Like, so they went to folks that spoke on that. Like, people that speak more. So when you look at channels, they speak more, as somebody would say, to women more than about women. That's where a lot of that stuff went to those other channels, those newer channels. They got caught up more in the algorithm. So that is what that is. And then those conversations have continued to showcase of why dudes say what they say, and rather than in as far as how the women act. So that's where that stuff went. And I mean, I can understand why that happened for a variety of different reasons. So yeah.
Well, don't you think the bulk, well, I'm not going to say the bulk, but a big percentage of the stuff talked about talked about up here has to do with relationships, right? Or relating, I should say, not necessarily relationships, but it has a lot to do with how men relate to women, right? Even some of your stuff, you talk about it at times. Isn't that a major staple place of this?
Well, so that's a misconception. This is one thing that annoys me. Just because, like, I'm talking as okay, so understand this. As somebody that is pro black to a certain extent, I've created my channel under the idea of why do we keep saying the same shit and nothing changes for decades? Like even to this day, you got folks like when you look at the politics and stuff like that, people are saying the same thing about what we need to do and why we need to do it, which is really nothing. It's literally a spin around. You need to vote because people died for your right to vote. And so when I looked at why that was, the one thing, because I'm what you call economic pro black. Shout out to Dr. Clark Anderson. And so when I looked at it, I said, yo, and this is like me going into BGS and stuff. Like, so I didn't need BGS to really tell me this. I already kind of knew it, but he kind of crystallized it. When you look at the 5 floors from Dr. Clark Anderson. You could also look at area activity too. But Dr. Clark, the 5 floors: economics, politics. So economics is the money, power, policy is a division of the power, legal, and then you got media, and then you got education, right? The one thing before that, I think before that, it doesn't get talked about: culture. And what is culture but standard operating procedures that you get socialized into, sometimes via religion. Obviously, United States, a combination of religion and expression school system and education that has you, doing certain things. And then it's whatever you are, whatever race or group or household you come out of. And so when you look at, so what I talk about on my channel is why people do what they do. As far as relationships, I've never said that black women owe black men anything. I'm the first person to tell you, a black woman can't find something out of a black man and she can get it out of a non-black man, go get it. You not only have a right to do it, you have an obligation to do it. I would never tell a black woman to date a dude making less money than them. Now they do it, and the why they do it is usually because of sexual reasons. So when they say they date down, no, you're not dating down. You just have different priorities, and you want to call that dating down because you notice how these chicks never date down, and then the dude is uglier than what they can get. Now, other groups of women will date somebody that's not as attractive as what they could get if the production is there. Now, we know Western women have their own bullshit no matter what it is. It's just, So my point is, I have never been on the side of, if you like when people like this one dude in the chat right now, you don't have the right to speak on relationships. I don't speak on relationships. Like I would challenge anybody that want to talk that shit. What is it about relationships that I talk? I'll ask you right now. What is it about relationships that I really talk about? Like really, this relationship thing. I even did a poll on my YouTube. Why do you listen to me? Like what is it do you think I talk about, and why do you listen to me? And it didn't come down to relationships. That was at the bottom. That like as far as why they listen to me, and also what is their perception that I talk about. What dudes hear is they hear black women, and then they automatically assume because you can't get pussy, or they automatically assume that you're talking about black women having sex with you. Like, understand the gynocracy happens before you become sexually active. The dynamic between black women and boys that are socialized to be the very men that these women complain they aren't doing what they think should be doing. That starts way before you start engaging in quote unquote relationships. You see what I'm saying? And so this perception of what gets talked about is more of a reflection of what y'all can't y'all can't talk about the community outside of that context. That's y'all's problem. That's not my problem. And that's why when most people come at me, they come at me on some who I'm dating, all this bullshit. Like that shit matters, number one. And number two, like motherfuckers that have shown that they got wives aren't saying the same shit. So anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
I agree with Black Zelenio. I think a lot of people listen to you because you're entertaining and you have a lot of Good talk. But one thing I could say
Admin
about
spit
you,
real shit too.
yeah, I actually, from all the years that I've listened to you, you've been pretty consistent. Um, a lot of us we kind of evolve and we change, and a lot of us, we kind of go, however the wind blows. I'm probably guilty of that myself as well. But one thing about you, you've been pretty consistent over the years. So why do you think that a lot of us here? Why do a lot of us kind of go with the way the wind blows? I mean, are we chasing the dollar? Are we chasing the tide? Are we just not authentic? I mean, what do you think is behind
Oh,
that?
um, just to go back, I'm gonna answer that, but just to go back to the last question too, to directly answer it, as far as the relationship piece, there's a difference between what a lot of folks like when you look at certain groups. I'm not gonna keep on naming channels. When you look at certain folks that like focus specifically on relationships, you have dudes that are black people that they want the idea of black people negotiating to come together. They like to believe in the idea that that can happen. Most of those people haven't really dived into the paperwork. The women don't know what they're going to have to do to make that happen, and if they do, they're not doing that because that's too far outside of what they've been socialized they should be. And then the men don't really they don't die. The men have this Santa Claus mentality about if you do the right thing, a woman's going to do the right thing by you just cuz. That's not how the West is really right now. So when you look at a lot of these channels that have black women talking to each other, that's different because they're looking at a solution to come together. Most of the folks in the black manosphere are not doing that. The black manosphere's job was never to make black women change. It was to recontextualize what's going on for black men so black men can better address it with a clear head and clear eyes. Stop is basically to say that Santa Claus ain't buying you those toys. It's your parents that are buying you those toys. It ain't magic. There's real things with real money. So you have a better context on it. It's basically making your ass a fucking adult. So that's why. So when you look at what the perception of what Kevin did, he has two perceptions. Number one, he bashed black women. I'm talking about from overall. He bashed black women and that he was for black people getting married. Like that was his primary mission, which it was not. But that's what they did because they don't know Kevin. They didn't have those conversations. So I wanted to answer that directly for you. Now, going back to what you saying is why are people on the trending shit? Because black people are not real. Black people talk about keeping it real, but the reality is black people like to focus on what's trendy and they want to have a low attention span. This is true for black men and black women. And what they even though it's you can say it's worse in one group or the other, but it's true for both to a certain extent. And what's trendy is what matters. It's not. This is why people get mad at me when I bring stuff up that happened a while back and I connect it, I chain it to this because I'm a type of person where I like to look at timelines. So even though I may not be talking about something, that doesn't mean what happened before doesn't influence how I see things now. You know, and you got I mean that's a part of maturity. Things that happened before matters what happens today. But when you look at how a lot of folks talk about things, even black men, they like to talk about things in the moment. They like to pretend from one conversation to the next that what they say is true in the moment, even if 10 minutes ago they said something that's diametrically opposed to what they're saying now. Perfect example. There's a dating coach that I won't name that literally said that being alpha is leaving. Meaning, if somebody is not doing what you say to do, this is somebody that's very popular. If somebody is not saying to do what you want them to do as a female, the alpha thing is to leave. Either be on my purpose and leave. So now, in the black community, that's seen as running away. That's not seen as being alpha. And this person didn't originally say that. That's not what so what happens is you got folks and that's not an evolution. You can't say that how can you critique passport bros for getting a passport and dealing with different women to the extent it will say that's what's going on. But then say to those people that if a woman ain't doing what the fuck you supposed to do, you supposed to leave, even if you gotta leave everything that you got invested in that relationship. That makes no sense. You can't, those two things can't occupy the same space. But see, it's not about logic. What it's about is, does it sound good? Do you feel me? And then so all of these little pesky things like logic, let that go if you feel good. This is why you have pastors. This is why you have anybody knows how to have a good mouthpiece. This is why the first thing somebody want to fucking say about me right now is what about your voice? As if my voice is like, white men typically have a lighter voice than I do. Hispanic men typically have a lighter voice than I do. You would never hear these same motherfuckers say, why does a white man has a voice of a female? Why does is, you would never hear them say that, because they're occupying certain rules for black people that other people don't have to deal with, and then they wonder why we get different results. But as far as your original thing, yeah, black people are trendy because they have a low attention span, and because again, they want to feel good. And when you're feeling all the time, you focus on what's in the moment now, not a bigger contextual argument. Anyway.
So could you ever see yourself could you see yourself transitioning into, I don't know, maybe a quote unquote dating coach
No.
or game guy
No.
teaching people? Because you kick a lot of quote unquote game, right? So don't you think brothers like yourself would be better suited for that type of thing, or no?
No, because number one, I'm not, I have my things as far as making money. I'm more in sales, that sort of thing, digital sales. We'll leave it at that. As far as the quote unquote game folks, I'm more of a person that I'm gonna just put out there who I like. Whenever there's somebody that can speak on something better than I can, I'm one of the biggest people too when it comes to recommending other YouTubers, male YouTubers. Don't act like I don't recommend a lot of black male YouTubers. But like, so if people ask me who are the game guys that you should talk to, I mean, these are all people for different reasons. Glendon Cameron kind of is controversial, but you got Alan Roger Curry for his thing. I think he's the best when it comes to inner game. Because that's what his mode one, that's what it takes to make his mode one work. I think Glennon Cameron has the most practical advice. I like Ron Wills. Ron Wills has a lot of wisdom. I like Stephens Cole. If you're a younger guy, I think he has the right, cadence for like dealing with the younger dudes in a younger situation. And then, I know Donovan Sharp is controversial, but I like Donovan Sharp as well. I think he kicks a lot of information, is more applicable um like the Western, stuff from a black, from somebody that has a black experience. So those are like the guys that I like. And they bring different things to the table. So none of those things really intermix with each other. As far as me, like yeah, I'm not it's not that I'm not a game guy. I know, number one, here's another thing too. What works for me doesn't work for is not going to necessarily work for you. Everybody is different. I'm a short light skinned nigga. There's certain things I gotta overcome. There's certain things I can lean on that maybe somebody can't. Also, and that's another thing that comes when it comes to game. If you notice with a lot of these game guys, they typically stick with certain niches of women. They stick with what works for them, and they had to learn that. But dudes are seeing that as they actually got this information, and it is what it is. I'm not here to mess up nobody's money. The reality is, as an audience member, you're accountable to who you listen to, and if you choose to listen to me, Xavier, anybody, that's on you. You all are grown, So I mean, some of these dudes, they stuff is out there, and if you still they could give you information. I'm not here to stop you. Shoot. I'm not on that. I'm gonna save you from doing stupid stuff. I don't do that. I'm like, look, you want to get married? Get married. If you want to have a whole bunch of gang of kids, do that. You grown, you understand what consequences are.
Yeah, well, I know I don't have you for long, so are you willing to take on some challengers, or what you want to do?
I mean,
It's
I
your
take
call.
over some challengers that wanna actually talk about the topics. What I'm not gonna do is sit here and people ask me, that I need to validate myself in my life, for my points. If you can knock down a point that I say, we can talk about it. But all that, I need to show my bitch, I need to show this, I need to show that, man, please. Y'all can
Yeah.
kick my
Yeah,
ass.
that's stupid. Don't come up here with that shit. I'm gonna go ahead and shout out these super chats, and then I'm gonna put the email up. And if you want to come up and challenge the hurricane, you can. Shout out to brother Michael with the 199 super stick. I appreciate that, brother Michael. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to brother Black Wealth and Power with the $2 super chat. He said, Ed, are we going to get more political streams?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, honestly, when it comes to the political shit, I have my, yeah. I mean, I don't know, honestly, because I can give my thoughts on it when the stuff kind of heats up, but a lot of it is something cool to talk about, and then, yeah, yeah, I don't know. So we'll leave it at that.
All
We gotta
right, I
play that one
appreciate
by
that.
ear.
I appreciate that, brother Black Wealth and Power, that $2 super chat. You know you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to Lady Tommy Jean with the $5 super stick. I appreciate that, Lady Tommy Jean. You know you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And once again, shout out to Brother Maurice, Brother Stack or Starve, and Brother A Truism for the Cash Apps. A big coin drop on this platform. I appreciate you, brother, showing out with your money tonight. You must be doing that just because the hurricane is here. It's appreciated. So, Brother Edward is willing to take on some challengers. So, y'all know what to do. Hit me on my email if you want to come through. It's prophetofthought at yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com if you wish to come up here and challenge Brother Edward. And y'all heard what he said, because like always, I always leave it up to my guest. If he doesn't want to challenge you, you get your ass off of here. All right? So I'm leaving it up to him. You come up, say what you want to challenge him on. If he decides to take you on, y'all throw down. If he says no, I throw your ass off. That's how it works. All right? And hit that goddamn like button. 126 people in the box. Why do I only see 94 likes? You Negroes are lazy. Lazy Negroes. Hit that goddamn like button. Hit it.
Yeah, and even on that blackmail agency front, I think what you're starting to see a conversation emerge is you're starting to see dudes come from a the argument is starting to be, do black men have a right to have agency, or do you need to sacrifice your life for the community? You're really starting to see dudes start to say that now, because they keep on wanting to tie your manhood to the black community. And my thing is, this has never been your community. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to ask you, how does this community benefit black boys?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm gonna ask. And the only thing folks can say is, "Oh, these women raised you." Really? Do these dudes look like they've been raised? Like, you saw the commentary before you introduced me that you came out of, and that's one thing. But my thing is, how does this as a group benefit black males? Because I promise you, every other group can answer that question, including Africans or non-ADOS. If you can't, so that's really the issue. And I don't understand how people want to play the relation. People try to play the relationship game as a mechanism of not addressing that. So they say you just mad because you ain't getting sex. Like that's because, and that it's the same thing with the tribal thing. Dudes want to make these. Oh, you just trick. You just do this. You just do that. They keep on making it a certain argument so they don't have to address the other argument, and it always comes back to that because in their minds, the only reason why you're talking. Now, here's what's funny: if you have asked these people, do you think the black community has problems? They will tell, or backwards. They will tell you they think the black community has backwards. But when we start to go into why that is what that is, that's when we start getting muddled. And so in the black manosphere has never been the community over black men. The black manosphere has always been about black men first. And if the community has an obligation to provide incentives for black men to come as a group, because every black man ain't got kids. And the fact that
Yeah.
we can't even engage in that conversation, and I'm not even talking about the women, I'm talking about just the men now. They just say, just do it. Why? That's not how it worked. When white people came here, manifest destiny wasn't a just do it. It was you get land, you get stuff. You ain't got to be a serf in Europe. You get to practice religion for free. You get to be free, get this money, do what you need to do in a Wild West area. When they had them go to the West, when they had them go to war, there was some incentives. There was not. Now, obviously, the rich people got more, as far as, what I'm saying, individually, a lot more. But you didn't just say, well, just do it. Why? Because of manhood. That's not how that works. You can't show me no other group that does that. Um, Even when you talk about war and violence, to the victor goes the spoils. But see, we've gotten in this situation where black men believe in permission based leadership. This is why game is so important to dudes. Because as a man, force is an option. Now, I'm not advocating for that because I'm not going to jail. So, what is your biggest power if force is not going to be used? The power to not participate, which is you can interracially date, interculturally date, which I brought into this space, and what that does is that augments your supply. And that doesn't mean you don't date black women. That means I'm not about to be waiting. Like, if you can think about it, when people talk about dating, the way we talk about these conversations is like we're courting these women to marriage. That's not what most dudes are having a conversation about in this space. They're talking about
Yeah.
that's what you talk about. Being out here, fucking Alan Roger Curry calls it like micro polyamorous relationships, where they have some emotion in it. It's not just absolute emotionless sex, but it's relationship to relationship, right? And so you can have sex with 99 non-black women, but if you have a kid with one black woman, then that's what counts. You got dudes that they had kids, got married to black women, and moved on from that for whatever reason. We know what the divorce rates are and who usually activates it. But then we just see, oh, they got with a white woman now, as if they didn't pay their genetic debt. And so people want to keep it at that because black men fundamentally believe in this idea that you're supposed to convince women to do right. Other groups of men don't believe that. They say shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line, meaning we either replace them or we're going to make them do what we need them to do. Problem with you as a black man is you're in an occupied territory. Why black women are able to pull from white supremacy to control you. The very fact that they're willing to do that should show you that's not your community. But you niggas can't wake up to that because that's too painful. Anyway, we still ain't got
Yeah,
nobody. It's been 6 minutes.
I'd have to agree with that. And shout out to my brother, Big Mac the Fisher, with the $2 super chat. He said if they don't hit the like, haunt their mamas. Ha 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 ha. I appreciate that, brother Big Mac. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And brother Big Mac is right. Hit that goddamn like button because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams.
That's funny.
Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it.
Shout out to Nick Taylor. Shout out to, Rael says if you have to convince a woman to lead her, she is not yours and doesn't view you as a leader. That is true. Like I was wilding out talking about the trick argument because I've said that, a lot of dudes do tricking with extra steps and don't call it tricking. I said I came up with a new term, man. I called it rejection insurance. Niggas try to shower these chicks with money in order to try to avoid rejection, and they end up playing themselves here. So when you got a dude that's got a car he can't afford, really afford, or clothes he can't afford, you're not getting it off the strength of your manhood using what I call trick and training wheels. But see, in our culture, we don't call it that. But because we want to be fluid with what the rules of that is. I'm not advocating for tricking, but I'm saying don't try to call something ain't. But I grew up with the it ain't tricking if you got it bullshit. So the whole 2010s was about trying to make tricking acceptable. So let's see what people say in the comments. I don't know Trump.
Nope.
I think
No
they trying
one.
to get Trump for running.
No one wants to come up here and challenge the hurricane. Y'all just gonna let him blow through town, huh? Y'all gonna ride it out, huh?
They can't ask me to produce a girlfriend because that's really what a lot of these mama they want. Produce a girlfriend, because you speaking on relationships and you don't know what you're talking about because you ain't I ain't seen that bitch. And I'm like, as if y'all all showing y'all bitch. Exactly. Yeah, we need to create this community. Let's see, Curtin. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
know people, you know this, Brother Edward, that a lot of people on YouTube, man, they kind of live vicariously through other people on YouTube. And sometimes they live vicariously through people that they claim they do not like. So, I mean, this YouTube stuff is weird at times, man. Circumnavigating through it, man, isn't always black and white. I mean, a lot of times you look at the people who listen to you, right? And at times it makes you question why you do this sometimes. I mean, it's just
I
an
just
off thing, man.
party when niggas be listening to me and they start wilding out. I found out it's not easy. I've only been able to pull like Gabe A out of the block dimension. It's not always easy to unblock people because you can't always find them. So people, shit.
Yeah. I remember seeing that earlier. Someone said, someone had wrote in the chat. They said, "Ask Edward to unblock American Negro." I don't know if you know what that is.
I'll look at that. Yeah, but I be trying to like y'all, and I be looking like I be spending time looking. I'll go back in there. What did somebody say? Trey said genetic debt. Sorry, laughing. Yeah, genetic debt. Like Phil from the Advice Show has black kids with his first wife, Michael Jordan. I mean, we can name a whole bunch of dudes that has kids with their first wife. They have black kids. They're just as black as them. Tariq Nasheed has a beautiful black daughter. Before he got with Peanut. I mean, they paid their genetic debt. So what is the issue? Because if that's really what the issue is, why are y'all bringing up these people that clearly did that? Because you can't play the you can't pass wealth down. Another term I have is called genetic gentrification. As you start to see gentrification happen and these neighborhoods get you know busted up. I mean, Jason Black was talking about that. He did that thing in 2016. He launched in 2017. He launched that. I mean, now you see these people are growing up with other people. You see it in the NBA now, and now people want to feel some type of way about it. But see, a lot of these things happen as a result of things. Don't just stop because you don't pay attention to it or stop talking about it. Like the world doesn't stop if you don't pay attention to it. And so then when stuff shows up later on down the road or the timeline, then folks want to play the I don't know card. I don't know how this happened. I don't know. No, genetic gentry. That people call it admixture, but I'm saying it in the way I'm saying it is because people are threatened by it. Because so he said paying genetic debt is a scary term. Well, you get what I'm saying. I'm talking from the perspective that these people have. I mean, that's what they sound like. Like as a black man, it's your obligation to have black babies. That's the only thing that really counts. Your genetic debt. I mean, that's how they talk. That's how a lot of these pro-black sound. I mean, is that not true? I just
Do they really care though? I mean, it seems like people are more concerned with whether or not you have a black woman or a black wife, just to say that you'll have black children. But you very rarely hear people talk about the well-being or the health or the education or the development of black children. See, that's what kind of gets it's kind of foggy for me there, because people are always talking about for the sake of future generations, but you hardly ever hear people talking about the quote unquote future generations. I
because
mean,
it,
I know I don't.
because it's a sexual political dog whistle. It's only designed to appeal to women. It's only designed because you'll never, because you'll can see if you really give a damn about the kids, then black single motherhood would be on trial or at least be under review every once in a while. But you can't do that. You do that, you're done. That's a quick way to get canceled in the black community. But when I mean, look at what Judge Mathis did. I mean, he he went on a whole blue pill overdose. I mean, again, my channel is about talking about the stuff that folks don't want to talk about. So y'all know it's there, whether you want to believe it's there or not. It is there, and this idea that I talk about relationships, I don't know where y'all get that from, like for real. Because whenever people criticize me, it's rarely on my points. It is always on what the fuck y'all think I'm doing, or who the fuck y'all think I am, or you're not cool enough to talk about this. Like it's always that, and that tells me a lot. You got dudes today that they are literally still using that interaction on the Rumble like 2 3 years. That's 3 years ago, and I'm like, all the content I made, and that's all y'all got. Come on,
Yeah. Well,
come on.
I don't think you talk about relationships. I think you talk about, relating. I think you more or less talk about. I think your thing is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you more explain how to get a better understanding between women and men. That's what I get from you. I mean, maybe you can correct me.
I mean, my thing is, people are going to do what's in their own best interest. The difference is somehow we live in a society where women do. You could argue if it's in their own best interest in the long term, but women are celebrated for doing that. Men are punished for doing that, and you see that even down to our community, where women are celebrated to have their. I keep saying it. Black women travel more than black men travel. Black women have more passports more than black by a couple of points. Black women actually do the sex tourism thing a lot more than black men actually. But that's not even talked about with people to try to bring that topic up. The thing about it is what I'm talking about is at the end of the day, women is female nature dictates women is going to do what's in their own best sexual political interest. That's it. It's really, if you understand that, everything else makes sense. When a woman tells you even though they ain't never met these other women, what these other women are going to do, all you got to do is ask yourself, is this in her best interest to do that? This is what I would ask anybody. When have you ever heard a woman in this space say something that's not against a woman's best interest? Even when they say stuff that they agree with you with, that still low key can be put in. I'm making trust deposits. But even then, they never go all the way. Now, you've heard dudes say things that's not against like a man's best interest, because we're putting all the cards on the table. So the point is not, because when it comes to me, like, I'm not here to advocate for quote unquote dudes that are quote unquote non-select. My thing is this: if you want black women, they've made it very clear what they want. So you either need to fit that mold or get other women. End of story. That's as far as that goes with me. I don't sit here and be like, y'all wrong because y'all don't pick these brothers that are good brothers. No, what I tell black women is I say, you complain about the very men you pick. My thing is, why are you complaining about men that you go out of your way to choose? Because you're choosing them for something. And if black men ain't shit, go get other men. Go get other black men. Go get other like when I say other black men, I'm talking about non-ADOS, or get white men. That's it. That's as far as I go with that. I'm not telling black women they need to be where my people don't listen to me because I give them reasons for black women to be in with black men. I remember I asked a woman on Pablo's joint, and this is a woman that's starting to blow up a little bit. She's on Lapeef. I'll leave it at that. And I asked her, I said, what do you like about black men? Oh, they're beautiful. They're tall. Okay, outside if you want to have sex with them, what do you like about black men? And Trey, you would have one that got my way. 'Cause she was on the pause. That was like the $1 million question who wants to be a millionaire. And to be fair to Trey, I was talking a lot in that situation. He was like, "No, damn that, this ain't your channel." So I'll give him that. But she didn't have an answer for that, and that's an open question I would ask to any black woman. What do you like about black men outside of wanting to have sex with
Crickets, I would
you? Now, black
imagine.
men can describe what they like about black women, other than want to have sex with them. I'm very confident in that. But or they'll talk about an obligation that they need. But yeah, it's crickets. It's crickets. And nobody never asked that. So my thing is, if that's true, then why? Because I'm for it. There is no vice department. There is no vaginal investigations and customs enforcement agency. There is a dice agency though. There is a, dick investigations and customs enforcement. They don't want us to leave, but black men have always never had exclusive rights to black women since we've been here. So
So do you? So I'm assuming you don't have a problem with the whole interracial dating, interracial marriage, whether it be black men or black women, dating and marrying interracially. I'm assuming you don't have a problem with that.
I personally believe that if you give black people acceptable black people, then if you like, for instance, they take black men. If you put comparable black women with other groups of women, black men will choose the black woman. If like they're comparable in femininity and everything and stuff like that, they'll choose the black woman. This is where intercultural dating comes from. But I do believe that at the end of the day, black people have to earn black people. Black men have to earn black women have to earn black men. And if you can get a better deal somewhere else, yes, I don't have a problem with you doing that. And I'm around people that fit that. Black women that have, for instance, I know quite a few black women that they're very beautiful, but they're built a certain way that black men don't like. They're built thin. They kind of have the Iman look. They may have long, beautiful hair, black. They're black, beautiful faces, but they just don't have the bodies that black men like. Those women, a lot of times, are going to do better with non-black men, with white men in particular, because they fit more the mold of what white men like. And so, if they can get a better white man or a comparable one to a black, I mean, no, I don't fault them for that. And if I'm on that, then I'm not on black men eating them. So no. And yeah, like I said, and absolutely. He said everybody laughing. Dice slogan, everyone fights, no one quits. And by the way, that was
Well,
all I remember that came up with that. Shout out to Trail. Yeah, Dice. Y'all take that and run with it too. Dick
do you
investigations and customs enforcement.
do you think that media has changed? Because you hear the talk. I've heard it. All my life too. I mean, I'm in my 50s, and you hear the talk about black women. The majority of black women are overweight, and a majority of the overweight ones are obese. Et cetera, et cetera. The hair, the makeup, the weave, the kids, the whole gauntlet that we always talk about. Do you think that has become a sticking point due to media? Because it's the run of the mill fact, right? That black men never really seem to be too concerned with this. If you go back, say, 15 years, 20 years, if the women was fat, the brothers didn't care. If women had on makeup and
The women
weave,
don't
brothers
care
didn't
now.
care. He said they don't care
I mean,
now.
serious. I mean, for real. I mean, I've had arguments. I literally have had drag out arguments about black men. Motherfuckers want to throw that you like the white women standard. You want a white beauty standard. I've heard like for real. So I mean, the thing is, that's more reflective in how the women are than how the men are. The media has affected the women in their dating habits. People always try to talk about all these dudes want to date baddies, and that's why they complain. That's bullshit. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but that's like what a lot of folks try to do in order to equalize the argument, to create a false equivalency. You can look at who black men are dealing with in real life, and who hell you got dudes out here like Steph told she could get it. You got black dudes you can tell by please. Like that's not true, and people know that's not true when they say that. They like so. Yeah, the media has an effect, sure, But that has an effect on women. I mean, the media has gotten women to go to the DR, get their asses carved out, and put cement in there so they can look like it's an ant's life. I mean, no, that's affected the women. That's always been the case, particularly with black women. They get their shit from the media, so now they think the motherfuckers they lusting for like the Derrick Jackson like lookalikes on media. On social media, they think that's what they supposed to get in real life. They supposed to get the rapper Blueface or whoever. They supposed to get the equivalent of that in real life. So dudes start to the extent that it affects the dudes start to want to emulate that in order to deal with black women. So it does affect them a little bit. But as far as like the crux of that, nah. Dudes are still for the most part fucking on the same shit they've been fucking on. In fact, I would argue black men's standards have gotten less.
You think so?
Yeah,
You think they're worse than they were, say, 10, 15 years ago?
absolutely. Oh, that's no question. The question is it worse maybe than 25 years ago? But as far as like in the 2000s, it's way worse because it was a different environment. It was a different
Wow.
environment. Yeah, and you can see that because the women have slid. The women were. I mean, honestly, you say the women are worse now or 10 years ago? Are women worse 10 years ago or 20 years ago? And
So when you say worse, brother Edward, what do you mean? Do you mean that
physically, mentally, all of it.
physically?
They're more bold about doing the defiant shit. And what it do just take it. Now you might see that change as disease are just on some I don't give a fuck time. Because black men always have this at the end of the day, they black, so I should deal with it. Disease aren't operating that way. The younger millennials and disease, they grew up with these in these mixed areas and arenas. So they never dealt just like how, it used to be lame to skateboard. It used to be lame to deal with comic books. These things are not the same. So now you got the same black folks running the same pro black credit card, and they don't realize that don't work with that with that balance. That doesn't work with those groups because they were socialized differently. And that's another thing when you look at the image, black women promote. It's like here's the problem with black women that they don't understand. Black men are not the only ones consuming media. You all promote this. I'm gonna have a bonnet anyway. I'm gonna look the worst anyway. I'm gonna do this anyway, as if you don't have a whole United States that's being presented to. And women actually advocate for that because they want to thumb their nose at a brother. But I'm like, other women or men that you might want to look at are seeing that. And then so what happens is all the argument, all the energy gets perpetuated in keeping black men in rather than trying to give black men something to stay with. And that's not going to work because the white man isn't even helping you do that anymore. Like the
Wow.
white man isn't helping you because the white man doesn't care like that no more. So now you don't have nothing to do. So now the only thing we're doing is shaming people. And at that point, other men, what black men don't understand. I'm gonna say it like this: you do like you understand how bold LGBT black men are now. Y'all can't even control that. So you think you about to dick police black men here, and you can't even keep like a Dwayne Wade from turning his son into a girl like that? Like your belief that you can we got these manhood hall monitors. Niggas that want to
Mm.
take your manhood certification. Why? Cause I'm me. What? And then they wonder why ain't nobody listening to their ass. People wonder, well, if that's true, why are y'all talking about the passport shit? Because Al Grease is about to do a premiere on the 27th. So getting that stuff out there makes sense. But even they don't gotta talk to you. I mean, y'all ain't gonna do shit about it other than talk. And the talking ain't even stopping dudes from learning about traveling and doing that. Anyway,
But don't you think that to a degree, maybe not totally, that black men have evolved, right? They have evolved to a degree, and women, they want men to be more quote unquote traditional, right? And a lot of men nowadays, black men, aren't quote unquote traditional, while the women are far from quote unquote traditional today. I mean, because I look back 30 years and women are way, way, way different than they were back when I was in my 20s.
There's way more traditional black men than there are women. There's enough traditional black men for women to want to service them. The issue is, let's define traditional. People think making six figures is traditional.
Mm,
Like that's never historically been that. Like money, traditional men is not advocate necessarily of money. Yeah, you can make money and you need to be able to take care of your household, but black women have always worked. So let's be very clear here. This idea, I mean, 70% of white women work. This
mm-hmm.
idea that traditional is you don't work in the black community has never been the case. So if you go back to when black people were more married and then the stuff worked right, even in the context of us, and that's the game that black women try to sell. And see, that's code for I'm tired. I did it on my own. Now I don't want to do it no more because it ain't what they told me. Now I need you to come in. Now that I'm 35 and you ain't gonna get me in my 20s or stuff like that. And I want you to go fill that traditional role. So when people, that's that 50-50 argument, and BTS did a great video on that. They can do that. They cannot do that. They can do it on their own. It is what it is. But this idea that they're like that because it ain't traditional men, that's BS. And then they raise the very men that are not traditional if they want to play that game. Like, but no, black men are actually probably more traditional than the other groups of men when it comes to the stuff that we are trying to do or the assets that women can get. But like I said, black women, this idea of black women don't want to get married because of the men, that's a lie. And we've proven that so many different ways. I mean, women have outright admitted multiple they don't want to have they want traditional men without having the wife role. And that is folks are not doing that. That's the difference. So it's like, that's the biggest difference. But no, black men still believe in traditionalism. It's just they're not giving you all of that and not getting nothing. It's called reciprocation. If you ain't gonna play the wife role, you're not gonna get a traditional role. End
Yeah,
up.
you would think that would be pretty simple for people to understand, but it would appear.
Well, because they believe men are chattel labor. I mean, if you actually let them talk, this is the era of letting women talk. Damn men
Mm,
talking about them. At this point, we've gotten it to the point where all we got to do is let them talk. When you listen to these shows like the Daily Rap Crew, Table 8, you listen to them. And when people say, well, that ain't all black women, well, show me the women that it ain't. Show me the women that ain't like that. And then when they do say that, let's say, whoever, let's say there's a black woman that's not like that. Show me them saying that and that they don't get attacked by black women. I got something for
yeah.
your ass. Yeah, so even if you can particularly say, I'm going to find a black woman that's exactly who black men say they want, let them say the stuff that they're going to say and then watch black women attack them. And that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where no matter who is talking about doing something that's kind of out of the regular, rank and file, stagnant BS, they're gonna catch hell. I mean, especially if you come along the lines of saying, y'all need to take care of yourselves. Y'all need to keep your weight down. You need to not have so many kids. If you're saying that kind of shit,
So my
if you're
argument,
telling women that you're gonna catch some hell. I
yeah,
mean,
so
that's just the way it's gonna be.
yeah, so my argument is if you can't do it for black men, then do it for white men. If this is actually what you really want, if you can't do it for whatever reason, you can't do it for a black man because they're not worthy, then where's the men that are? Like I'm not, and see that's the argument. Like my argument is if you think that black men are beneath you and that you deserve more than what a black man is and can give, go. And I think, and it's my position, the entire black manosphere should say that go. We should be pro black women divesting. We should put that ball in their court, and I say we should push them out. I'm doing a GoFundMe for a website called Keisha's List, where we put them
Hmm.
on the corner and basically say, "Come as you are," and no instructions included. I'm dead ass. Black men should promote that because at the end of the day, if they and don't do the you leaving, but he ain't gonna want you. He ain't gonna do. He ain't no. Don't do that. Hope that the white man does do better because at that point, what black men need to step it up. I mean, It ain't nobody stopping black women from dating out. It ain't nothing stopping black women from going internet overseas. They've been doing it. It ain't nothing stopping them from doing that. And this we fighting back and forth. Damn that. If you think that black men are not worthy of that, I'm not here to argue that. Who is?
So what do you see? What do you see for black society in, say, the next 10, 15, 20 years? What is black society going to look like? My ass probably be dead, but
Chaos.
what? He said
No,
chaos.
I mean for real, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna see these things are gonna be much. I mean, we didn't. These things are happening faster than we thought it was gonna happen. We thought, I thought this was gonna happen when I was more like 44, not 35. So based on where things are now, I mean, I mean, you see it. People don't want to work, so that automation is gonna kick in because these corporations gonna still corporation. They're gonna still get their money. You're gonna see. You already see it now, in the NBA player, or sorry, an athlete. So it means it's been going on with this idea of folks intermixing the genetic gentrification. People class is starting to be more, crystallized. You know, folks are still going to be doing like alternative things. When I say alternative, I mean like traveling is an alternative thing. 'Cause that's not something that the majority of black men are ever going to do. You're never going to get past like 15% or 10% of black men that have passports, not or 15% in my opinion. And those are people that have passports that are traveling. So you're going to see people doing different things. People will still be interracially dating because the Hispanic population is still going to grow. And then what you're going to see is this kind of friction where you got black people, some parts in denial, some parts just absolutely resisting and saying the same things over and over and over again, but not addressing the things. So what does that create? Chaos. And then they're gonna get louder, 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 louder because they think being loud is actually gonna change something. And so chaos.
Wow. And nobody wants to come up here and challenge the hurricane. Y'all just gonna let him blow through the
No,
city
I did that as a
un
courtesy. I mean, I've already.
unchallenged. God damn
Yep,
it.
yes, they are.
Unchallenged.
That store is closed.
It's,
I can't. I didn't. You already know I low key didn't even want to do it, so I kept it up for y'all. And to be fair, I've already talked. Me and Super Slides already had a conversation, so y'all can check out the video that I was on here last for that. And it is what it is.
wow.
It ain't. I mean, ain't no
Wow.
big deal.
I'm with you, brother Ray Hanna. They scared. Fuck that shit that the hurricane talking. They are scared. They
I mean,
scared.
the GM is asking, am I for or against feminism? I mean, is that even a
Uh,
question?
the hurricane for feminism?
I'll,
Absolutely not.
I'll say this, and to take your question seriously, I'll say this. You know, Remember, feminism has multiple, phases. Phase one, phase two, wave one, wave two, wave three. I don't have a problem with women getting into the workplace, even though I could have some things about that because people think there's infinite jobs. There's not. When you got into the workplace, you already started messing with it because you had to displace men. So all these women that got in the workplace, you literally all this crap about you want to work, you don't want to work. You
You
know,
got a challenger. You got a challenger.
yes.
You got a challenger.
Why
Hold on.
close that store? But what is it?
Do you want to take them? You
I
could.
mean,
It's
who?
up to you. I'll let you
What what
call it.
what are they talking about?
All
Because
right. I'll let them come up because they didn't say what they want to talk about. They just say they want to challenge you. So I'll let them come
because
up and
because
if
I
you
ain't doing
if
challenges to be doing it. And I already said I already
yeah,
did this 90 day,
whatever
90 minutes.
whatever you don't want to take, don't take. That's the way it
We'll
goes.
see what it is.
Check your email. Check your email, and if you don't see it in your email, check your spam, Negroes. And I don't even have to yell. Oh, yes, I do, because God damn it, it's 141 people in the box. I only see 135 likes. Hit that goddamn like button. When I last looked, it was only 120 people in here, and I had 125 likes, but now it done jumped up to 140. So, six of y'all need to hit that damn like button like 10 minutes
But
ago.
another thing too is I'm not your Black Manosphere HR department or help desk. A lot of motherfuckers tend to have it in their mind that I'm the dude to bring all the complaints to the Black Manosphere. Like I have a direct line to like some of the bigger people. I don't, and I'm not doing that. either. So, because I get tired of people wanting to talk about 1.0 and like I'm supposed to be the diplomat to hear all this bullshit. I'm like, no, 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 no. That's something I'm not doing either. I mean, every content creator is an individual. And this idea that as a group, we all need to, no, that's something else I'm not doing. Because people tend to, yeah, man, and 1.0 meant it to be this way. Because first of all, my audience is 96% men. So this
Hmm.
idea that people want to talk about, I let people in this space, or I did this, or I did that, because I may have shared a video or something. That's bullshit. Because I don't even be interviewing women like that. I do it every once in a while, but no. So people, they try to talk shit about who they can access, and no, I'm not that. But anyway,
I mean, how do you, and if you ask for the link, you know who you are. Go ahead, check your spam, check your spam. But I mean, you can't literally quote unquote keep someone out the space, right? The only thing you can keep someone off, you can keep them off your page and keep them out of your chat room. You can't stop them from watching. You can't stop them from watching others. There's no way to quote unquote literally keep someone out the space.
in
The
their
only thing you
mind,
can do,
they can.
I mean, how do you do that? How do you keep someone out? How does that happen?
They never explain that. They never explain that, and it's just a way of throwing shit out there. And my thing, it really is.
Brother Trey, what's good with it, man? Are you here to challenge Brother Edward? You're muted. You're muted, Trey. Paging Brother Trey, paging Brother Trey. You are muted. Come to the front. You're muted.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Are you here to challenge Brother Edward?
Man, I don't really have much to challenge on. I agree with Ed pretty much on 99% of what he was saying. Just
Well,
nobody
what
wanted
the
to
hell you
challenge.
doing up here? This is for challenges, god damn it.
No,
This
nobody
is for
wanted it, but
challenges.
there is a small area where me and Ed disagree, and I don't know if he really even disagrees as far as we go. As I know Ed was speaking about the future of the community, and my argument is this for brothers: is that go free, take the approach, that us over in the gulag have, and just remove yourself completely from black society, from the cult thinking, mindset, women, financially, priorities. Just not give a damn. Cut off family if necessary.
I mean, you already
So,
know what I think. I believe in doing what's in your own best interest. I mean, if dudes want to stay here, stay and fight. I'm not married to the idea of dudes leaving. Like, I'm not one of these dudes. It's like, oh my god, you need to save yourself. If you're not smart enough to do what's in your best interest, then that's between you and Darwin. Darwin will handle that.
Yeah,
but you
my
said, but you said you
okay.
cool with the SYSBM movement, though, right? You don't have a problem with the
Well, that's
SYSBM
brothers
movement.
doing what's in their own best interest. Like, think about
Okay.
it. Dudes that are SYSBM, they may advocate for why they do what they do, or serve as a beacon for other brothers that might be thinking that way, to let them know, hey, you're not crazy, you're not a coon, you're not insane, or fuck them people that want to call you a coon. You have a right to think what you think. But they're not necessarily trying to draft votes, saying like an army trying to come in here and just take women, take children against their will and stuff like that. Now you do see that in the reverse, where they try to put social pressure to try to put people back in the box. And they try to call people lames and coons and you're weak, you're this, you're that. You do see that in the opposite, and folks are supposed to pretend that doesn't happen. So yeah, I mean, I'm all like, it's got me questioning. I'm like, dude, do y'all really believe in black male agency? Because this, like I said, the manosphere was not built around you have black male agency as long as community benefits. That's not what this space was for. Because that's what what's the point of having our space if that's what it is? That's what the pro blacks talk about in the pro
Yeah.
black sector. So yeah, um, Okay, yep. SKC is SYBM certified, and he agreed. And I'm not saying that to be stupid. I'm not a car. I tell y'all, I still date black women, so apparently I'm still tainted.
Tainted.
My
Well,
my
shout out.
lesbian application gets denied, and in the paperwork it says no. You still said you still date black women, particularly in the United States. So yes, we're gonna have to decline this for now.
Yeah.
You can reapply in 6 months.
Yeah, access denied. Shout out to my brother, Sir Anthony. What's good with it, brother Sir Anthony? With the $5 super chat. He said, I support Edward Anderson, one of the sharpest minds in the black manosphere. I don't think many can argue with that. Brother Sir Anthony, you know you when you drop coins on this platform, my brother, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that $5 super chat, brother Sir Anthony.
Yeah, my
So,
apologies, brother Xavier. Only other thing that I could potentially challenge Ed on is, I say, hey, lean into white supremacy. The dad gonna get what you need. Even if you want, one of the queens, lean into it.
You
mm,
like SK, like him and SKC comes in. Well, here's the thing. I appreciate you coming up because that way somebody can't say behind the scenes. I told Xavier to say this, but behind the scenes I said I ain't talking to nobody, so they can't say that. Also, I'm supposed to be on Shay Shardays a Friday, so if you want to come up there, you can because you are a certified SYSBM person. And yeah, that's
yeah, go ahead and if you have the link to it, brother Edward, go
I
ahead,
don't.
spam that,
Yeah, I don't.
spam your channel, do what you like. You got a wrench and shit, so go ahead and
Yeah, I
do your thing.
appreciate that, but yeah, unfortunately, she don't have that yet because I don't. But I'll expand mine. But as far as the leaning into white supremacy, I mean, I mean, my look. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna go and say all that, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like, I mean, shit, the women did. I mean, when you calling the
Yeah,
911 on your dude, I mean, you can't say the women didn't do it. But see, that doesn't count because reasons. You know, when 19 million abortions and counting, that's not leaning into white supremacy. That's just a black woman exercising her right. But whatever.
Brother Faulkner, are you putting your email in there because you want the link or you wish to come up and challenge brother Edward? Because I don't think I have him for too much longer, so
Oh no,
y'all
I'm
need
good.
to hurry up.
No,
Y'all need to hurry
I
up and
don't
get
think
your
that's
bid
what
in.
we're doing. But
yeah,
but
yeah.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
me and Ed, even though we're diametrically opposed, somewhat politically, we agree. It's like, I mean, I'm more center right anyway. Ed's more center left, so we pretty much in the same spectrum.
I mean, I'm independent. I mean, it's I don't. I mean, I politically, I I just ain't no Trump cheerleader. I ain't saying you are, but but as far as, and then you gotta remember, I'm in North Carolina, so. But I mean, only thing really left about me is I think weed should be legal, and I think we should be legal because of the tax purposes. I need North Carolina to get in like Florida and Texas and be no income tax. And contrary to popular belief, them white boys in the East already grow it. They just don't police them on it. So might as well, get the internet out. That's another thing. So I wouldn't consider myself left, but I'm in the middle. It just depends. I'm not even gonna. I mean, end of the day, on the practical shit that counts, it is what it is. But anyway, no, now people just challenge me and challenge me. It's cool. So yeah, I like no, we did it for an hour and 45 minutes. It was good.
Yeah,
Not really
nobody.
questions being asked. Yeah, it is what it is. I
Y'all
appreciate
ain't
that
want
because
to.
I really
Y'all
do
ain't
look
want to.
forward to
Y'all
it.
ain't want to come up. Y'all didn't want to come up. Y'all saw
I
the
guess,
email. It's been up there all night.
yeah,
So
I guess the
you
dudes with the
know.
real smoke, as far all the trash they be talking about your head, they don't want that.
Well, I mean, a lot of, I mean, the thing about it is a lot of, they get personal because that's all they got. So it's like, man, I don't like that nigga. That nigga sounds like a bitch. Okay. So,
That nigga
for
sound
real,
like.
because like for real, yeah, but you still a bitch though. Okay. I mean, first
Yeah,
thing,
but that's kind of petty, man. That's petty ass shit,
man, I
man.
got
That
dudes
Yeah,
shit
that
done.
literally create troll. I'm disappointed. Where the dudes that literally create where's the dude that's got the acronym Edward Anderson, the first gay man of the manosphere. He usually comes on and
What?
drops $10 just to say how much of a bitch I am. I got a
Wow.
couple. Oh
Man,
yeah,
I need haters like that, man.
I got a couple of people like that. Yeah, they go no matter where I go. It's been a minute since they've been there, and I remember I brought that one of these dudes up because usually as a dude they'll have BGSs or somebody that I rock with, Icon. Trey wasn't talking, so I didn't know if they decided to do that. They'd be like, "Fuck you, Edward. You a bitch. You a hoe." One time I got good at it, so one time they got me with BGS. Like, yeah, and I gave BGS this whole introduction. Yeah, this, you know how you do it. BGS is so BGS. What are your thoughts on this? Fuck you, Edward. You a bitch. You a hoe. I'd be like, oh, you got me. Damn.
That's their challenge. You're a bitch. That's their challenge. Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Nigga, you lame. Nigga, you gay. I just gotta let you know, by the powers of the black goddess, I commend your lame ass to the
I mean,
to the
I mean,
abyss.
come on, man. What are we in fucking junior high? Like, come on, man.
That's
Some of
wild.
this shit is just fucking juvenile, man. It's just, come on, man.
Officer Faulkner's asking for the link, so I'll get
He
him
is?
out of here. Hopefully, it's a challenge.
He
And
is.
yeah, you put it in the chat link.
Oh,
Edward, you have been charged with being a lame and being a bitch ass nigga.
Shit. But hey,
I wasn't
hey,
even.
I'll catch you tomorrow night, Ed, on Shed's channel, and I'll see you next week, brother Xavier.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely. That's right. Cause you're debating next Wednesday, a week from tonight, right? Yeah, you and Big Nate are squaring off. That's right. That's right.
I
Are
charge-
you are you willing to take a challenge from Brother Faulkner? Because they say he's asking for the link.
I mean, man, Charles, because I literally, Charles can challenge me on Art to Stall shit. I mean, I'm always there. Yeah, I challenge, I charge you with the crime of not getting no bitches and not getting no hoes.
So that's a no. So that's a no.
That's a no. That's a I'm tired. That's a I gotta cuss my people
Well,
out tomorrow in this meeting.
yeah, well,
I mean, Charles.
he doesn't.
Charles said
He doesn't.
to challenge me. Stop being stupid, Charles.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to challenge anybody else, y'all. I mean, Ed's been here for almost 2 hours, y'all. Like he
I don't
didn't
wanna
just
get
get
arrested.
here. He's been here for 2 hours, and he told me at the top of the show he wasn't going to stay long. So I mean, y'all had y'all chance, man. Y'all
Yeah,
didn't
this
want
is
to.
how
Y'all don't
black
want to do
people
it.
do. Y'all like to do shit in the end. No, hell, fuck that. No. You know, like I got here on time. I was here
Yep.
like 5 minutes early. So y'all can
Yep.
do shit late. Nope. Now,
Yep.
cause you know how it is. People like, man, that nigga ran. She. Anyway, shit. Gotta get Austin Hollerman on here if we can. You know what? Another dude to get on here? The Black Man's Option, because he's starting to reactivate his stuff. There's a couple. I had to email you on that, but
Yeah, just hit me up. That's all. Just hit me up. You already know what it is. You got my information, man. You know, so you already know what it is. But I tell everybody, man, y'all had an opportunity to come up here and challenge Ed. Like I said, he's been here for almost 2 hours. He was here on time, like most of you Negroes ain't when you come here. And he said he don't. He said he don't want to do nothing. So no more challenges, man. No
niggas be
challenges.
like, Passport Bros, nigga, you running. I'm about to, I should come up with a slogan. Passport Bros, run, nigga, run. And then have an icon of a dude running like he trying to lead a plantation with a stick and a little bag, white bag. Run, nigga, run.
But I appreciate you coming through, though, man.
Yeah, Charles said that he wants to come up to set up a time where people can challenge him. That's what Mel said.
Oh, Brother Faulkner, you want to come up here and set up something? Is that what you want to do?
That's
Well, I'll send Brother Faulkner the link. I mean.
All right, y'all. Much appreciated. I'm out. Peace.
Hey, Brother Edward, man, I appreciate you coming through, man. Don't be no stranger here, man. You know you're always welcome on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page, my brother.
Absolutely. Hey, yo, I got a quick question before I leave. That icon you doing with everything walking, you running that through OBS?
Yes.
That's how you do that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I got my question
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I,
StreamYard and OBS kind of they sync actually pretty good. They sync pretty good together.
okay. I need to get my shit together with that shit, boy. I come with some. Anyway, peace.
Peace. All right, go ahead, brother Faulkner. Go ahead, check your email. Check your email. And I guess anybody else who wants to come up, go ahead. You know what the email is. You see it on the screen. Go ahead, email me. It's properthought at yahoo.com. That's properthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. We may go ahead and run. We may run for another hour or so. We'll see what happens. I don't have to get up too early in the morning, but I do have to get up early, Negro. So don't keep me up on some bullshit. And I can't believe my damn likes is beating my live viewers. I can't believe it. I don't have to yell at y'all tonight. I don't have to yell at you Negroes tonight. God, that is so refreshing to not have to scream on you Negroes about hitting that like button. So I'm going to leave y'all alone all night. 151 likes. It's 113 people in the box. I can't even say nothing to y'all, man. Y'all done shut me up. Y'all done shut my ass up. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. But yeah, check your email, brother Faulkner. Yeah, man, I would have let y'all come through, man, but y'all know when we do these challenges, man, I let the guest of honor decide whether or not they want to do the challenges, and if they say no, man, that's it. It's just a done deal. Brother Faulkner, what's good with it, man? You muted.
I was saying salute to Ed because I didn't think too many people were gonna challenge him. I was just like, come on, Ed, why you gotta intimidate all these dudes, man? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he was here for like 2 hours. Nobody came up, so there it is.
That's funny.
There it is.
Like, what's the
There it
one dude?
is.
What's the one dude in the chat? Truism, words of
Yeah,
the.
brother Atruism.
Oh man, Truism. He's another one of them weird ass dudes, man. No,
Well, Truism is my dude, and he does challenges too. So if anybody want to come up at him and get at him, he comes
Truism,
here pretty often.
Truism is not my dude. He's been a weirdo for a minute, but anyway, the most important part about it is and I don't really care for these challenges because look, how long have I been in these YouTube streets?
Yeah, for quite some time. For quite some time.
Like I'm like Edward. Nobody's challenging me because I've done a. Last week I damn near did a live stream 5 days straight.
Mm.
People avoid me like fucking COVID. All right. So it's like this. They're like, "Oh, you should challenge." I'm like, "Nigga, do you remember who I am? I'm the motherfucker that made Cynthia G ran. You don't want that."
Aha. Well, I'm making an announcement right now. If you want to come up here and challenge, because we can quickly turn this into the Brother Faulkner challenge. If there's anybody out there who wishes to challenge Brother Faulkner, you know what to do. The email is properthought at yahoo.com. That's properthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. Email now. Email now. And I do mean now, Negroes. It's crazy though, because I do a lot of these, right? A lot of people write me and they're like, X, I want to do a challenge, I want to do a debate. I get a lot of those rights. And I bring people up and because they write me and they say, oh, all these people got smoke with me. I want to come on your channel and do X, Y, and Z. But 80% of the time when I do these things, no one comes up to challenge these people. They just don't. They just don't do it. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that no one came up to challenge Ed. I'm not surprised.
It's
I'm not
not
surprised
even.
at all.
It's not even last time I got booted from good channel. You had a little bitch boy blankety brigade. I'm like, dude, you're one of those idiots who try to argue shit that we put to rest 5, 6 years ago. I'm not arguing about no old crow shit. Nobody cares about it. I'm tired of niggas saying, "Well, black women are the number one reason." No, 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 no. Like, believe it or not, racism still affects you. Why? Because guess what? That black chick is gonna act the way the environment allows her. So
Yeah,
now that
yeah.
all these chicks,
If y'all wanna debate Brother Faulkner, don't debate him in the chat, man. Come on
it's
up here, man.
it's not even a debate in the chat because he was already crushed before. See,
Oh,
this is the craziest part. It's like for some odd reason, I'm like laughing because I wanted to commend Edward because Edward put his time out there and people talk shit about him and I'm looking in his panels and people talking shit about him, but they never will get on the panel with him. It's like
yeah.
it's like I had to say this before to most people. What consequence are you to me? What are you going to show me that I have not seen in this planet? Even though for some of these people, I can show them what they never seen was soap and water. But what challenge it is? Oh, you just a bitch head nigga with a badge and all this other stuff. I said, dude, what? See, the internet made brave men of a lot of niggas. I'll tell you that much. The internet
Yeah,
made brave men of a lot of niggas.
I totally agree with that. I mean, you
You
hear a
got
lot of
you
stuff
got
up here,
dudes like
man.
you got dudes like Black Sid who, I mean, he's got a piss with tweezers or whatever. I don't know what the fuck's his issue is.
What? Piss with tweezers.
Man, can't grab it. It's too microscopic. You just got to get tweezers, man. I mean, what's his problem? Oh, he's supposed to be this conservative, well off, middle class brother, but he still wallows in obsolescence. I'm sorry. It's it's fundamentally funny. It's like trying to argue with Cynthia G and all she's got is that same beta male coon logic. It's like
Mm.
it's nothing new. It's nothing new. Come on with something better. Well, you's a bitch. So that's all you got? Really? All that education down the drain? I mean, for a lot of educated people, I mean, really, what you need to do is go back, wipe your ass with that degree. Some of you, because we do have some smart brothers and sisters in this space. Don't get me wrong, but some people, like I had to tell one sister who was on my channel, I said you ought to go back to your college and punch your damn professors in the mouth. You're a healthcare specialist, but you don't understand biology. Like who raised you?
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
And I mean,
But like,
make your baby mama an honest woman. How about you actually have sex, nigga?
well, like you said, I mean, the internet has given people wings. It has given them muscles. It has given them courage.
I
It
mean,
has given them
they
a shield
look
to
like
hide behind.
they look like me after an '80s training montage, man. It's funny, right? Because I know Blackson was like, what's the average grades for kids at schools? Point three point what 0.31? No, that was one student, you dumbass.
Hmm.
One student. Just like I'm pretty sure we can go to your country of origin.
Now, you want to talk about something that I was crushed in? What
Crushed,
exactly
yeah,
was I
crushed.
crushed in?
Life,
What?
everything.
Really?
What the hell were
So
you crushed
crushed,
in?
in
All
fact,
you
that when I
gotta
was
do
hitting
is
you in the
talk
head with facts, you had
loud.
to kick me off
You're
the
not
channel
gonna make
because
the
I
point.
didn't want to do the bitch nigga
You're
moon slide
gonna
through you
do
with
the bitch
history,
nigga
right?
move. What you're gonna
And then the
do
next
is
time when I
you're
came
gonna the
on,
next
you
time you get on
literally had to
somebody's
have a
panel,
brigade of
stop
bitch boys
crying.
to
Stop
meet me
crying.
there, and even
Stop
then you still
crying.
couldn't do it.
Stop
So
crying.
now I'm going to say it to
Stop
ask you
crying.
again. What was
Because
I
just like
crushed on?
you, all you
What
get
was I
crushed on
crushed on?
anything. You
What
got
was I
crushed on
crushed
the
on?
alphabet. So
How am
whatever.
I crushed on the alphabet when I actually asked you a simple question? And
And I
I gave
answered
you
it.
an answer to the question. The
And you
question
your
is, and the
your
answer to it
answer was
is,
stupid.
no, it's not stupid.
It's
You niggas
stupid.
keep avoiding the problem
You're
because
stupid.
you don't
No,
want to
the
have
problem
that kind of
is
real
the
conversation about it.
problem is
The
because of
problem
weak
is,
ass
if
niggas
it's
like you who
affecting
don't
black
want to
folks,
see forward.
is the daggle. That's what it is.
So what?
The daggle, nigga. Daggle. D-A-G-G-L-E.
I
You
don't
get it
care
real
what you
now?
like to chew
Daggle.
on. I don't care what you like to suck on. Now,
Daggone
now,
fucking female, a
now,
black female. What the fuck you gonna take me
now,
to the gay shit for, nigga?
now.
I talk to you about a
Because
woman
you
to fuck. You
talking
talking
some
about this
gay
dick?
shit.
What the fuck is your? I
Because
know
you
you a
bitch made a
Baltimore
spirit
nigga.
of
Nah,
women.
there's only Baltimore
Because a
niggas. Is
black
that
woman
fucking gay
probably
for
took
no
around your
fucking
pockets
reason?
and beat your
For no
ass.
reason, really,
That's
brother?
why.
Really? You gonna
That's
go for that?
why.
Oh, really? Oh,
Because
really?
a
Really,
black
bro?
man
Really? You gonna
probably
go for the gay
a
shit, nigga?
black man probably
You
doesn't.
really
See,
going for
first
the
and
gay shit?
foremost,
The first time I
first
was
and
Hold on,
foremost,
hold on, hold on, hold on,
first
hold
and
on, hold on.
not
foremost,
at all. You gonna ask what the fuck
first
I
and
suck on?
foremost, you're
Hold
scared
on,
of black women. I'm not.
hold on,
Yes,
hold on, hold
You
on,
can't
really
hold.
even
fine.
speak to
What the
one.
fuck you talking
How
about?
the
You
fuck
just
you
did it.
gonna tell
You
me the
just
black
did it,
woman
nigga.
is
You
the
just,
fucking problem,
nigga.
but
You
you
yes,
can't
she
even
is,
challenge one?
but she's not a
But guess
woman.
what? But here's
That's
the
the
problem,
problem.
right?
The daggle is
That's
not a
your
woman.
problem,
The
not
daggle
mine.
is a female. And the
But
problem
stop
is you
acting
niggas
like a
can't deal with
female
the
and
fact
actually talk like a
that
man
you
and wait
can't
your
get
turn.
this daggle bitch to
See,
love
this
you.
is the
And
reason
that's your
why
problem.
I
You
said it's
niggas want
nothing
mama
new.
to love your ass so bad, and
Oh,
it ain't
guess
gonna
what? I
fucking
don't.
happen.
My mother
And you
already
know the
loves me.
reason why
I
it's
don't
not
care what
gonna
your mother
happen?
gave you up for
Because your
adoption.
ass ain't
See,
white,
this is the
nigga.
reason why I
Hold,
said
hold
this is
on,
still
hold,
a 5 minute
hold
argument.
hold on. Everybody hold on, because I want to hear both of y'all. And I can't hear both of y'all if both of y'all is talking. So I'm going to go ahead and put a clock on this shit. So everybody can get their shit off and everybody can hear everybody. This ain't a formal debate, but I got to put y'all on the clock. Because that's the only way we're going to be able to hear anybody's points. Do we draw straws? Do we flip a coin? Do we do what to see who goes first? I'm going to set the clock for 5 minutes.
You already know
Whoever
where
want.
I stand on this one, X.
Okay. Well, I guess Brother Faulkner's going first. 5 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, Brother Faulkner. You got it.
See, this is the bad part about the argument. Even on a street to intellectual level, I don't give a fuck what the women do. Let them act the way they are. That's the reason why they're not married. See, it's just like that one chick from a Mary's punk ass group when she tried to say you're misogynistic. I said, why don't you actually tell me the fucking definition?
I'll agree with you on that.
Because if I'm worried about a bitch is gonna be a bitch. Because last time I checked, who's the head of the house? Who's the captain of the ship? Because last time I checked, if my woman's supposed to be my second in command, you're gonna be relieved of duty. So she's not my biggest problem. Even with my son's mother, you can't take him to school, give him here. I don't have to do what a lot of niggas do. Go to court. No. Give me my son here and everything in this room because I bought it. If you can't do what I ask, then I'll order you to do what you need to do. Women are not my biggest problem. As a matter of fact, I've even said it on my fucking channel. Men accomplish more when they're away from women. You ever notice that when you're out there, you're probably an athlete training, when you sustain from women, you're probably going to get your best results when you're studying instead of letting somebody take up your time. See, the problem is this is the reason why Officer Fault is not afraid of women. Because guess what? You can tell women, I'm busy. Well, I'm going to fuck you. You were going to do that anyway. Women are not our biggest issue. Our biggest issue was the fucking state. And yes, the not overt but covert racism they have towards black men and black male growth. See, I'd rather deal with the white guy who calls me a nigga to my face. At least I know where that motherfucker stand. I can't stand any sneaky motherfuckers who will go behind my back and use some unreasonable subterfuge. So no, I don't give a fuck. See, a woman is not the destination. She has never been the destination. Please, let's do put that out there. She's a byproduct. It's no different if I wear a diamond ring, wear my diamond ring on my diamond necklace. You're an addition, an accessory. If she offers no assistance, then I give her nothing but my distance, then my resistance. No. But go ahead. I got time to spare.
All right, let me go ahead and reset the clock. Brother Truism, 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger, brother.
Okay. I'll even give you a little bit of respect for the fact that you and I both have the same feelings towards Amara, or A. Marie, as I like to call her. I'll even give you that. But here's the problem with that little diatribe you just got through with. You completely missed the obvious. You know that white guy that you talk about so much? The one who says he has so much obvious racism for you? Here's a little historical fact. And shout out to SKC for that. You know the Ku Klux Klan, don't you? And this is where you can answer. You're familiar with the Ku Klux Klan, right?
Sure.
Did you know this little fun historical fact that the Ku Klux Klan were called upon by black females to deal with black men they got into domestic arguments with?
Oh
The
my, did I
same
not say
female,
this?
nah,
Did I
nah,
not
nah, nah,
say this
nah,
on
nah,
my
nah, nah,
channel?
nah, nah,
Oh
nah,
my,
nah,
this is something
nigga.
shocking and new.
I'm
I'm gonna
not
let you go
done
ahead.
yet. The same white guy that they will call the police if you don't do something that she likes. See, what you really don't understand is, and what no one seems to want to grasp, is that the greatest trick that Zaddy played on, especially white men, or excuse me, black men, was convincing him that his discarded side bitch was his woman. Let me say that again for the numbnuts who can't quite put two and two together in the back. The greatest trick that Zaddy ever played on black men is convincing them that his side bitch was his woman. You niggas have been dead for a very long time, and you haven't even realized it. The enemy that you need to deal with isn't even white men, because white men aren't even worried about you. And do you want to know why they're not worried about you? Because you're already hobbled by your love and fixation for your worst enemy. And I'm done.
All right. I'll stop the clock. I guess now we go into a rebuttal round, so we'll drop it down to 3 minutes for time considerations. Brother Faulkner, 3 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger, brother. You got it.
I'm like really funny. Like nobody didn't know that black women have done that. Just like what would make white men not do that anyway? They're looking for, especially guys from the Ku Klux Klan. They were looking for reasons to do things. Remember when this guy, you know, was allegedly whistling at a white woman? You might have heard of that, didn't you, Brother X? See, black men's greatest issue was the country. You know why? Because black men didn't get the fair shake. See, that black woman that you so love was a byproduct of that white man. See, a smart black man did things out of duty, not because out of love. Once again, when you actually figure it out, there's two things that actually hinders black men. One, institutionalized racism, because the amount of money pumped into black men are not the same as everybody else. Two, the fact that black men have a very distinct history of not working together, especially in the last, what, 40, 50 years? And then three is black women, which is easily something that black men have always overcome. Even when we had miscegenation laws that were against black men and not black women, guess what? Black men still married out. Black men got other black women from the Caribbean, from Africa, and hell, anywhere else there were black people. So women are the least of a man's problems. Too many of you niggas are upset about black men because you chase them when a real man's going to replace them. See, the problem is this: you don't want to blame that white man for his iniquities because I'm going to blame the black woman for hers. So I'm damn sure going to blame the white man's for his. So before we even get into this black woman shit, the black woman ant is a non factor to any man on his shit and purpose. Woo!
Is that that's the end of your statement, Brother Faulkner?
Pretty
Are you ending
much.
it? All right. Let me stop the clock, reset. This will be our last round of rebuttals, then we'll go into a short 10-minute rapid fire, Brother A Truism. 3 minutes on the clock, brother. Pull the trigger.
Now, you say that a woman is the least part of the problem towards men. I didn't say in terms of an individual. I'm talking the biggest part of problems that affect that's bigger than racism affecting black people, but black men especially. See, and I'm going to be doing this soon. I'm going to be having a discussion, not really a discussion, a thesis actually, on what the major issue that has affected the community, or what I call the coven. I'm calling it discarded side bitch syndrome. And the major symptom of that, the first one that you'll notice, is a fixation and a veneration of the golden god, aka the white man in this regard. And the last symptom, but the most prevalent, is symptom number 5: disregard, contempt, and hatred of the parachute man, which was black. This particular individual, you decided to form families with. Said families that were formed became dysfunctional, and it didn't take long for it to happen. Said families that were formed were matriarchal, which anyone who actually has studied history knows that patriarchy equals power, not matriarchy. But because you really don't want to deal with the very true root of the problem, which is mama, you try to look outside of that. I'll say it again. The calls are coming from inside of the house. No one ever seems to put 2 and 2 together when I say that. But the enemy that you have to deal with is the enemy you decide to share your bed with. Many of your greatest minds that black folk used to talk about, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, all these other men, Charles Drew, who came up with all these different things, were products of black women, in many cases, with white men. Why? Because they're only operating in what they are programmed to do, which is to service the white man's needs. And when those miscegenation laws came up, they affected everyone, black male and especially black female. Hence their hatred for you.
All right. I guess we're going to go ahead and do a rapid fire round. Y'all know the rapid fire. There's no clock. There's no nothing. It's mano y mano till I get tired of it. Then I put the clock up for 10 minutes and then it's over. So go ahead. We left off with Brother A Truism. Brother Faulkner, you got it, man. This is rapid fire. Pull the trigger.
Number one, White men always had access to black women. That's nothing new. Nobody gives a fuck. By the
Of
way,
course you do. That's
By the
the
way,
reason why. You give a
black
fuck
women are
about
having
that.
the hardest time out of anybody to date or marry interracially. So
It doesn't matter
they're
about them
stuck.
interracially marrying.
It is
They are
because, like, if
basically
I
being
tell you,
used
for some
to
reason,
to take care
comprehension
of
and
the
listening
needs
is a
of
poor
these
skill in
other
this
kinds
space.
of men.
Because if I
That's the
tell you black
problem.
women are a non-factor
You
and each
yourself
woman can be
even
replaced,
admitted to having a
black
problem with a
women are a
doggone black
non-factor.
female.
Guess
You
what?
yourself, as a
Guess what?
full-grown man on a panel, was going to
Guess
sit
what?
here with all the accomplishments. Wait a minute. Let me ask
Guess
you a
what?
question. Wait, stop.
Guess what?
Let me
They're
ask
a
you a question.
non-factor because every black
No,
woman
they're
I've
not. No, they're
dated
not. And
can be
the
if
point I'm gonna
they
make
weren't
real quick.
replaced
Let me ask
already.
you a question.
So guess
How
what?
old are you? Wait, stop. How
Guess
old are
what?
you? How old are you?
40, baby.
How old are you?
40, baby.
Okay. Now, tell me a little bit about your record and your accomplishments, please, if you don't mind.
No, we're gonna keep going to the subject.
No, that's not.
We're
No,
gonna go
that's a
back
part
to
of the
this.
subject. So that's why I'm
The
asking you.
subject.
So if you
I'm not
can you answer
avoiding
my
the
question?
subject. I'm
Can you
avoiding
answer
the
my question,
stupidity.
please?
That's what I'm
Can you answer my
avoiding.
question, please? Can you
First
answer
and
my question?
foremost, why is
Can
a
you
woman?
answer the question
Why
that I
would a
gave you,
woman
please? Can you
be a
answer that?
non-factor?
Can you answer
Why
the
would
question
this
I
woman
gave you,
be so much if
please? Because
she's
that's
a
the question I asked.
non-factor?
Because it goes
If
exactly to my
she's a
point.
non-factor,
Can you give me the answer to my question,
if
please? Can
she's
you
a
give me the actual answer?
non-factor,
Just give me
because have you ever noticed when
one
black men
credential of yours.
actually
Give me
are
one
on
credential.
their
Give me
shit?
one credential. Give me one credential of yours. Just one. You don't have to give me a whole bunch. Give me one credential.
No.
Just tell me about what your service record, how long
Why?
you served.
You're the
Because
one who trying
it's
to make.
important.
Guess what?
Because it's
Who
important. That's
said
why.
y'all got this veneration and fear
It's
of this black woman?
It's
She's not the
important, and it goes
boogeyman you
back to
think
my
she
point.
is. I'm
It goes back
sorry.
to my point. It
She's
goes
the
back to my point.
non-factor.
It goes
She's
back to
like
my
the
point.
third or fifth thing you need
Okay,
to worry about.
you're not going to do it.
Because black
Fine,
men
not a
never
problem.
had
No,
a
that's
fucking
okay.
issue
You can go ahead and
getting
not
any
do that.
woman to be
That's
his wife.
fine. But
As a
here's the
matter of
reason
fact,
why
you're
that's a
so
problem,
desired
okay?
around the world.
Because with
Why do you
all
think
the
black women are
accomplishments that
begging
you
black
made in
men
your
not to
life,
go?
whatever they may
Why do you
be,
think?
you
Because
literally,
guess what? A
as
lot
a
of productive
full-grown
black
man
men said,
in
well,
your
guess what?
40s,
I
said,
have
I'm
my.
tired of black women. I'm tired of not being respected around here. In regards with
I
dealing
never
with a
said that
fucking black
because I
woman.
get
Yes, the
respected.
fuck your ass did.
I
You were
get
recorded
respected
saying
anywhere
it,
I
nigga.
go.
In
But this
live
is the
time.
reason why you screaming and crying and getting all emotional.
That's
You
the
want
reason
that
why you did it,
respect.
nigga.
You want
Yeah.
that admiration.
I don't
You
give a
want that black
motherfucker
woman to
about
come
what
up
a
out the
scrag
water and
wants
say
at
the
all.
royal penis
You
is
want to
clean,
know
your
the
highness.
reason why?
That's what you want.
Because I
I get
decided
the
to
respect anyway.
escape no, the fuck your
I
ass
get the
don't.
respect
Because you
anyway.
literally admitted
See,
that
this
you
is the
didn't,
part you
nigga.
don't
You
get
said
about.
it yourself.
This
You
is
were
the part you don't get about. See, I've
step
actually
away from
built black men
crying,
to
nigga.
be better men.
Literally on Art and
I
Stone's
don't
panel.
worry about
You
what the
in front
women
of
do. The
everybody with
women are a
enthusiasm,
byproduct.
all
They're
your
not
little
the
crew.
importance of a man.
Then if they're not the
So
important
they're not
part
the
of a man, then
importance.
why are you
If
going to
you want to
complain
get
about
to the
not getting
goal,
respect, nigga?
because guess what?
Why are you
Here's
going to
the.
complain about not getting respect if they're not that important?
I don't complain about getting
You
respect.
did it.
You do.
Actually did it, Negro. And that's an
You
actual
do.
clip of you did it.
When?
I don't
When,
give a
please?
fuck. I
I don't give
laughed
a
at these tracks.
when.
And do you want to know
Matter of
why?
fact, when?
You want to know
Because
why
I
I
get
laugh about
respected.
these tracks? Because
No,
I
because
know that they're
because
going to
you're
keep
heavily
going
bothered
up
by them.
this failed climb
You're
of Squirrel
heavily
Mountain
bothered by them.
and drop all
Because
the way down. And I laugh all the way down.
every time I talk to one of these strags, Cynthia G, and I will newly include into the stragocracy, classic Ruby, I've actually handled them and put them back in their fucking place. Yeah, buddy. Because the
Nigga.
funniest part
You
about it is
still
you
cried,
don't have
nigga.
a history of
Your
putting strags
ass
in their place.
still
What you do is
cried.
come on panels and whine to them. You
How do
whine
I get on
about
panels
them.
and whine?
You
Really? I
have to
don't
be
come
in
up here to
fear for
whine.
your
I come
safety
up
because
here
of a bitch.
and I beat
I
them in the
don't.
head with the truth. And do you know
You
what?
don't hit them in
They
the head with
actually
the
like
truth.
it.
You hit them in the head
They
with whining.
actually like it, though.
You
They
try to
like
get
it, though.
that. I mean,
They
hey.
like it, though. Even though they know
No,
I'm with a
they
white
don't like
woman,
you.
they like it.
They
Yes,
like
the hell
me
they
when I
do.
tell them the
Because they
truth.
come up every time when I
No,
come up, when
because
they hear
when
the
they
voice,
come up, they
they
go
get on
away.
the panel because they have no choice but to.
Yeah,
Nigga.
no, they actually
Everybody
run away
wants to
from
hear
you.
the crow talk.
I'm like,
That's
look,
why.
this is the fucked up part about it.
It ain't nothing
So many
easy,
brothers
nothing
are
hard
worried
about
about
getting
the
a
women
strag,
in our
nigga.
shit
The
that you
problem here is
that
you
you
ain't
actually
never gonna
can't
hit me not
accomplish
one
shit.
time and ever
You can't
complain about not
accomplish
getting
shit without
respect
the
from the
women, man.
lowest fucking
You
woman on the
can't
planet,
accomplish
nigga.
shit about the
But
women,
you
man.
did it, nigga.
You
You did
can't
it.
accomplish
I'm
shit
sorry,
about the
brother. I
women,
know you
man.
don't want to admit it,
You want
but
the
you did it.
women to come
I
back
know
and
you
begging
don't
on
want
you,
to
but
admit
guess
it,
what?
but you
You
did it.
see, y'all
No,
sorry
you
niggas
don't want
want
to
these
admit it,
women on
but
bended
you
knee.
did
What
it.
I say,
And
just
I
walk
know
past
what it
them.
is. It hurts,
Walk walk
nigga.
on by,
I can
nigga.
hear
But
the
yet
hurt,
you
hear the
want
hurt
you
in
want to
your
talk
pain in your
about
voice,
this
nigga.
shit, right?
I heard it,
You
nigga.
want to
I
go to
heard it.
this stuff.
Nigga,
You
you
heard
had
what?
all of the manliness at that point in time of my
What the
8-year-old son, and you're 5
my
times his
God.
age.
Oh my God. You got the
You're 5
manliness of a
times my
set of
son's age.
ovaries right
He
now.
at the
Why
time,
you
he
gotta
was
talk
8 years
about
old
these
at the time when
women?
your dumb ass
These
said that
women
shit.
are gonna
You're
hurt
40.
me. They're defeating me, but brothers somehow learn
How
that
can
they
I
don't
say that they're
need
defeating
them.
me, nigga? I
This is
told
the
him every
reason
time. I
why
called him
black women
trash.
feel so
How can I
defeated.
say that? I said,
Because
you
you
haven't heard
worried
not
about
anything about
something
my
that doesn't
panels, have you?
even
You ain't
fucking
never
have a
heard nothing about my
penis.
panel record
Oh
saying
my
nothing about that,
Lord.
nigga. You
Oh
obviously
Lord.
have not heard any
Oh
of my
Lord,
work
this black
because,
woman gonna
brother,
beat me
I
up.
don't say not a
Oh
daggone
Lord,
thing
this
about it.
black woman gonna
I
come get
literally
me.
get up there.
Oh
Every matter of
Lord.
fact,
Oh
everybody
Lord, this
tries to
black
tell me
woman
to
coming for
chill
me.
when I get up on the channel.
Oh my
Because if I
God.
get on the panel and really give
Oh
them what I
my
really
God.
want,
Another
what I really
nigga
want
who
to tell them,
pees sitting down. Oh
woo,
Lord. Oh Lord, he's
nigga, they
scared of
want to
these
kick me
women.
right on off.
Oh
That's
Lord,
why I've
Lord,
got
help
kicked
us,
off a whole
Jesus,
bunch of
Lord.
panels. And I've got kicked
Help
off
me,
of Maximum
Jesus,
Black's
Lord.
channel.
You
I've
go
got
up on
kicked off
these
of
panels just to
Amari's
do what
channel.
you do best. Bitch, moan, and
Really?
complain.
That's bitching and
See, you're
moaning?
no
Really?
different than
Oh,
Blexit.
really?
You know,
Really?
another nigga that's women repellent.
But
But guess
I'm not.
what?
But guess what,
I
nigga?
don't have to
No one
complain
has a
about women
record
like
of
you
me
because I
saying
said,
I'm
nigga,
tired of
guess
not
what?
getting
Leave them
respect around
alone.
here with
Leave them
Daggle. So
alone.
that's what I'm telling you,
Oh
nigga.
my
Leave
Lord,
them
just
be.
let them go.
Go
These
for it. Go
black
free.
women,
Okay,
let
I'm
them
saying to you,
go.
go
Let
free,
them
nigga. Go
go.
free.
Let them go
Go free.
frolic in lesbianism.
Come on,
Let
okay,
them
yeah,
go
okay. Come
frolic
on,
in
yeah, okay.
loneliness.
So now you saying that.
See,
Okay, good. I want to hear
you're
that.
the
Now,
only
come
guy
over to the dark
complaining
side,
about a
nigga. No,
bunch
no,
of
no.
bitches
Come
that
over to
use
the dark
diesel
side, nigga.
powered
Come
vibrators.
over
I
to the
don't.
dark side, nigga. You're
Because
almost
guess
there.
what?
Come over to the
Because
dark
guess
side.
what? I
Come
actually put them
over
in their
to the dark
place.
side, nigga.
I
Come
have a
over
history of putting
to
bitches
the
in their
dark
place,
side, nigga.
like
No, you
Blexit
haven't. But
and
you're not
others.
doing that.
Yes, I do.
So come
Because
over
you
to
could
the dark
actually look
side.
on many different
Come over
panels.
to the dark side.
Mine,
Come on.
BGS's, Angry Man's. Do I need to
Get you
keep
a
on
white woman. Come on, you're
O'Shea's?
almost there,
It's
brother. You're almost gonna
historical
get there. Come
fact.
on.
Go
Get you a
look.
white woman. Get you a white woman.
I
Get
don't
you.
need a white woman.
Get you. Come on.
I don't need Casper the Friendly
Get
Ghost, but
you
I
a.
can find a black woman
Get you.
anywhere on this planet. So, see, this
Yeah.
is the problem
So
when
you
we get
find
to.
them, but they're not
Niggas
women.
are so limited that they
They're
think
just
that black
daggles,
women
nigga. That's
only
the problem.
exist in the
You
United
don't even know what
States.
a woman even
I
has
don't
like
want to
because
be
you
with the
go.
pasty wasties. I don't want to be with
Because
Casper.
you want to know why? Because
I
you're too
don't
much
want
of a
them
fucking nigga to
because they're
actually
not
be able to
attractive. They're not
acculturate
attractive
yourself
to
to
me.
them.
That's why.
Because
I
of
don't
course
like
they
thin
won't be
lip women.
attracted to you if you didn't act
I
like a
don't like
nigga.
thin lip women,
If
and
you
they do smell like sulfur.
if you
Trust me.
actually
I've been around them
really
in the army.
you want to
That
talk
I'm
about
not
my
attracted to
son
them.
when Daggle's got fucking cooches that smell
Guess
like
what?
fucking open
See,
graveyard
once
and
again, you
hairs that
you
smell like
prove me
burnt
correct.
corpses?
You worrying
You want to talk
about
about somebody
black American
that
women
smell like nigga?
when black women are all over this
If
fucking
you
earth.
say you're not interested in
Oh
white
my
women, how the
God,
fuck do you know what they
shit.
smell like?
But
Have
you
you been
want a
around a
white
white woman?
woman
Have you
who
been around?
actually took the
Have
black
you been
woman
around
and
with a white
she's
woman?
got more
Have you
feminism
been
than
around a white
anybody.
woman?
It's just
Have
the only
you
thing
been
about
around
it.
a white woman
You
to know what
allow
the hell
the
they
black
smell like?
one to be more openly
Have
with her
you been
feminism.
around a white
Men
woman to know
like
what they
you
smell like?
that
Have
way.
you?
So
Have you?
stop being red
Have
pill
you?
for black
Have you
women.
been
When you
around a
blue
white
pill
woman to
for
know what
every
it
other
smell like?
woman, that's the number one
Have you
issue with
been
you niggas.
around a white woman
A
to know what
lot
it
of
smell
you
like?
niggas
Have you?
are
Have
always
you been
red
around
pill
a
for
white woman
black
to smell
women,
like?
but you blue
So how
pilled
the fuck do you know what they
every
smell
other
like then?
woman, and those
How do you
other
know what they
women
smell like
take
then?
you to the
How do you
cleaners.
know? How do
Them
you know?
other women be
How
taking
do
y'all
you
to the
know?
cleaners, man.
How do you know?
I'm a serviceman. I've been around all races of people, all
Okay,
different races
so
of people.
how many
So
white women have you been with? You
back to
took
this
pictures to them. So how the
discovery.
fuck do you know if you haven't
Oh
been
my
around
God,
all that
because
long?
they're just as fucked up
Really?
as anybody else in
That
this
is the
country.
craziest thing about it. You
You
say you're
say
a
any
serviceman.
fucking
You've been
woman
all
in
around the
the
world,
Western
correct?
world,
You've been
you're
all around the
not gonna
world.
get
You've been
great
around all other
results.
kind of women, and your
You're
dumb
gonna
ass is so
get the
crazy enough to
same
complain
shit.
about and come back to Strags.
See, this is the problem. problem. Niggas are red pill
Your
for black
problem is
women, but blue as
you
fuck.
are
I mean, sea
addicted
blue
to
for
the
fucking
faggot.
other
You're
races of
gonna
women,
have
man.
to face it, nigga.
Sea
You
blue.
addicted to strags.
Sea blue.
Might as well face
Sea
it. You
blue. And
addicted
guess
to
who the white
strags.
woman wants to be?
Might as
She
well
wants to
face
be
it.
just
You
like the
addicted to
straggy daggy
strags.
women.
No, the hell they don't. They got enough brains in their head to know
Smell
they don't
like
have to resort to them.
sulfur because
You
I
want to
don't
know
want
the reason
them.
why?
Oh
Because
my
they're the
God.
standard of beauty. They
Oh
don't
my
have to
God.
try to act.
Oh
They
my
already
God. This is
are,
worse
buddy
to try to
boy.
debate a Mary. At least I can respect you more than a Mary. Jesus Christ. At least I can
So
respect you
the
more than a
fact of the matter
Mary.
is,
God damn.
I know that you're hurt, nigga. And I know
I know
you're
that you're
tired of
hurt.
the Daggle.
I
know
know
you're
that
tired of
you
it.
got stood up on your prom by a
You're tired of
black
the
chick.
Daggle. You're tired
It
of the Daggle. I
doesn't
know
mean
you
that
are.
you got to take
Because
them out
you
on
just scared
everybody.
of what your mama's
I
gonna say if you
know
come in
that
with a
she
white
stood
woman.
you up.
And that's the
I
problem.
know that you took
That's
that
the
black
problem.
chick out.
You
You
scared
took out the
that your
roof,
mama
Chris.
is gonna
You
have
got
a
in the
problem with
doggy
you
bag,
walking,
and
especially
she
with a
opened
white
up the
woman.
door and said
Shut
her
your
best friend
ass.
was right
Your
there.
mama's not gonna do
And
it no
by
way.
the
Shut your
time
ass. Still gonna keep
you pulled
complaining
off,
about
you
being
heard her
disrespected
screaming,
by
"Baby,
the
please," because he was
lowest
breaking her
woman
back.
on earth. You're still gonna
I
keep
understand
complaining
why you
about
got the
having
hatred.
disrespect
Oh
from the
my
Daggle.
God.
You're still
You
going to keep
finally got a
complaining
date.
about that. It's
You
going to
finally got a
happen, nigga.
date.
It's probably going to happen again. You're
She
going to say it again. You're going to have a
you got her
problem with the
nails
swag
done,
again.
her hair done, took her out to a fancy restaurant,
No,
and
thank you.
all
You want
she
to know
got of you
why?
was a heart and
Because I
handshake.
have dreams. I have
You
goals.
don't
I have
have dreams,
aspirations.
you walking
My
nightmare. God
desire
damn
to
you.
be a something
Oh
other
my
than
God.
just a lower
You
tier
got
nigga
dreams, but you can't
literally
get past that
propels me away
woman.
from
I
being the
never
Daggle.
seen a sorry man that's still scared
Right,
about
of
an itsy
course.
bitsy woman
Because you still,
that
but
he could
I'm
just
not. But
walk
guess what,
away
nigga?
from.
No one has any recordings of me
Itsy
complaining
bitsy
about white
woman
women
that
being
can't
treated
walk
like
away
daggles, nigga.
from.
That's the problem. You know you did it. Just admit
Oh
it.
man.
You
Man,
know you
you
did it.
whine about women
Just
so
admit it.
goddamn much, you
You
starting to act
know
like them.
you did it. Just admit it. You know you did it.
Man, you
Just
got
admit
more
it.
bitch than you did in the
You
bench right
know you
now.
did it.
God
Just
damn.
admit it. You know you did it. Just admit it.
Nigga,
Just
if
admit it.
you were more
Just
feminine right
admit it.
now, you'd be
Just
lactating, nigga.
admit it.
God
Just
damn.
admit it, nigga. Just admit it.
Wait a
I
minute.
was
Wait a
out there on
minute.
number
Hold up.
spice
Hold up.
trying
Hold
to
up. Do you smell
grind like
that?
Brian
Do you
McKnight
smell
on
that?
some
Do you smell that?
shattered
Do you smell
dreams
that?
and
I smell
broken
pussy in the air.
heart. I
I smell
don't
straight
get no
vagina.
respect. These
I smell straight
daggers
vagina in the
all
air,
the
man.
things we
I
after
smell straight vagina
love
in the air.
was the
You,
same.
oh my
Oh, Brian
God.
McKnight 90
Oh
sounded
my
straight in
God.
that
You
bitch.
whine about bitches so much, I think you starting to cross
All I
dress, man.
crying about bitches. Come on now.
God
You ain't never hear
damn.
one time,
Oh
not one
my
time
God.
you ever
God
heard me
damn,
whining about
man.
a bitch. But we
Oh,
did
but
hear
you
your ass
worried about a
complaining about not
bitch.
getting
I'm
respected
not
by
worried
that.
about a bitch. I'm worried about my
We didn't hear that.
progress.
Nigga, you
I'm
ain't
worried
worried about
about
no
this.
daggone progress. In the
Man,
words of true
my
fucking
son
swag,
had more
you will never
testicular
motherfucking meet
fortitude than you right now when he was
about what
2
your
years
bitch
old.
time out to address that shit. How the fuck are you saying you don't give a fuck about it when you
Man,
tried to
boy,
address
you
this
soft as
and
baby
you didn't
shit right
give
now.
a
Keep
fuck
whining
about it?
about these
Your
bitches.
ass wouldn't have said nothing
God
about it.
damn.
But of course,
Let me ask
you
you
said
something.
what
Are you showing Victoria the secrets right now?
what thinks. Let's be clear what mama thinks.
Are you showing your Victoria's Secret panties you try to hold up?
Nigga, why are you
Are you in
worried about
protest?
other man is wearing
You're in
panties?
protest about women so much you act like them.
Baltimore ass nigga. Not only
Oh
does your
my God.
does your voice sound
Oh
fruity
my
as shit.
God.
Nigga, you
This
is fruity.
nigga here.
Nigga, you really is gay,
This
aren't
nigga here.
you? You really
This
are
nigga
gay. This
here.
is the second time I've ever heard you say some mad suspect shit, nigga.
Oh Lord.
Not only
Lord.
the problem is
I
your
bet you
head,
this nigga's
trust me,
nipple getting
your
hard right
head
now.
don't even look like it even
Bitching
matches with
so
your
much.
body, nigga. Your head like it's attached to a small
Oh my
motherfucker that's
God, this
probably
nigga bitching so
supposed
much.
to be your body, nigga. That's what it looks like.
Oh
You look
my
like
God.
some grinning black
Oh
alien
my God.
that's piling in a human
I
mecha
bet
suit.
you when you invite a chick over the house, I
And
bet you
now you
she
talk,
brings the strap on, don't she?
I don't even
I
have
bet
to
you
do
she
anything
brings the
like that.
strap on.
I'm already got
Oh
pussy in
my
the house. I
God.
already got in-house
Oh
pussy because
my
I'm married
God.
to a woman, nigga.
Oh my God. You probably have a chick over your
11
house
years
and
ago.
she
11
probably let
years ago,
another
I'd have
nigga
been
fuck while
married to
you
my
jerking
wife
off in the
successfully
closet
for
somewhere,
11
you
years.
fucking cuck.
And we produced some beautiful mixed race
You
babies.
worrying about
They
that
are so
shit.
cute. Everybody
Oh
loves my
my
children
God.
because
He's
you know, when
dead women.
you
Oh
start with
Lord, help me, Jesus,
you know what
black
I'm saying?
women. Lord,
This is the
we gonna
problem.
talk about the
Yeah,
women we can
I know
fucking
that's
walk
right.
away from and
About them,
actually do
but
some
I'm not
shit
the
for the
one
community.
complaining about them. I'm not the
We
one
could actually
crying about them.
fucking form up
I'm
like
not the one
Voltron. Here's the
complaining
scary
about not
part.
getting
We
respect.
don't have to be with black women. Oh Lord, I know you can't come off
Okay,
that black woman
okay.
thing.
So now, if you don't have to be with black
Lord,
women,
have mercy,
why are
Lord.
you still
You
complaining when
guess
you with
what?
them?
You can go to your sofa
Two
women,
and
and
two
you can
and
still
two
be a
equals
productive
6.
black
I see
man. Believe
5.
it or not.
If Daggle is a part of the problem,
Believe it or
then all
not.
you have to do is
Believe it or
remove
not.
straggles from the equation, and the problem solves itself. But you can't do
But
it.
here's the fucking problem.
You can't
Niggas
do
like
it.
you are gonna be dirty dipping with the straggles.
No,
I
the
don't mess
fuck
with
I
street
am not.
bitches.
They will
You
never.
gonna be dirt. You know them straggles are gonna put it
But
on
I will
you.
be that desperate
You
enough
gonna
to
try to
find dick
put
in the
your hat
scrap.
on and your little
But
trench
you
coat and
will.
mess with some black pussy
But
over that
you
white
know
sofa.
what the crazy thing about it
Guess
is?
what? You know
You
that.
know,
You
you're right. No,
know
no,
that.
no, 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 no,
Guess
no,
why
no.
you
Wait, wait,
gotta.
wait, wait. Here we go. Here we go. Here
You
we go.
can only
I
hate
have a
something
better
that you
time
love the
getting
most.
respect out of a
Remember
dagger
that.
than
You
you do.
only
With
hate what you
all the
love the
accomplishments you
most.
say you got,
You are
I will get
showing
better
the
and get
symptoms
probably
of
better results
somebody
out of a
who
strag than
just
you.
wants to
So
be
I'm at work having
loved
an
by a
interest in
black
them at
woman.
all. And
I
that's
don't give a damn if you
that's
do
what's
or
burning
don't.
your ass it
What
is,
a
nigga.
black
Because that's
woman
why you
does
brought it
does
up.
not hurt my
Because
masculinity.
if not, you wouldn't complain about not getting respect from
Lord
them,
help
nigga.
us, Jesus. If this is what
That's
the
the
black
problem.
manospheres come down to, we're
But
doomed.
I'm not a part of the black
But no, we're
manosphere, nigga.
not. We
I
got
never
me.
said I
That's
was.
why we're
I
not
never said
doomed.
I was part of the black manosphere, nigga.
Oh
So
my God. We never said you
what
part
I,
of black men either. With that type of bitching and
I don't
moaning.
need to have a bunch of
Oh
filthy-made
my
niggas trying
God.
to
That's what
control my
happens
man.
when men are
Sorry,
not man enough to sit
and I
down on
don't
a toilet.
need a low-weight
Oh
woman ass
God,
nigga.
that was
All
funny.
right, all right, all right, all right. That was kind of funny though, man. I was back here cracking up, man. Listen to this
I
shit.
know you were mad at
But
that shit.
but we're gonna go ahead, man, and go into closing statements, man. I'm gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. We started off with Brother Faulkner, so we'll be leading the closing statements off with Brother Truism. 3 minutes on the clock, Brother Truism. Pull the trigger, man. Closing statements.
Definitely dodge daggles daily. Damn it, do it. And I'm out.
All right. That's your closing statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me stop the clock. Reset, Brother Faulkner. 3 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
But I'm not worried about one bitch from the north to the south because either they're gonna do two things in my life. They either gonna hit the sheets or the streets. I don't give a fuck. Guess what? Real men care about progress. I don't give a fuck if a woman wants to be disobedient. To me, all women are the fucking same. No integrity at all, with the exception of a few. One of the biggest problems is actually not trying to fight with the army you want, is fight with the army that you have. Until you're ready to actually form up and actually support places like Xavier's channel, places like a Truism channel, places like a Charles Faulkner channel, I don't want to hear shit from black men. Because regardless if I have a point of opinion or non-approval, the least you could do is support a black man's channel. Because I've seen many of you in the shadow realms will support these bitches who talk about you and don't speak a goddamn thing about your issues. But one thing you'll always hear me say, I don't give a fuck what the bitch do. I'ma still be a man. That doesn't alleviate me from being a damn good father, and that doesn't alleviate me from being a damn good man. What a lot of brothers need to worry about is their effectiveness. Believe it or not, contrary to popular belief, you don't have to be in this country and get a good woman. Get a passport, travel. If you want a black woman, there's more black than anything else on this fucking planet. But fuck all that because guess what? Black men never had an issue getting women. The issue was just letting women interfere in progress. So until you are ready to form up like the proverbial Voltron and then not only galvanize black male media, which in turn will become the catalyst of black male politics, I don't want to hear this shit. Like I said before, this whole funny debate stuff's happened. I'm tired of the fucking 5-year old, 6-year old, 7-year old arguments. Come up with something new. And still to this day, there is no equal for me. There is no consequence nobody holds for me. Whoa! I'm out, niggas.
All right. I'm going to let it be people's choice. Do you wish, folks, for there to be a vote? If you wish to be a vote, put an X in the chat. If you put an X in the chat, I will put a poll in the chat, and you can decide who won this debate slash conversation slash discussion. Put an X in the chat if you want me to put a poll up. If you wish to vote, put an X in the chat. Hurry up, Negroes. Here, let me give y'all some calm and thinking music to help y'all open your mind. Here we go. Just for y'all. Let me know if you want me to put a poll in the chat. If you don't, I won't. I might just listen to you Negroes tonight. Something I often don't do. Listen to you Negroes. You wish for a poll, Negroes. I don't see any X's. I guess y'all don't want to take it to a vote, right? Do ya? Do you wish to take it to a vote, Negroes?
Hey, X, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember when Cynthia G and these other chicks had this little hit piece out for Manosphere content creators?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how a lot of dudes were hiding underneath the desk, hiding under the bed because of that shit?
I remember that too.
Remember when guys like myself, Cerulean, Angry Man, and BGS used to go to other people's panels and challenge them? Fun days, right?
Mm-hmm. I remember those days. I remember it all.
And what did we do? Dissect them. So
well,
when
things
you
have changed so much on YouTube now. It's like I don't know. It's so different.
It's different, and it's like I just got to say this to Blexit, okay? That black exit. You know, we know you want to do that black exit because I notice a lot of Caribbean dudes like that shit. You probably like Brandon Tatum, don't you, nigga? You probably like Tatum, but Tatum can't tell me shit because I've been an officer 3 times longer than he has. So, this being said, bring me your Cynthia G. Bring me your Classic Groovy. Trust me, I spoke to Classic Groovy last week. She had shit to say to me. So, there's no bitch in my system.
Go ahead. Vote, Negroes. Vote now because I'm closing the poll in about 5 minutes. There's 93 of y'all in here. That means I should see at least 80 votes on this poll. God damn it. And I see somebody down here. They've been down here a while. Their name is Solar. Show yourself or you're not coming up. Show yourself because I have no idea who you are. Turn your camera on. Let me see who you are. All right. What you got on it, man? Are you up here?
Huh?
Are you up here to challenge Brother Faulkner, or did you come up here to challenge Brother Truism?
Yeah, really, both of them.
Oh, you want to take them both on? Brother Truism, where you at, man? Brother Truism done left.
Truism left.
Are you willing to take on a challenge, Brother Faulkner?
I got about 5 minutes.
All right. You got 5 minutes. He said he got 5 minutes. What do you want to challenge Brother Faulkner on?
The idea that we should give up on American black women.
Oh,
Okay.
you think we should?
I'm gonna say this real quick, right? Because I already know they're gonna try to say that other asshole won. When obviously I'm the one who actually came with a fucking sensible thought that.
Well, actually, you're in the lead right now, Brother Faulkner.
Ain't that
you're
a
in the
bitch?
lead.
You know,
You're
shit.
in the lead.
I mean, hey, shout out to the undefeated of the East. Shit. But
Actually,
I'm
you're
gonna
in the
tell you
lead.
something about leaving black women. Why? Because most Negroes out here, right? You can't get rid of your programming. You can leave black women, and I suggest a lot of black men use that option because what other card can you pull? If the number one thing for what the past how long I've been up here 7 years, X
Yeah, something like that.
7 years, the number one issue we have is the treatment, the disrespect, and all that. Why would I stay somewhere where I'm not wanted and respected?
Yeah.
You know
Polls
what I
closing with 60 seconds, Negroes. 60 seconds. I'm closing the poll. So vote and vote
why
now.
would
Go ahead.
if
My bad,
if
brother Faulkner.
if I have an issue with if I have an issue with a certain type of woman, just like the military, like I said earlier, you get relieved of duty. I'm not gonna trust me, that was my teenage and early 20 phase. Even still, even still, you have the option not to take the shit. Now, if you had somebody like Toya the tutor, you got a great one. You better stay with that motherfucker. But everybody's not like Toya in the black community. You don't get the supportive people like her. You don't get the Shonda H's, the Asada Muhammad's, the fitness moms. You know, the women who you'll see pictures of them in their avatar smiling or or with their men. That's rare in our community. You know why? Because black men, and I've said this for many of years, have no standard. When black men start to walk away and exercise their standards and say either I lead or I leave, that's when we'll get our respect. And guess what? Sometimes you just got to show a chick better than you could tell her. Whoa!
Does that mean he's done? He's done speaking?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it. We're not even going to clock it because he's going to leave soon. So go ahead. You got it. We're not even going to clock it. Go ahead.
Well, like, when you're dealing with like black people in America, male or female, it's been a lot of disrespect going in both ways. It's been black men, I think, disrespect black women more. And in fact, I would actually debate that. So at this point, when you talk about the duty of men, when you look at the history of men, they're they tend to be on top when they're solving problems, not running away from them. So the idea of going somewhere else to find another woman somewhere that's going to, I guess, fulfill, whatever searching for. Um, our problem is here. Our problem is here, and I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, that it's going to take men to solve the problem. And when you're talking about why the black woman disrespects the black man, that's a very layered topic. I think that if black men show that we can actually come together amongst ourselves, then I think that there would be a lot more respect in the from our women. I think what the women see is that we have trouble even communicating with ourselves without calling each other out the name and all different types of stuff from, we can't even control our own communities. So at this point, like, who would respect a person like that? Who would respect a group of men that let their youth run their communities? I see knuckleheads on the corner. We afraid, and I'm saying as a collective, we are afraid to even approach them. Who would respect a person like that? So I think that the real problem is that black men need to stop taking all this shit personal and be men. Because when you see when men are doing what men's supposed to do, which is controlling, setting the standard that the women is going to follow, because those are the type of men that those are the type of men that women want to follow. I think that when you say, well, go run, that means that you lost and you allow the system, whatever you want to call it, because it's more a systemic thing now than any particular race. You allow the system to take your woman. So you're going to go and run somewhere else to try to get another woman, get somebody else woman. I guess that's what the idea was. Leave the country and go get somebody else woman, because your woman was already took it. So this is kind of what I'm seeing right here. No, the problem is right here. We, as a group of men, at a point stood at the forefront of pushing the envelope, far as with Black excellence. I think that we need to reevaluate ourselves, do a lot of psychoanalyzing, and we need to come together, because it starts with the men, So I just start there. I mean, I don't know how long the brother's going to stand on, but
Yeah, Brother Faulkner. I think Brother Faulkner got to go, but we've been joined by my brother, Brother Nate, and Toxin.
You know what?
I can handle this, Charles.
I'm gonna put it to you this. I'm gonna put it to you this way. Number one, I'm gonna go a little bit into overtime. Number one.
Okay.
Oh, so you got time then?
Well, hold on. Oh, but hold on before y'all even go, because I want everybody to see the results of the poll before y'all get into it. We just did a clock debate with Brother Faulkner and Brother A. Truism, and here are the results. Brother Faulkner, 63%. Brother Truism, 36%. Poll complete at 41 votes, which I think is crazy because there's like 90 Negroes in here. Y'all some lazy motherfuckers.
Let me stop being lazy, motherfucker. I'm going to go ahead and vote too.
But you did call it for Brother Faulkner. Y'all know over here, I let the people decide, and y'all called it for Brother Faulkner. So before y'all get started, what are we doing here? I mean, are we doing a formal debate here between you and Solar, or Brother Big Nate? Did you come up here to challenge Brother Faulkner or Brother Solar?
Oh well, no. I want to let Officer Faulkner know if you would give me the pleasure of handling this gentleman.
Oh no! I gotta tell you. Normally I would hand it off, but this one's a special one, and I love it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put the clock up then. I'm gonna put the clock up then if we're gonna do it formally. So y'all already did y'all opening statements. So I'm gonna go ahead. We going into the rebuttal round now. So that's 3 minutes.
This is gonna make little Big Nate laugh, though.
That's 3 minutes.
I'm gonna tell you. See,
Brother Faulkner, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. Are you ready? All right. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round. 3 minutes on the clock.
I really get disturbed about this narrative that if Black men did this, Black women. I mean, Black men actually got Black women out of slavery. Isn't that enough for your fucking respect? Let's look at this one. Black women in the 60s and 70s actually was with the most refined Black men to date in this country's history. Who did she follow? Black women were never our women. Especially, you talking about we supposed to be the leaders of the fucking community. No, nigga, we're in a gynocracy. And it's been proven. Look at the Monahan scissors. If Black women really respected us, why did the Monahan scissors show the more jobs Black men get, the more Black women chase government assistance?
Moynihan.
They wanted to be away from us. I mean, this is the same nigga who said tooken instead of taken. But okay, we'll digress. Anyway, stop trying to blame that it's all of us into this together, because there's some things Black men can do that are their issues and their issues alone, but you niggas can never blame Black women on their own. It's okay for 40 years of talk shows and media to shit on the Black men. Black men don't take care of their kids. Tell the fucking United States government, a government that does not like to take losses, had to admit that Black men were the best fucking fathers in this country. And niggas like Amiri and others would fucking
cut off their nose to spite their fucking face and don't realize they're talking about their fucking selves. So instead of actually taking that as a narrative to say black men have become over fucking achievers, I'm going to say to the same thing to you that I said to my ex-girlfriend when she complained about her son being in a relationship with a white woman. I said, I think it's funny that your son's not color struck. I think he's a very intelligent young man, but you never ever heard this. But I'm going to tell you this shit today. Why don't black women come with a better product? We did. Why don't you tell them to be, shout out to St. Kevin, fit, friendly, and feminine? See, if you really wanted to be, if you really wanted respect, you have to be respectful first. And that's the antithesis of our women. They want all the power without all the accountability and responsibility. But you want to use us as scapegoats for your failures, your obsolescence? Yeah, black men better leave because that's the only way they'll respect you. Woo! I'm done.
All right, Brother Solar, 3 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
All right. He said that black men got black women out of slavery. Last time I seen it was the Emancipation Proclamation that was passed by Abraham Lincoln, which allowed black men to, get refuge in the North. Sounds like unless you're one of those dudes that believes that Abraham Lincoln was a black man. Okay, he says gynocracy. We live in a gynocracy because black men are weak. What else the black woman gonna do? You're out there. Guys like you want to leave the country and leave the black man, a black woman here to fend for herself. You literally turned your back on a black woman and then wonder why we live in a gynocracy. He then goes on to say, you can never blame black women on their own. What type of man would say something like that about his women? That shows that you gave up on your own women. Then he turns around and talks about a gynocracy. I guess this is kind of a forced gynocracy at this point because you literally said that you would leave the country and leave your woman. He said black men are the greatest fathers. I guess it was from some report that he read or something that he's seen. Well, the greatest fathers allow crime in the community. The greatest fathers allow gynocracies. Allow gynocracies to happen. The greatest fathers allow gang violence more so in this community than any other community. So that don't seem to be a fact to me. If the black woman is dissatisfied, that means that the black man is not doing his job. I'm gonna repeat that. If the black woman is dissatisfied, that means the black man is not doing his job. We live in a state of fear in our communities. I live in Philly. Philly alone, highest crime rate. Where does the crime go at the most? In the black community. So when you have this high police situations, that's because black men aren't stepping up and controlling their communities. But we're the greatest fathers, though. Okay, cool. He says black men are overachievers. Once again, let's look at reality. Reality is that we are taking our women to going to court while women for child support. We are not controlling our communities. We allow foreigners into our communities and they economically control our communities. All facts. But we're the greatest fathers, though, and we're overachievers. Let's overachieve in our community because last time I seen it's the damn Arab. It's a damn Chinaman. It's a damn white man. It's a damn Jew that's controlling the finances in the black community. That should be a declaration for war for the black man, but I forgot. We could leave the country and go somewhere else.
Hey, X, I do have to say this.
All right. Well, I was going to go ahead and give y'all a 7-minute rapid fire for time constraints because there's quite a few people up here.
Just make it 5 minutes because it's funny, right? It's very funny because we need to stand up for the woman that says, why would anybody want to be with a woman
that said for 40 years, I don't need a man.
All
She
right.
made
Well,
that decision.
we're gonna
I'm
go
just
ahead
gonna
and go
say,
into rapid fire. We're gonna go right
I'm just
into it.
gonna say this. Women pick fathers, men pick wives. So if they really wanted to have a fucking functional community, guess what would have happened? They would have got married before they carried. But no, they wanted to bait. Look at, you know what my father Charles Senior always taught me? No matter how good looking of a bitch you see, there's always gonna be a nigga sick of her shit. Shout out to Megan Good. How the fuck you been, how the
I'm gonna
fuck you
go.
been married
I'm
for
gonna go
almost a
ahead and
decade?
I'm gonna go ahead and start the clock. Go ahead. This is rapid fire. Pull the trigger.
How the fuck chicks like that be married for almost a decade? Now you want to have children? You trifling bitch. That is the fucking mentality that we gotta fucking see. But we're gonna talk about the black men week. No. This chick said she can make it bad by herself, then make her then let's make it a fucking self-fulfilling prophecy.
So
Please.
why you think she said that?
Because she's an idiot.
Oh, so she just because of what's it, idiot lack of intelligence said that she could do better by herself. It wasn't no reason behind that.
No, because guess
Oh,
what?
okay,
She
so
had
you're
because
trying to
guess
tell
what?
me
I'm pretty sure.
you
I'm
told wait,
pretty
wait, I
sure.
just want to be
I'm
clear, bro.
pretty
I just
sure
want
if
to be
you had
clear.
the affinity gauntlet and you
Here we go.
transported Black American women to Afghanistan, that fucking shit would actually fucking change overnight.
Okay.
I wonder
Oh,
why.
so she for
Do you know what? Do you know what happened
for
to
no
women
reason at
who are
all.
independent
She said
in
she could
other
do better by
countries
herself.
are? They get stoned.
Maybe because you just like what you just did.
Maybe because you just need to
Hold
stop
on.
it.
Oh, well, maybe I need to
Maybe you
stop it.
just
I didn't
need
even
to
say
stop
nothing
it.
yet. I didn't even
No,
say
no, no.
nothing yet.
I mean, guess what? It's rapid fire. You can
Okay,
talk, nigga.
okay.
Oh shit.
What we talk over
Maybe
each
you
other.
could just
Okay,
formulate a fucking sentence without the bouncing ball of Sesame Street having to fucking
yeah, this
dictate your
guy's funny.
words.
All
Maybe
right,
the fact that if you could actually
this
congregate
is
a
this
sentence
is what I'm
properly,
saying.
you don't
This
need
is my point.
subtitles.
Maybe
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 the
you could
fact
let
that
him
you could
talk.
because
actually
you call her
stop.
a bitch when you
Ma-
reference black women. Maybe she said
Well,
she do
guess
better
what?
by herself because
I
that's what
never
she
had to
did a
call a
couple of times.
lady a bitch in my life.
Well, I mean, we're
And
talking about black
unfortunately,
women, and
we're
you
overrun with a
constantly
lot of
use the
bitches.
reference of
Not
bitch
all,
when you
but too
refer to
damn
the black
many.
women. So wait. Okay,
But
let's stop
see,
right
this
there.
is the part
Which
that I'm gonna
black
tell
women
you the
aren't
same
bitches?
thing I told Amir.
Which black women aren't
Every
bitches?
time y'all kiss
I'm asking
women's
you a question,
asses,
bro.
the less they respect you.
Look, are you
When
going
you
to answer
tell
my
a woman
question?
the truth,
Which
that's
black
when you
women
get
aren't bitches?
respected.
Can you explain to
Stop
me which
trying to
one?
save something
You don't
that
even want to
doesn't
answer
want to
my
be
question.
saved.
Y'all hear this, right?
You know what?
He just
That
want to
Yeah,
know
great
what it is that he's
sociologist
making
from the
answer
sense.
my
South,
question.
Your
Which
saying
Project
black
black
Pat,
women
men
said it
don't
aren't
make
best.
bitches?
sense,
Don't
brother.
save her. She don't want to
Okay,
be saved, nigga.
okay.
Put your
What,
cape back
you're
on.
double talking
Put
right
your
now.
cape
They
up,
make
Clark
So
the
you
Kent.
want to
Put
choice,
be
your
saying
cape
brother.
that
up.
black women are
Black
bitches,
Put your
women
and
make
cape
then
the
you
up.
saying
You
choice.
all
can't
black women
They
are
save
know where
bitches.
her.
to set
So
the
now you're saying
You
trade-off.
can't
They
save her,
traded
man.
us for
which
Daddy
women are
Can't
you
Government.
talking
save
about
They
right
her.
now? Because
traded
you're double
us
talking right
for the
now.
You
lowest
can't
level
save her,
government
man.
dudes.
You can't
And I
save her.
do that all the
Guess
time,
what?
brother.
Save who?
Guess
Hold on,
what?
hold on. I done stopped the clock. Everybody, this is between Solar and Faulkner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Only people I should hear right now
I'm
is
willing to
Brother
give all y'all
Solar
answers for tonight.
and Brother Faulkner is the only people I should be hearing. You know why? Because this is their debate. I'm not even talking. I'm not even talking. This is rapid fire. Mano y mano. Nobody fucking interrupt. You interrupt, I kick you off.
That's right. I appreciate that.
All right? All right. Clock's starting back up. Go
Now,
ahead,
now
brothers. You
back,
got it.
now back to what I
Okay,
said.
so what I'm
Clark
asking
Kent
you,
needs to
can you
go back
answer
in the
my
phone
question?
booth and put the suit
Which
back
black
on. You
women
can't
are
save
bitches,
people who
and
don't
which
want you to
black
save
women are
them.
just black women?
Last
Can you
time I
answer that for
checked,
me?
I don't see black women running into colleges trying to say, give me that engineer nigga. No, give me that pre-med student.
So
No.
you're talking
Guess
about
what
black
she's
women
going to
now. You're
do?
not talking about
She's
black
going to
bitches.
go to the lowest hanging fruit.
You're talking about the black women and not the black bitches right now. Which one are you talking about? The black women or the black bitches? Because you said it was a difference.
No, I said lady. I never had to call a lady
What
a different.
are the differences? Explain to me, because
We have very
you
few ladies,
just said
10% of ladies.
negative about black women that want to go to
Well,
college.
you got to say everything negative about black men. And by the way,
What?
when you
I mean,
wanted to
that's
talk
what I'm
about the
asking you a question. Can
Emancipation
you answer it?
Proclamation, the Confederacy was considered another country, so they didn't recognize the authority of Lincoln, who was president at the time. So that Emancipation Proclamation was just a bunch of piss in a puddle to the South.
They
What the
didn't
hell that got to
recognize
do
his
with the point
authority.
that I was
That would
making?
actually, so
What
yes,
the hell
black
do that
men
got
had
to
to
do with the
arm
point
up
that I
and
was
actually
making?
fight back their
No, the
captors
point,
and
hold on, wait,
and
wait. The point
enslavers.
of the
So yeah, we
Emancipation
took them out of
Proclamation
slavery.
was
So
to
if any
give
woman has an issue,
refuge and
yes, you're being an
slaves
ungrateful bitch.
coming from the South that
So
wanted to
if
fight for the North.
anything, you want
So
to
what are you
talk
talking
about
about? They did have
historical
to
facts.
acknowledge it.
Guess
Long
what?
as the
Was
slaves
it
acknowledge
black
it,
men
that's
who
the
joined the
only
feminist movement?
matter.
Was it black men who
Black
joined the
historical
feminist
record.
movement? Was it black
And
men
this is the
who
problem.
actually
This is
went
the
to go
problem. These
fucking
black
for
men run
welfare?
around here,
No,
black historical
no,
records, don't know what the hell they talking
no.
about, and
So
then want
when
to
you
fight his
actually
own
look
damn
at
woman.
it, you have
You
an
should be ashamed
ungrateful
of
person
yourself,
in
brother.
your
You
midst.
should be
You
ashamed
just
of
want
yourself.
to save
And it's
her
like, go
because
outside of
you
the
look
damn
at black
country.
women like
Go
your
outside of the
mother.
damn country and
But
find you a
here's the
goddamn
truth of the
husband to get
matter.
out the country. We
The
don't
first
need you to
person
be
who
black
told you
men in
black
America.
women weren't shit was
Leave
your
the
mother,
goddamn country
not
and
your
go find
father.
your black woman. Leave the
The
damn
first
country.
the
You know
first
good
person
here
in
in
any
America.
black boy's
You know
life to
good here in
tell
America.
you
Leave the
that
goddamn
bitches ain't shit is
leave the
usually your
goddamn
mother.
country and
You
go
know
over
why?
somewhere else.
Because she
Cause
knows
you're
what
weak.
women are
You're
like that
goddamn
out there.
weak black
She
man.
knows that it's rare to
I'm
find a
looking
good
for
woman.
strong
Stop
black
trying
men
to
to
simp for
unite with
these
so we
women,
can
man.
build.
Stop
You're
simping
weak.
for these
Leave the
women.
goddamn country and
Stop
go
letting the
find
cake
your woman.
drape. Do me a favor. Put some
Go ahead
blue
and
suede
run
shoes in the
from the
trash.
black man.
Have some
Run out
dignity.
the
Grab your
goddamn country.
nuts and
You know,
stop acting like you got a
what the
pair of
hell you want me to
ovaries.
grab my nuts?
The
What
hell
the
you
hell
want to
about?
do?
We don't
Yes, I'm
need
gonna
these type
leave.
of black
If
men.
I have an
We don't
ungrateful
need
bitch
black
in my
men like that.
presence, I'm
You's
not
a weak
arguing with
black
her.
man.
I'm leaving
Run
her
your
to
ass
her
out
own
the
devices.
goddamn country.
Let her
Go
fend for
find you
herself
another woman.
since she doesn't need a
Run,
man.
black
So she
man. We
doesn't
don't
need
need
one to
you.
save her either.
All right. Now we come to closing statements. We let off with Brother Faulkner, so we'll lead off with the closing statements with Brother Solar. 3 minutes on the clock. Hold on. Damn it. 3 minutes on the clock, Brother Solar. Pull the trigger. These are closing statements.
Now, I mean, this kind of touched about some of the things that were said. He says that black women come with a better product. I'm not understanding totally the guy's position. Now, in terms of like, you can hold them to a standard, but you got to hold yourself to a standard too, black man. You can't be sitting up here not doing man shit and then turn around and expect you to have this loyal woman. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is on planet Earth. I mean, you could go somewhere else. You say you're going to go outside the country somewhere else. Yeah, they're going to run your ass out of there too. You know why? Because you don't want to stand up for nothing. You don't even want to stand up before his own goddamn woman. What man will respect a man that don't even want to stand up for his own goddamn woman? He called his woman a bitch countless of times. And then I'm trying to ask him, because he said, well, bitches and women, like it was a difference. But then he turned around and said, well, those women in college, so you talking about educated women. So I'm assuming that they're not the bitches. But then you said some negative shit about them.
They're
So
bitches too.
let's stop playing around with this. You don't like black women. You don't like black women in America, so get the fuck out of America then. The hell you standing here for? We need some men that's going to stand up to whatever it takes. Your woman is supposed to be the goddamn top priority. How dare you spew that blasphemous bullshit out your mouth? Talking about some leave America, them bitches. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got mothers, daughters, nieces in this goddamn country. That's who you calling a bitch? Like, what are you talking about, bro? That shit is just like suicide. I can't even believe that he had the audacity to say some crazy shit like that. I don't know what the thinking is of a man. A man. Think about it. You're stronger than a fucking woman. You know what I'm saying? You have the intellectual capacity to be logical. What is the problem? What is this black woman doing that makes you so insecure that you want to run your ass out the goddamn country? That shit is crazy. I can't believe he's comfortable with saying this shit. Don't see how weak that sound? Let me give you an example. That's just like you're sitting there with your girl and, you know what I'm saying? Some other motherfuckers come up and it's like, you say something like, yo, you got to stand the fuck up, bro. Stand the fuck up and be willing to die for your shit. He goes on and say stuff about, oh, you run into another country, then you blame the black woman for having all these problems, right? Black women start out somewhere. You know what I'm saying? If it's a problem with the black woman, it's a byproduct of what black men and black women do. running to another group of people shows that you rather take what they produce. Obviously, they're doing something right. The other people that they what they produce.
All right. Brother Faulkner, 3 minutes on the clock. Closing statements. Pull the trigger.
Oh my God. Number one, I like to start with that this nigga is so sweet he's making diabetes and cavities flare up. Two, why would I deal with a chick that's not loyal? Disloyalty, I'd rather take death. You're telling to a fucking war vet and a police officer that he's scared? No, you don't deserve my protection. I'm the one person who says on his panel, the first rule of protection is obedience. And we got the most disrespectful, dishonorable, disingenuous, disobedient woman in the country. Your man through slavery protected her the best way he could. Hell, he even started slave revolts. But guess who was the number one motherfucker who did it? Who betrayed the black men? I'll let you guess. Here, yes, you have educated bitches as well. You have 10%, maybe 15, 20 on a good day, great ladies who are black. I'm not talking about that because the shoe fits, wear it. If it doesn't, chuck it. I'll give you an example. When hallowed be this name, Robert F. Smith granted the Freedom Papers from 400 Morehouse students with various, studies of for their degrees. Did I see 400 fucking black mothers and black fathers bring their daughters and say, you better marry that nigga? He has no debt and he has a fucking degree that's equal to an Ivy League. No, because you know good and goddamn well, like we live in a different community. They love the low hanging fruit. Well, we need to really ask this question overall in its totality. Are black women good pickers of men? And the answer is hell no. When black men come to clean up the fucking cities, do black women thank them? Yeah. Why should we, when we brought them out of slavery, which are bullshit Emancipation Proclamation from a place that's at war with the United States and does not recognize its authority, why should we be with an ungrateful person? We already are the bravest men in the country. We're the number one motherfuckers who fought for it before we even had full citizenship. But we can't even get respect. We can't even get dignity. You can't even raise boys. Fuck the men you fucking sleep with. What about the men you birth? How the fuck are you supposed to be such great women when only 10% of our boys at the 8th grade can only read on level? That shows how much of a fucking seditious traitor you truly are. And for anybody to defend that, I question your testicular fortitude and your intellectual prowess. Now get off of there with all this slowness.
All right. That's going to bring our debate to a close, and I'm going to let the people decide. Do you wish to have a poll, people? Should I put a poll in the chat? There's 102 of you in here. Should I put a poll? And if I do, I better see at least 80 votes on it. You lazy Negroes. Do you wish for it to be a poll? Do you want to take this to a vote? Put an X in the chat if you wish to vote, Negroes. And while y'all do that, I'll see what the next challenge is. I see we've been joined by Brother Mel as well. But being that Brother Nate and Brother Cyber was up here first, are you, who wants to challenge who?
I just
Yeah,
have
we
a
got,
quick question that I would like to ask. It'd take me 1 minute.
who, from Brother Solo or Brother Charles?
For Ric Flair. Or
Rick
yeah,
Flair.
Charles.
Oh,
Charles Faulkner, yes.
all right, go ahead.
I would like to add a prelude to this question by stating that ignorance is only blissful to the ignorant. My question is, Charles, are you content with the current White House administration? I'm pretty sure your answer is no, but I just need to ask anyway.
I'm a black man in America. I could care less who's the president. I'm a soldier. I don't give a fuck with the president about who's the president because every goddamn president is going to have an executive order to carry out.
Right. Well, in respect of that, the chief executive or the the chief there would be giving soldiers the orders. So it does matter for any soldier as to who's giving them orders.
And guess what?
But you can ignore
You
the
got,
question if you want. That's fine.
I
I
don't
just
have to
needed to
ignore the
ask.
question about. I don't have to ignore the question. I gave you
You
the
did
question. I
ignore
don't
it.
care. No, I
You did
didn't. Why
ignore it.
would I? Why would I be happy or sad about it? I'm a functional
There you
human
go.
being.
That's
Why would I
ignorance.
be?
It's
In other
apathy.
words, why?
It's
What does it
apathy.
matter? What does it matter? It doesn't matter
Because
because what? Do you like the administration?
I hate it.
Why?
Because it's destroying everyone and it's very divisive. And they're
Every the last.
accelerating emotion. They're accelerating the emotional propulsion.
Well,
Okay,
we're going by emotions now, are we? Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. We're
every
going by
great
emotions. No.
catastrophe,
Hold
every
on.
every great catastrophe has been and will be propelled by two
Hold up.
opposing
Hold
extremes.
up. Because guess
Two
what?
opposing
The only
extremes.
thing, the only
Ignorance and
thing that
hysteria.
accelerated, they only
Ignorance
accelerated.
and hysteria.
We see the ignorance part from you, but okay. Here's the
Okay,
part that you got
sure.
to understand.
My ignorance is
What
asking you a
accelerated the
question that you
decline?
ignore. Okay, sure.
The accelerated? No, because it's a
You're
stupid ass
wasting
question.
time.
It's
You're
no
wasting
question that
time.
needs to
Just
be
get
answered.
onto a debate with
No,
someone.
it's
You need a
guess
clock.
what? Oh my God, you need a life. That's what you need.
I have a life.
No, you don't.
And
No,
what
you
you
don't.
say is
You
not
know
a
why? Because
problem
you're
is
worried about
interrupting
you're worried
everyone's
about a
life.
guy who's not even gonna rerun. But
All right.
here's the
Well,
question. Here's
we're
the
gonna
question.
move. Go ahead.
Hold
Go ahead
on.
and
He's
answer.
I'm
Then
not
gonna
then
running.
we're
answer.
gonna
He's
move
there
on.
now.
Go ahead.
He's there
Go ahead.
right now.
Answer. Go ahead and
I'm gonna
answer.
say
Then we're
this
gonna move
to him.
on.
Here's the crazy part about it. He wants to come up here with a question that didn't have shit to do with two fucking debates back to back, trying to be
Ignorance.
disruptive. But yet, here's the
Ignorance.
ignorance is bliss. He wants to talk about something that, guess what? I'd rather you would say, what do you think of the mayor? Because that actually affects me more directly than the president. But here's the craziness of it all. I don't care. Soldiers don't care. He's a politician, just like the last nigga before him and the nigga that's coming after him. It does not matter. They had this
It
shit
doesn't
set up.
matter to you
The
because
only
you're
thing that grew
ignorant to
thing,
what is
and trust
happening.
me, even with COVID, that's what accelerated shit. And the lack of production in the United States. But go ahead, X. Go run get stuff.
Yeah. Okay, brother Big Nate. You want to come up here? You want to challenge somebody too, right, brother Nate?
Uh,
You muted.
yes, sir. I wanted to debate the what's his name? Begins with an S.
Solar.
Brother Solar.
Solar.
Uh,
Yes.
are
Same
you
thing. Me too. I'll wait till Nate
are
finish.
you are you willing to take the challenge, brother Solar?
Yeah. I want to. What's the topic?
Whatever you want to. Let's keep talking about what you and
Hey, what's up,
Officer
Big Nate?
Faulkner was
A
talking
long
about.
time no see, Big Nate.
Hey, what's up, Officer
See,
Faulkner?
Y'all
this
have
is,
a good
you know
night.
what?
Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna step down. I just wanted to see if this man was ignorant or apathetic
All right.
and prove that he's both.
Neither. No, actually, just better than you. That's all. See, that's what
Well,
happens when you
okay.
To
like.
say this, that
That's
was a
what happens when
dumbass
you
that
like
was up
this.
here.
X. Don't ever let that
Well,
psych patient come back up here before I erase this person. What
well,
do you think about the last presidency? I don't give a fuck.
what do you guys? What do you brothers want to debate,
And
man?
by the way, Big Nate, salute to you. And there's actually some times when me and Big Nate may have a disagreement, but a lot of things we probably agree on. And it's funny because I'm like this. When my mother's generation came about, which is in fact the last generation of husbands and wives who were truly raised in a large scheme, it made me think when I looked at women. And I'm gonna tell you, that was my defining moment when I was sick with COVID. And my mother and father came to the house to help me. And I noticed if I chose a woman, if I had a woman my age, I probably would have been dead. Because a lot of these women forsaken their true superpower, which is their femininity and their loyalty. and their honor. Because, like I said on my channel, men invoke power, women invoke honor. It is a woman's job to protect the honor, the glory, and the image of her man, her children, and her society. And we have a total fucking malfunction, a decimation of that shit. And I keep getting people trying to make excuses back and forth. Because black men actually do love their women and don't really want to see harm to them. That's why I said on my channel, either we lead or we leave. And like I said, they claim about you don't protect us. It's always going to be the first rule of protection is obedience. If you're not going to obey the rules that are set to keep you safe, fuck it. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to try to beat a dead horse for one more lap. Fuck all that. And by the way, salute to you, Big Nate. I'm pretty sure you want to get a piece of the pie.
All right. So what's the debate topic? We're gonna make it short for time restraints. Because we got quite a few people up here. So what you
Should-
brothers want to debate, brother Big Nate?
Is it okay if black men abandon the black community and I'm not talking about all black women, but walk away from the majority of these dysfunctional black women?
Did black
Brother.
women walk away from did black women walk away from black men already? Did they choose government subsidies over their men?
Right,
Is that
we about to
something?
do this
Is that
debate, brother.
something
Let
you
us
would
let us
see?
get it in real
Is
quick.
that
Do you
something would you
do
see?
you accept?
Bro. I accept.
Do you
I
accept?
accept. I accept.
Okay. So what's your position? Yay or nay to what brother Big Nate said?
I think that we should not leave our communities, and I would first have to have an understanding of this separating of black. Some we said most black women. So what are those? What are the black women that we're not supposed to separate from? And I'm trying.
I'll explain all that in my introduction.
Okay.
No problem.
So that means brother Big Nate is the affirmative, you're the negative. The negative always goes first. So let me go ahead and set up the clock. We're gonna do 3-3. We're gonna do 3-3-5 and 3-3. We're gonna make them short. We'll do
Man, you're killing me. Ugh.
Yeah, I gotta make them. I gotta make them short, brother Big Nate, because we got such a. We got quite a few people up here, man. Unless y'all want it to be longer? I mean, I can do. I can do.
Need it to, but you're the man here, so.
Well, I can do this. This is what I'm willing to do because it's you. I'll do 5. We'll do 5 on the openings, and we'll do 5 on the rebuttals, but we'll only do 1 round, and then we'll do a 10-minute rapid fire, then we'll do 5-minute closing. How's that sound?
That'll work.
We'll do 5, 5, 10, and 5. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't even think we need the 10. Maybe 7.
7 on the rapid fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good enough. All right, brother Solar. Opening statements. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the brother's premise is that we should leave the community. Well, with the millions of black people that is in the communities and our legacy and what we established here in America under oppression and all the stuff that we strove for and fought for to get to this point, where we at least have some of what an opportunity. I know that it's still some progress that we have to make and some things that barriers we have to break down, but for us to get to this point where we have access to resources in one of the richest countries on the planet, I just think that is insane. And he's saying leave, not because of I guess systemic reasons, but because his woman, because his woman is a problem. That's why I'm assuming, because I really don't know exactly why he's saying leave, but and then the idea of he's like differentiating, he said most black women, so there are some good black women in America. I guess he's suggesting that there are some good black women in America. So I want to know who these black women are and how will you be able to identify those women. That's what the question I was going to be at, what I was going to ask. But see, this is typical of individuals that don't understand true manhood. And true manhood is that, whatever the odds are, what I'm saying, it's not weak to respect your woman. It's not weak to try to make things better when she's not satisfied. That's what men do. And until like men understand that, and they won't be able to unite amongst themselves. And I think that that's another sign of true manhood, is that we can't unite if we can't unite amongst ourselves, we can't turn around and point the finger at our woman, because we're not being the best that we can be. So you may have an argument if black men were controlling their communities. You may have an argument if black men didn't allow the youth to terrorize the communities. You may have an argument there, but we don't do that. We don't control our communities. Simple stuff that only takes organization to do. Yes, I live in Philly. There's a Chinese store on every corner in Philadelphia. They're eating. They've been there for over 40 years. Where's the black men to get them the fuck out? Where are they? That's what men do. Men don't argue with their damn women all day. Men don't point the finger at their women. Men don't run out of the community because of their women. Well, no, men see the problem and they solve it. Look, is it like, yo, how are we letting these Arab? Because guess what? When you go over to Chinatown, guess who ain't got a store over there? The black man. Why? Because the China man ain't gonna let them do that. So until you be a real man, you're not even in position to point the finger at anything. Point the finger at yourself. And that's not like I don't know. I don't get the idea. Like, once again, we're not talking about anybody with some type of ailment or like a half a leg. I'm talking about able-bodied, strong, mentally stable men. For them to turn around and say, we're going to leave the community because the woman is the problem, it's weak. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's my position. Like how that's absurd to me. That's absurd that you would want to leave your own community. And I'm guessing he's going to lay down a reason, as to why we should leave the community and why we should turn our back on our women. This is what he's saying. We should turn our back on our women. And I guess he's going to run down what the black women say, what the black women do. Like, I think one of the guys brought up something along the lines of, the children. It takes a man and a woman to produce children. So the stuff that you blaming that child for, like he said something about the reading capability of a young black man, you have to blame the man for that as well. I don't understand like how people make these fallacious arguments.
All right, brother Big Nate. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. Opening statements.
I appreciate it, X. Good evening to the audience. Good morning, actually. This is unfortunate. It really is. In 1986, Bill Moyers did an interview of several teenage welfare mothers in Newark, New Jersey. He asked them, do you want to be married to your baby's father? Of the 12, 13 girls, only one raised their hand. The girls gave responses as to why they didn't want to be married. One lady in particular said, fathers aren't really substantially important to family. Who did she learn that from? White supremacy? You sound insane. She learned that from her mother, who raised her without a father. Now, I know what you're going to say, Solar. Well, why didn't the father take care of his child? The mother didn't want to fuck a man that had the capacity to father. Oftentimes, black women find the attributes of a father They deem them as negatives. Dependability, consistency, that's boring. The desire to want to control and dictate the affairs of your household, that's controlling and abusive to them. That's how they classify it. Black women are free citizens in this country. You can't make them do anything. There are no cultural, there's no aspects to our culture that would allow us to keep her in line, severe punishments, physical punishments. We're not allowed to do that in our American culture. She largely identifies as a feminist. And feminists and the Luciferian left and the Democrat Party told her not to listen to Black men. She makes no distinctions between good and bad Black men. When you look at what she uploads to the internet, the sewage that she uploads to the internet, she consistently says, I'm not going to listen to any man. She doesn't make distinctions. She demanded, as taught by her white, devil, ghoulish, feminist leaders, she was told to leave her man alone. Do not live under the repressive and oppressive patriarchy. Abandon marriage, abandon the traditional two-parent household. And she listened. The Black woman is not non-submissive. She submits. She just submits to evil. It's what makes her so ugly. Black women aren't the least desirable women because they're Black or because they're ugly. They've been turned ugly by following liberalism and feminism. You can't be a pretty woman aborting your children. I wonder what your response, Solar, is to the fact that in less than 50 years, Black women have killed about 22, 23 million Black children. I bet you love to repeat that lie that gets told that every 5.5 hours a Black woman gets assaulted or violence is done against her. No one kills more Black women than Black women. She's killed over 11 million Black girls through abortion alone. You are worshiping women, and that's a mistake. I advise you to come on out, go subscribe to the Little Big Nate Show, Bernard Riley, and others who will help clear your brain of the poison that these women and media, leftist liberal media, has put in it. They have demanded their complete freedom and autonomy. They are free to destroy themselves. And that's what many of them choose to do. They won't even take the advice of their fathers when they have them. They are free to ruin themselves, and we are under no obligation to save them.
All right. That is going to conclude our opening statements. Now we enter into the rebuttal round. 5 minutes on the clock, Brother Solar. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
Okay, he says, do they want to be, so he says it was a survey that was done where they asked a group of Black women that, who wants to be with their baby fathers, and only one raised their hand. And then he says that, well, the reason why they are like that is because of what their mothers taught them. He said, I know what you're going to say, Solar. Where are the fathers? Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to say. Where are they goddamn fathers? Because if they had a male presence around, so they could understand what fatherhood brings to the table, if they understand what a male presence does to the psyche and to the confidence of Black women, they wouldn't be saying that. So it had to be some type of breakdown. We know that to be a fact. Why? Because we wasn't like that before. Who gonna fix that problem? But I'm confused because the debate is as what he said, why black men are leaving the black community. And this is the point that I wanted to make, right? Because he's proving my point. All he did was talk about black women. So this is why you're leaving the black community? Where are you going to go then? Where are you going to go, black man? If you can't handle your own women. If the women is going to run you out your community, where are you going to go? Because everywhere else, guess what? The men run the show over there, buddy. If you can't handle your own goddamn woman, what makes you think you're going to go somewhere and do what? What you going to do? Oh, you want the fruits of another man. That's what you want. Look at how pathetic this is. He wants the fruits of what another man established. So go run your ass over there then. We got work to do here. The real men got work to do here. So go run your ass over there wherever you're going to go. Because the reason why you want their women is because they raised their daughters right. That's why you want their women. The reason why you want to go to their community is because they run their communities right. So take your weak ass over there and then and reap the benefits of another man's or what another man created. He goes on to say that the black woman identifies herself as feminist. All these talking points. He says, so is he saying that like, oh yeah, so that's the point. Should we leave the community because the black woman identifies herself as a feminist? What is the responsibility of men? I want to hear that. Do men get choked up over what they women say and how they women feel? Or do they make shit happen? Do they make shit happen? Do they create shit? That's what I thought of men do. I thought of men identify problems and solve them. I never heard of a real men that say we're gonna run over here because there are problems. You know, with all the type of shit that you talk about, even they call this the great experiment here, is because men solved problems. That's on this planet. Maybe you could go to some other planet and what you're saying is like, law. But on this planet, men solve problems. So if you can't solve problems in your own goddamn community, how the fuck you gonna think you're gonna go over there and be productive anywhere? Who would want you in their damn community? Is the question. Who would want to take an individual like you? You want to go in there and reap the benefits of somebody else. Oh yeah, you want their women. Weak as fuck, bro. Black women are the least desired because of liberalism. Yeah, I don't know where the hell you got that from. What are you talking about? Because of her views? You're worried about what your woman's saying? Because she got a perspective? You're so offended about her making a stance on shit? Yo, make power moves, bro. You smart. You're stronger. You're more logical. What's the problem? Why is it this intimidation? So much so that you're gonna run your ass out the community. Go run then, nigga. Run. It just sounds like a bunch of weak little boys. That's what it sounds like. Black women kill their babies. More, he gave a number. Oh, she's responsible for killing all these babies. Yeah, abortion. Why? Because of financial reasons. You're not providing.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock, Brother Big Nate. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
All right, let me tell you about me. Since you brought up man shit earlier, I filed for divorce in 2004 from my ex-wife. I fought for and won full custody of my 2-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son. Doesn't get much more man shit than what I've been through, sir. It's unfortunate you didn't answer any of my questions. Let's talk about what you expect the black man to do in the community. You talk about getting Chinese store owners out of your community. Are you advising black men to go into a private citizen's business and commit a crime against them? How do you get them out? You want to boycott them, you have the right to do that. These merchants come because there's a gap in the market and they make money. Why don't black men and women open those stores? I'll tell you why. Because entrepreneurship requires risk taking. Men are risk takers. Most black men are raised without their fathers. We don't get the opportunity to see how a man conducts himself and handles adversity. So we have to fucking figure it out for ourselves, because our mothers choose losers most of the time. Instead of being the kind of woman that says, you know what, I want to be with a man that's going to be able to buy me a house, a man that'll be able to pay the bulk of the bills. I want to be with a man who's going to be a great example for my children. Instead of, and then picking that kind of man. But first, you have to listen to what that man wants in a woman, and you have to become that. You said, what type of woman do they need to be? I tell women that you need to be physically fit, feminine, cooperative, convivial, and submissive. Convivial means a pleasure to be around. What percentage of black women would you describe as a pleasure to be around? They choose the worst men. There was a what do you call it? A YouTuber that went to Florida during some college break, and he interviewed several black girls and asked them, I want you to pick which man you want. Do you want a drug dealer, a scammer, or a 9-to-5 guy? 95% of the black girls, when asked, and there were a couple of white ones that said it too, but the overwhelming majority of the girls were black. On every one of these videos I've seen, the overwhelming majority picked a scammer and a drug dealer. These black men that are supposed to save the community and fix it and sacrifice their life and time and money, even though they have their own obligations and responsibilities to their children and their women, and you want them to go sacrifice for nameless, faceless black people, many of which would rather kill them than listen to them? Are you fucking insane, nigga? You're out of your mind. You are a leftist. You are a Democrat. You are a collectivist thinking Negro male. That's what you are. I'm sorry. I can help you with that. But you're going to have to purge your mind of the fucking nightmare that's in there now. You take no... Let me explain something to you. I tell the women who listen to my channel that if a man won't correct you, he doesn't care about you. If a man does not correct you, he doesn't care about you. He's not concerned about your outcomes. You are terrified of black women. You are terrified of them. I am not. So I tell them what they need to hear. They take it or they let it alone. I've raised a daughter by myself with no help from her mother. I have qualifications and insights you will never have. I know what I'm doing with what I'm saying, and you cannot challenge one word that's come out of my mouth. Not one. These women are destroying themselves. Black girls are participating in prostitution like it's a fucking game. By the time they reach an age where they want to marry, they can't. They're finished. They're used up. And you don't give a fuck.
All right. Now we go into rapid fire, 7 minutes. But before we do that, I must acknowledge a few of my contributors. Shout out to Brother Sage Highwayman with the $4.99 super chat. He says, good evening, Sir X. Good evening, chat. What's good with it? Brother Sage, you know when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. Once I find it. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I appreciate that, brother Sage. And shout out to JC the Conqueror again with another $20. He says, "Is that Buddy who was crying in that video?" I don't know, brother JC. I don't think so, brother. I don't know. But anyway, you know, when you drop coins on this platform, especially when you drop them the way you've been dropping them tonight, you get this. A big coin drop on this platform. Appreciate that, brother JC. Those coin drops, showing out with your money. So we are now entering rapid fire. You know, rapid fire, there is no clock. Well, there's a clock, but you won't see it. But there's no me, there's no moderator, Mono Imano, and there is no rules. We left off with Brother Big Date, so we pick it up with Brother Solar. Brother Solar, pull the trigger. Rapid fire.
Do we both talk?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
You have any questions?
Yeah. Well, my first question would be kind of predicated around what you were just talking about. You said Chinese people in our community said they're private citizens. You don't want to engage them. You don't have nothing to say about them, but they're taking the resources and the economics out of your community.
They're a business owner. What the fuck are you talking about? They saw an opportunity. They open up a business. This is a capitalist society. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about controlling your community. That's absurd to
you. Controlling your community.
What
does that mean, sir?
About the black woman, but when
what does controlling your community mean?
But when it's time to compete, you seem to have all these excuses. And this is what I'm talking about.
No.
Because what you said, yes, that's exactly what
you said. They're private citizens. Opening up a business.
The reason why
how many businesses have you opened?
The reason why we can't compete is because we wasn't raised with men.
How many businesses have you opened?
Because we wasn't raised. Guess whose fault is
that? How many businesses have you opened?
You even admitted that the reason why
let me tell you how to fix that problem.
Because you're a weak man is because you didn't have a father around. This is what
Solar, shut up. Because you're an idiot.
That's a rapid fire.
You're an idiot. Let me tell you how to fix the problem.
The reason why.
Let me tell you how to fix the problem, Solar.
Look, this is the thing.
Solar, can you stop? I want to answer your question.
Yeah, all this.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question, Solar.
Weak.
The way Solar, you're weak. You're compromised.
You clearly said
you're weak and you're compromised, Solar.
You're not going to engage.
I'll just answer the question.
But then you turn around and
you fix the problem of Asians opening up businesses
because you want to run out the
in the black community.
Why would he
is that black people have to open up businesses that offer better products and services than the Chinese people? Keep them in the marketplace. You retarded monkey nigga.
You know what I'm saying?
You are retarded.
A bunch of excuses.
You are retarded, Solar.
Man, you're weak.
I got full custody of my children and I raised them. My son is a mixed martial artist, and I'm weak.
What he used to justify what made him a real
Solar.
Man that he was supposed to be doing anyway.
Solar, I live in a $500,000 house, Solar. You're stupid.
You're weak. You're weak.
Okay, Solar, I'm weak.
Say,
why can't you respond to any of my points?
Look, because you're off topic from the beginning with.
Oh my God.
You were off topic from the beginning. I didn't got to respond to not a goddamn.
You don't understand.
You were off topic.
You don't understand capitalism.
You did not give one
reason.
You
don't understand market forces.
You did not give one reason why.
You don't understand any of that.
You
are a Democrat. You're a liberal. You're a leftist. And you're a loser.
Look. So can
you're
you
a loser.
Why you want to leave the community? Because that's what you said at the debate.
I don't. No. You're a liar. I don't tell black men to leave anywhere. I tell black men to do what's best for them. I don't tell them to go overseas. I don't tell them to go anywhere.
You're getting emotional.
I tell them to do what's best
You're
for
getting
them.
emotional, bro. You're all in your test.
I'm emotional. You're retarded.
Resting your femininity.
You're as dumb as they come, nigga. I'm tired of slaughtering retarded Democrat nigga males.
He don't want to compete with other men. Then he got all this to say.
I don't want to. Oh my God,
nigga, bro. Resting your
you are
femininity,
an idiot.
He's
Rest
his
in
femininity
peace.
right now.
You haven't answered any of my questions. I will answer any question you ask me.
You're off topic, bro.
Any question you ask me, I'll answer it.
Topic, bro. You're off topic, bro. So go ahead and rest in your goddamn.
You haven't been on topic.
Let's run it down. You don't want to compete with other men.
I don't want to compete. I do every day.
You point to the women that's a problem. You know what I'm saying?
75% of the problems in Black America can be attributed to the terrible decisions Black women make in their life.
You made excuses. Your excuses was
75% of the problems in Black America can be attributed to the terrible decisions Black women make with their lives.
That fault again. If you think that the problem, the reason why we're not competing because we didn't have a male president.
No, the reason why we don't compete is because Black men are adverse to risk taking because they were never raised by men because their mother choose bums.
Those were the ain't shit men. This is what you say. Those were the ain't shit men. You're
the ain't shit man.
All Black women do is run around.
You're the ain't shit man. So are you.
You don't even know me. Like what are you talking about?
Nigga, I know what you say.
So it's like
you're a clown.
But this is the problem.
You're a clown, nigga.
Look, now, okay, continue to rest in your
femininity. You're a clown.
I could be this.
You're up here talking about, you're talking about tearing down people's legitimate businesses because they're Asian. You're a fucking idiot.
Your legitimate businesses.
You're gonna put Black men in jail. You fucking buffoon.
Should be a declaration of war.
You're a fucking buffoon.
And your goddamn community.
You're a Democrat and you're an idiot.
You're a weak man. That's what you are.
That's why I got full custody.
Right? Resting your femininity. You're a weak man.
You goddamn effeminate Black man.
You're a weak man.
You goddamn effeminate leftist Black man.
Making money in our community.
You goddamn effeminate leftist Black men. You're terrible.
Weak man.
You're
I
terrible.
want to hear real men say that. You know what? We need to organize.
We need to organize. You know what organizing means?
Look, he make a
Do you know what organizing means?
You hear that shit?
Organizing means you never will be held accountable for what you produce. You want to point the finger at this big crowd of Black people.
It triggered him.
I'm going to let him talk.
It triggered him.
It
triggered him when I said organization. What men do. You see this? You see this? The type of behavior of these type of men. When I say organization, he's like, "Oh, organize," as if that's something bad. He like what are you talking? What? These are not real men, people. Real men. I don't give a fuck what you doing. Let's organize. Let's get together. Whatever they doing, let's do it better. Ain't no fucking excuses. What you talking about? Ain't no goddamn excuses. You can't make them organize. The reason why we're not doing that because we didn't have fathers around. I don't give a damn about that, bro. What I'm talking about right now, we breathing right now, motherfucker. We know what the problem is. Let's solve the damn problem. We can't run around and point out women at the.
You're an idiot.
You can't run around and point. You're
not a man.
At the goddamn
you're
women.
Effeminate.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you can say all that.
You're an effeminate. You're not a man.
You do. You don't. Look. Who's the effeminate one? The person that wants to engage men and wants to compete with men and get them out of our community, or the person that want to run
down a Chinese person's business because they're Chinese.
You
stupid bastard.
Rest in your goddamn femininity. Then we don't need men like you. You're destroyed. Get out of here. You're a weak
Black race.
You're a weak man.
You
When are the real men going to step up?
Loser, Democrat, nigga man.
Do you follow men like this?
You're lying, nigga
follow
lips.
Men like this?
You're lying, nigga lips.
They want to stand up in their own goddamn community and then want to run.
You don't want to stand up in your own goddamn community, nigga. I live in an upper class neighborhood. I live in an upper class neighborhood.
For something.
Everything's fine here.
That men do.
Black people live here.
We don't.
White people live here. Everything's fine
here. Get out of here, then. Go ahead and run.
Everything's fine here.
Run to Thailand. Run your ass over the seas. Go over to Africa.
I don't tell Black men to go to Thailand. I tell Black men to do what's best for them.
Yeah, what's best
Black
for them.
women have decided to do what's best for them.
A stronghold in a damn
Black
community.
men should do the same.
For them. What's best for them
Black
is
women have
women
decided
get
to
in
do what's
line. That's
best
what's
for
best for
them.
the black man. You don't
Black
know what's best
men
for the
should
black
do
man.
the
You're a
same.
goddamn liar. That's what you are. And you're always going to be a
You,
damn liar.
if you
You're a
won't
weak
correct
man.
a woman, you
That's
don't
what you
care
are.
about her.
You're weak as hell.
If you
Get out of
don't
here. You don't know
correct
what the
a
hell
woman,
you
you
talking
don't
about.
care
Talking
about her.
yeah, then women,
You
they
don't
don't care
correct
about
a
us.
woman, you don't
Let's be
care
weak for
about
one.
her.
We don't want to compete with other
You're
men and
weak.
get them out of our community.
You're
We want to put our
broken.
team with the black
You're
women. Get the
compromised.
hell out of here. You're
Were you
weak.
the nigga that
You don't
cried
know
on
what the
that
hell you're
video?
talking about. You're getting
Were you
emotional
the nigga
because you
that
can't deal
cried
with the
on that
truth.
video?
Every time I talk about everything that men
Were
do,
you the
you
nigga that
seem to
cried
be
on that
triggered
video?
by
Yes or
all that.
no?
What that signifies
Yes
is that
or
you're
no?
a weak ass man that don't know what the
He
hell you
won't
talking
answer
about.
it.
And since you don't know what the
He
hell you're talking
won't
about,
answer
you
the
need to just shut
question.
up and let me talk.
Get this
Just
nigga
shut up.
some Kleenex.
Yeah, just
Get this nigga some
wow. He
Kleenex.
said, I need Kleenex.
He can wipe
Nigga,
his
you the one
ears
that
and wipe
came
his
with
ass.
those goddamn women.
Wipe your ass, nigga.
All right. That's going to conclude the rapid fire round. Now we go into closing statements. We let off with Brother Solar, so we lead off the closing statements with Brother Big Nate. Brother Big Nate, 5 minutes on the clock. Closing statements. Pull the trigger.
Thank you, Brother Xavier. Thank you to the audience. I apologize for my outbursts and the cussing, you know. What you see in Solar is Black America's biggest problem outside of the belligerent, uncooperative ABW, stands for American Black Woman. Her simp enforcer, shout out to Mr. Palmer. Mr. Solar is a simp enforcer. He is an attack dog for the gynocracy. Black women, there are Black women in this space, not in this space, but on the periphery of it, who joke about killing Black boys through abortion. Okay? Little Big Nate on his show, oh, actually, it was on Bernard Riley's show. Then I said it on my show. I made a point, and this was the point. 3 weeks ago, a Black man was killed by a Latino bodega cashier for coming to the protection of his Black queen over a $3 bag of potato chips. In Detroit, about a couple of weeks later, a baby mama took her 2 biological brothers to her baby daddy's house. They rushed in the house after agreeing to a fist fight, and the baby daddy shot and killed both brothers. They're dead. In New York also, I believe, a Black single mom called her 20-year-old criminal career son with 13 arrests at 20 because she got cold French fries from McDonald's. The 20-year-old career criminal came and murdered, shot in the neck, a young Black man, 20 years old, an employee at McDonald's, for $1.50 in fries. And then the most recent story that I'm aware of, Black woman in Texas, Galveston, I believe. She took her gas pump, poured 50 cents of gas on the Black man that was her boyfriend in the car, and set him on fire. $3 bag of chips, $1.50 fries, 50 cents in gas. That's 5 dead Black men for less than $5. And this fucking lunatic would tell us that we're not doing enough. You can't protect a woman that you can't exercise control over. You cannot protect anything you can't control. The reason you can protect your house is because you control who comes in and out of it. You protect your car by locking it, it's yours. You protect a woman by advising her where to go, where to stay from, how to dress. Not that you control all her actions, but you are there to advise her in the event she's about to make a mistake. You have to exercise control over something to protect it. You, as a coward and as a effeminate, broken simp enforcer, will never try to exercise control over a Black woman. Never. And unfortunately, Black women make it known the overwhelming majority of them, that no one is going to exercise any control over them. How dare you ask for protection without giving the men you're asking it from the ability to keep you safe by controlling, to a certain extent, how you move? If I say you don't go on that side of town, you don't fucking go on that side of town. If I tell you you're dressed inappropriately, you change. They don't want that type of control over them. So I created a character called the Protect Black Women Death Angel, because Black men all over the country die trying to protect this belligerent, disobedient woman. And I'm tired of seeing Black men dying doing that. You're going to get yourself killed and several other Black men if they follow what you say out of your foolish fucking mouth. You are ridiculous. Black America will get nowhere with the way you think. You leave Black women in control. You follow Black women into hell. I'm trying to talk to the Black women that aren't interested in that, who want to be under the leadership of a proper man. Thank you.
All right, Brother Solar, 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
All right, this is typical weak men buffoonery, bullcrap. He says, he talks about, he calls, I'm a simp enforcer that, because I want to fix the Black community. I'm a simp. I'm a simp because I want to be productive. I'm a simp because I want to compete. I want to do better. I want to unite. I want to fix the problems. I'm a simp because of that. Like, these are talking points for weak men. Can't y'all see that? Can't y'all see that, within the muck that he thinks are talking points, while y'all cheering that bullshit on that it ain't fixing shit? What is that going to fix? Not a damn thing. Just another motherfucker complaining. And who complains? Bitches. And I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about him. You just sit back and complain. That's what you're doing. Weak. Like I said, he don't know what a real man is. He don't know the qualities of a real man. So that's why it's all misconstrued. He think that that's a talking point because he's pointing his finger at his woman about what his woman ain't doing. He made the reference, and this is like I'm beginning to see a trend of, to prove, his points about, he gives you these, I call it like, news porn. Oh yeah, the woman poured. I could name about 50 examples of what Black men did that was on the news to Black women. But let's dig it on a bigger scale. Who brought the guns into the community? Who allowed the guns to come in the fucking community? Who allowed the drugs to come in the community? When you're looking at these big time drug dealers, Rick Ross, AZ in New York. Yeah, they got them. They allow foreign men to come into their community and put drugs in the community. In fact, Rick Ross admitted that, yeah, he got drugs from foreigners, got guns from foreigners, and brought it into his community. Oh, that's the Black woman's fault? But he's the type of dude, like, look at these crack whores out here. He's that type of dude. Look at these crack whores out here. Men not protecting their community is the bottom line. He goes on to say, well, yeah, if I tell her not to wear, and he calls, don't wear the fucking clouts. If I tell her not to go over there, what's going to stop her from doing it? Your weak ass ain't going to do nothing. What's going to stop her from doing it? You ain't got nothing to stop her from doing it because you're weak. That's why. That's why she could go and look at you and say, what the hell you going to do? Nigga, you can't even control your own goddamn community. Because guess what? You take your ass over there in Kuwait, in Iraq, in Iran, and look at their women. All the shit that you were saying that the Black women need to do, take your ass over there and see how they do, how they doing it then. What's so special about what the fuck they doing? Because they control their own shit. That's what it is. They control their own fucking community. That's what it is. It ain't fucking rocket science. You lay down the laws and establish dominance over your community, they will abide by the laws. You can see that all across the globe, but for some weird reason, you don't get it. You see that everywhere else, that the women dress how the law says you dress like this, and that's how you dress. The law says you don't do this. You can't go out at this certain time. The laws, that men lay down laws. This is like men 101. I gotta do man class 101 for this weak ass nigga. The reason why she's doing all that, because you don't control shit. What the fuck she gotta listen to your ass for? You don't control not a damn thing. You're not holding your end of the bargain up, bro, to make it clear to you. You're not holding your end of the bargain. It's like you're a weak ass dude. Don't control. Let's run it down. You don't control your community. You let your young men run over you, and then you got all these fucking demands and shit. She'll be an idiot to follow a man like you. That black woman will be a damn idiot because you ain't got nothing to provide for her. Hell, she make more money than your ass anyway. What you got to put on the goddamn table if she was to follow every iota of your fucking laws? Not a goddamn thing, because you're weak as hell. You got all these demands and shit. He got all these demands and all these rules. Hell, you don't control shit. Fuck she gonna listen to your ass for? And this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, deal with the self first. Yeah. God damn.
All right, that is going to bring our debate to a conclusion. Now, if you look in your right-hand corner, you will see a poll. Go ahead and cast your vote. I will only leave the polls open for about 10 to 15 minutes. So vote and vote now and hit the damn like button. We're only 5 away from 200. Come on, help a brother out. 5 of you hit that damn like button. Get us to the 200 mark. That would be a record for a brother. 5 of you move that mouse over. Hit that like button. Let me see 200 Negroes before I go to bed. God damn it. Now that our debate is over, let me do.
202 now.
You know, thank you, Negroes. Thank you for moving that mouse over to that like button. Now let me do some contributor acknowledgments. Shout out to Brother Faulkner with the $2 super chat. He says, flawless victory. Woo! I appreciate that, Brother Faulkner, that $2 super chat. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Brother Faulkner. And also, shout out to, hold up, make sure I didn't get too far, y'all. I might have tried not to pass them. Y'all know I don't like to interrupt the debates with the super chat, so I gotta kind of reel back up. So give me a minute. Give me a minute, Negroes. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I don't even know why this jumped. Okay, there we go. Also, shout out to Brother F. Holiday with another $10 super chat. He says, stop tearing down our people. Yo, I heard that tape, man, and that dude, man, it was just too much, man. It was too much. I let my wife listen to that, and she was like, who is that? I said, I don't know, but damn, he shouldn't have did that shit on tape. But shout out to Brother F. Holiday, and I believe that's F. Holiday's second super chat of the night, so you have exceeded the $20 mark, so you get this. A big coin drop on the platform. Appreciate that, Brother F. Holiday. And shout out to, goddamn, y'all been dropping money. See, I'm not used to y'all dropping money like this, so I haven't even really been paying attention to the chat back here, so y'all got to give me a minute. so I can catch up to him. Shout out to Brother Hostile Adept with the $5 super chat. He says, Solar sounds like he wants to be king of the slums. Simp enforcement at its finest. Appreciate that, Brother Hostile Adept. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Hold on, I know it's another one. Trying not to pass y'all. I don't want y'all to get mad at me, so I'm going to make sure I try to get them all. Try to get them all, Negroes. Try to get them all. And shout out to my brother. Brother Sir Tice is in the house. What's good with it, Brother Sir Tice, with the $9.99 super chat? He said, ad hominem is in abundance. Women don't earn more than black men. 56% of black men don't have children. A small percentage of males most women choose to procreate with. Your talking points are narrative. I appreciate that, Brother Sir Tice. And Brother Side Tice is a member. So when you drop coins and you a member, you get this.
Outstanding. You just joined the page? Cool. You know it's appreciated.
Appreciate that, Brother Sir Tice. And also shout out to Solar Vision Debate League with the $5 super chat. He says, flawless victory for Solar. I appreciate that, Brother Solar. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also shout out to Brother Roscoe with the $5 super chat. He says, question for Solar Mind. Why do you want weak men to return to the community? With them gone, there are more women for you to protect. I appreciate that, Brother Roscoe. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
It's spoken like a true weak-ass nigga.
All right. Appreciate that, Brother Roscoe. I believe that is everybody. Yes. I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. I really do. Your generosity tonight is astounding. Thank you very much, brothers. Y'all been showing off with your money tonight. Showing off with your money. Now look at the poll. Y'all got about maybe 5 more minutes before I close it. Let me bring Brother Mel up because I think Brother Mel wanted to get up in here and debate too. Brother Mel, you still there? Brother Mel, do you still want to debate?
It's up to you. I mean, yeah. I mean, like you probably
No,
don't
no.
want to keep it any longer. I mean, yeah.
Well, I'll do one more. One more. We can do one more. I'm assuming you're here to challenge Brother Solar.
Yeah.
All right. What do you want to challenge him on?
Well, unfortunately, I'm continuing the whole conversation with the other two brothers started and stuff. Yeah, because he's making no sense at all. Period.
Okay, Brother Solar, do you accept?
Yeah. Let me know specifically what you want to talk about, because the last guy, he just didn't never want to engage what he initially said the debate was about.
Actually, he did. You didn't want to accept it, so I'm going to continue and finish it.
Finish what?
All
What's
right.
the topic?
So what?
Exactly. But the
So
whole
what are we
topic-
debating? What are we debating?
Why would you want competent, strong-minded men to stay in a dysfunctional community that don't want to be led? And that's actually the dysfunctional black bitches. It's the difference between black women and black bitches. You cannot tell the difference. That's a you problem. I'm not going to even explain it to you because you.
So you're saying the topic is why do we want to go back to a dysfunctional community? Is what you're saying?
That's what you're advocating for.
No, we're trying to get the topic though. So you.
That is the topic. That's what you're advocating for.
So why do black men
to come back and instead of them having their happiness, you want to dick police them so much?
Okay, so you're saying that why do black men want to go back to a dysfunctional community?
Exactly. That's what you're advocating for.
Okay, we could debate that.
Okay. So I'm assuming you don't want black men to go back to the community, Brother Mel.
Actually, they're creating their own communities. Ain't got to be the one that he's visiting for, but they going to create their own community somewhere else.
Well, I'm just trying to establish who's the affirmative and who's the negative so I can know who can go first. I mean, I don't mind what y'all
I'm
debate.
for
Just
competent, smart men to find their happiness wherever it is, instead of being in
okay.
dysfunctional neighborhoods they at, thinking they can lead a bunch of dysfunctional black bitches.
Why do black men? Why should black men go back to dysfunctional communities?
Yeah, because that's what you're advocating for. That's what it sounds
So
like together.
okay. So your your contention is that you're asking the question, why? Is that what that's what you're trying to debate up here, Brother Mel? Is
Yeah.
that what you're trying to do? Okay. And what's your contention on that?
Made perfectly good points a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he seems like he wants these competent brothers, he calling them weak. But these dudes more stronger than he think they are.
I have a question. Like when you say dysfunctional community, are you talking about communities that are predominantly black? That's what you're talking about?
Why don't you tell me what dysfunctional are?
I'm trying to see what you want to debate, bro.
Because me, dysfunctional woman that like the other two brothers said, a black woman, a black bitch. There's a difference between a black woman and a black bitch that don't want to listen to a man's leadership. Who picks incompetent who picks
you see what the
incompetent
problem is,
men
people? Like we're
who
trying to come up with
procreate
the topic, but he's so
consistently all-
emotional. He wants to go
That
into
is
the
the
debate
topic.
without.
I'm not getting emotional.
I'll just ask a simple question about when you say dysfunctional communities. Are you talking about communities that are predominantly black? Is what I was asking.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm
Okay.
asking a question. Like,
Well, how about this? How about obviously you don't want black men to go back to the community, and I'm assuming that Brother Sola wants them to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we are? Okay. So,
Yeah, I'm talking about specific type of black men. I think he's talking.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a specific group of black men. He wants all. I'm not speaking
Okay.
for all. Those brothers want to
So-
go find happiness somewhere else in other communities or build other communities somewhere else instead of the dysfunctional black community that we are in and everything. I'm not gravitating.
Well, I don't disagree with the fact that black men could go to other places and build communities. I don't.
Actually, you do because you called them weak so much.
No, I never said that a weak man going to another community, establishing another community.
Actually, yes, you did. You just
No, I
called them
didn't.
weak so much with the last two brothers.
I didn't say that. No, you must have misheard.
No, I listened to the whole thing.
But what do you want to debate?
Yeah, I'm just
black men go back to dysfunctional communities?
So you actually don't mind competent men getting away from the black communities that they in, if it's dysfunctional.
yeah.
Because
So
that's what the last two brothers were speaking about.
He doesn't disagree with you, Brother Mel. He doesn't disagree with you on that.
No, I disagree with him when he says why should black men go back to dysfunctional communities? So they're out of the community and they're supposed to be going back. I'm a little confused with that.
No, I
that
said
part.
they going somewhere else.
Okay, so you saying that now? You're saying talking about the black men that's in the community leaving. That's what you're saying.
The competent type of men. I'm talking about specific black men. One's not competent.
Okay, so you said why should competent,
good-hearted men, men that
competent?
actually work hard and everything, that want to go find happiness somewhere else. And
Okay, so you're saying that the title
you're calling them weak men.
Let's see, typical Negro stuff. Okay, so you say why should competent black men leave the dysfunctional communities? Is that what you want to talk about?
Yes. Nate, you stay there, Nate?
Yes, sir.
You understand what I was saying, right?
No, don't talk to Nate. Talk to me. You're debating
I'm talking to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to him.
I was in the chat, bro. I'm sorry.
Nate, you
I
understand
was
what
in
I
the
was saying?
chat.
Nah, I'm just saying you're talking to me right now, though. You're trying to get the debate topic with me. Like what Nate says is not going to matter when you're talking.
Nice spin move, mate. Nice spin move, Nate. That was a good spin move.
Why should competent black men leave the community? Is that what you're saying?
Men are weak. Those men ain't weak. Those
I think that's what he's trying to say.
Men
Should competent black men leave the dysfunctional communities? I think that's what he's trying to say. So we got to assume now because you know,
Yeah, well, I mean, if
Should
that's what
competent black men leave
leave the
dysfunctional
community.
communities? Dysfunctional
Yes or
communities.
no? Yes or no for either one of you. Let's make it simple. Yes or
I'm
no?
saying no. They should not leave they should not leave dysfunctional communities. That's why I was asking them. So I'm guessing
Okay.
we
You
having a
said no. You
black
said yes.
Okay.
conversation. So that goes without saying. So
Okay.
okay. So
If
let's do it.
okay, so you're yes, he's no,
I'm yes,
right?
no. I'm yes, yes.
All right. All right. So he's no. That makes him the negative. That's what I wanted to find out.
Okay.
All right.
Right. We
Let's
finally
go
did it.
ahead and let's get it going. All right. 5 minutes on the clock. You're the negative, brother Solar. You go first. Opening statements. Pull the trigger.
Okay, so should competent black men leave the dysfunctional communities? No, no competent black men should not leave because those are the men that will establish order. Those are the men that are supposed to be the organizers. Those are the men that's supposed to make the community right. Why is it the black man's duty? Those competent black men. Why should they be holding a responsibility? I know that's the question that's gonna be risen in this debate because we are the ones that allowed it to become dysfunctional. That's what I said earlier. The biggest drug dealers in the black community. Well, this is going outside when you get into the foreign influence because the real big drug dealers are men that are not black. But the men that took the drugs from these foreigners were black men. The men that helped bring the guns into the black community. This wasn't a group of black women that did that. They all got their stories now. They all telling their stories now. Like I said, AZ, Rick Ross, all these different, the Supreme Team. You look at the documentaries, and these are all black men that was doing that. Black men that was doing that. So you mean to tell me that you helped create the problems of the dysfunctionality? Because most of these problems that they're talking about for us with the black women and the dysfunctional, most of that happened during the crack era. Crack that black men helped bring into the black community. Whose responsibility is to fix that problem? It should go without saying. Why is this even an argument? Why is this even a talk? Because men today are emotional. They don't want to be problem solvers. They want to complain. They want to sit back and point the finger at their women. That's what they want to do. And they call people moist that wants to solve problems. It's like we live in an alternate universe now. We don't know what real men is and what real men do. Yeah. The reason why we shouldn't, because we help create the problem. Who you going to point your finger at, buddy? Your black woman? I'm once again, we talking about strong, able-bodied, hopefully right-minded black men. I mean, like, what is the problem? Why don't you want to solve the problems in your own community? Why do you want to run to another community? That should be the debate topic. But and then as what you can see, even with trying to get the debate topic was like pulling teeth. It's something with organization. It's something with communication that is aloof to the black man for some reason. Can't even comprehend. Can't even have a logical conversation to get a damn debate topic. So I can see why men like him don't want to fix a community. It took him 5 minutes to even grasp what the debate topic was about. You know what I'm saying? The guy's telling him like, yo, we trying to get an affirmative and a negative. He's too busy trying to argue. Why? Because he's emotional. Too emotional. Wants to get at solar. Let's have this discussion, bro. Should competent black men, so that excludes him. Should competent black men, yes, we got to solve the dysfunctionality. Who else is going to do it? Oh, so you're going to just leave your woman to be a victim of the system? You're just going to leave? Where are you going to go, black man? Where are you going? Just think about the mentality. Get out your emotions. Yes, bro. Like whatever happened in high school, whenever it happened. Like yo, get over that. You're a grown ass man now, bro. These are much bigger problems that has to be solved. Like, don't you want to have a legacy? Don't you want to be known for something powerful? Like this is how men think. real men think. Like 40 seconds from now, he's gonna go in and talk about how solar is moist, and then he's gonna talk about how black women did all this stuff to black men and poured gasoline on them and set them on fire. So get ready for that. How's the problems going to get solved? Who's going to solve the dysfunctionality? Oh, we don't. Who? Why should we solve problems? You know what? Why you're not in the global conversation amongst other men? Because you don't solve problems. You want to point the finger at your woman. That's why you're not respected. Like this is common sense. This is basic man shit that is aloof to these people for some reason. So let's have this discussion.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Mel, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Opening statements.
Yeah. Unfortunately, y'all saw how long I had to tell this fool about the damn conversation and stuff like that. It's like talking to a fucking female. I mean, damn, look what we talking to. We talking to a male feminist and shit. Yeah, the last two debates, this whole debates was about why black men leaving the community. And unfortunately, I broke it down even more to a specific type of black man that was more simple. And he couldn't even gravitate that. We back and forth. I feel like I was arguing with a fucking female and shit like that. This already shows right there. I keep talking about black men bringing drugs in the community and everything, but how many black women benefited off of that also too and encouraged that and shit? See, you talk about the black kingpins and shit like that, but there was black female drug lords also too that played the part in that whole thing. And unfortunately, they raised their sons to get into that lifestyle also too and shit instead of doing the opposite. So unfortunately, and shit like that, his old thing about black men wants to take care of some type of woman. No. And yeah, I'm gonna bring up certain shit about women pouring gasoline, all that shit. You live in Philly, I live in New York City. I see this shit every day. I got nephews in my family and shit like that. I don't want them dealing with a certain type of woman. Period. Those are leaders. My older brothers are leaders, and they don't deal with certain type of women that's not gonna follow their lead. I'm not having it. See, we're not simps in our families. We think we're very logic. Unfortunately, all for a community to be led, they gotta be leadable. For black women to be taught, they gotta be teachable. If most black women is not teachable, we're gonna go somewhere else. See, a leader not only leads, but he also know who's the weakest link and shit. They're not gonna waste their time with the weakest link so much. And if black women are or percentage of black women are the weakest link and shit like that, ain't gonna say nah, bye, peace out. And they will build somewhere else. Because unfortunately, life starts with us. We carry the seeds of life. Women are the incubators of life. We carry the seeds. So unfortunately, when we go build somewhere else, we will still build a new black community. Even when we go outside our race, that child will be considered black, even though they mix. They would still be considered part black. But unfortunately, yes, they want to go find their happiness. I ain't for men wanting to find their happiness no matter what. I'm not dick policing certain dudes. Women recycle the same small percentage of dysfunctional females all the damn time. Data fast statistics have proven that. Hey, the CDC even proven that black fathers are the most involved fathers out there. Oh, I know you're shocked to hear that, right? Yeah, but that's true. Even blackdemographics.com. Black men are still the most married and shit. And of course, most of that percentage is still with black women, but with our marriage rate is still higher than black women's rate. But don't get it twisted. We're not gonna fucking deal with dysfunctional females and shit like that. Most of these men are waking up. Most percentage of good men out there are tired of being cleanup guys for what these small percentage of dudes are doing. No, we see this all the time in divorce court, child support court all the damn times. How men are spending so much money trying to get custody of their kids. Only a small percentage of them actually succeeded. But you see how much money they have to spend to get custody of their kids for all that shit? They shouldn't have to go through that shit. But see, women treated with very leniency. She could be so dysfunctional and she still get treated with leniency. So why the fuck we want to deal with those type of females and shit like that? Yo, I'm not leading any community like that, man. I'm not cleaning any community like that if it's so dysfunctional like that. I go build somewhere else. And trust me, just like a successful millionaire with a millionaire mindset, he can rebuild anywhere. See, that's the mindset of a black man, a black leader that built. If he doesn't want to build where he lives at, he go find somewhere else to build, and he will succeed that way. And it's happened plenty of times, over and over and over. I'm done.
All right. We're going to do 5, 5, and 5, man, because it's getting late. But before we continue, let me do some contributor acknowledgement. Shout out to Brother Bray J with the $10 super chat. He says YouTube won't allow me to super chat my comment for some odd reason. I will drop it in the comment section. All right, let me see. I'm assuming. Damn, I don't see it in here either. Let me pull it up and I'll read it. Let me see. Brother Bray J says competent black men should leave a community where the black women and them old mamas. Ha ha! You must be a fan of T.P.O.T. Them old mamas have an allegiance to, as David Carroll would say, a buck dancing, bojangling, stepping, fetching, charlatan, black pastor. I appreciate that, Brother Bray J. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. Once I find it. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And Brother Bray J, the correct pronunciation for that is these old mamas. My brother. But we continue. We have concluded the opening statement, so now we move into the rebuttal round. We left off with Brother Mel. We pick it up with Brother Solar. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger, Brother Solar. Rebuttal round.
All right. You know, it's so predictable. He goes on as what I said. Okay, I'm a feminist. He called me a feminist. Nothing that I said was geared around anything feminist. I mean, you're talking about building a community. I guess building a community is feminist. You know, reestablishing economic power is feminist. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I guess I am a feminist because I want to establish, economic power in the black community. He said black women benefited from drugs. Interesting. Black women benefited from drugs. I guess he's going to run to me what these benefits are, because what I've seen from the drugs that was brought into the community via the lack of black men protecting the community from drugs being put in those communities was dilapidated communities. Our communities was uprooted from within. We began to be which served as to become a victim of the system. Why? Because since drugs began to become a big problem and it began to spread to other communities, and this is when you do your research. When you do your research, see, since black men wasn't protecting their communities, other groups of men didn't give a damn about what was going on in the black community as far as, you know, the creation of what they call the crack whores and all the different things that was destroying our community, that he said that the black woman was benefiting from. Once those drugs began to go into other communities, those men did something about it. Those men begin to put pressure on the system to solve that problem. And this is simple research. I'll show you that. So once again, you don't want to protect your community. You point your finger at your woman. You allow drugs to come into your community. And then you say, well, let's leave the community. Well, I guess you should leave the community because I guess the black men are responsible for fucking up the community. So maybe solving the problem is to get rid of you niggas or niggas like you. But the topic of the debate is functional black men, competent black men. That's who we need. We need those men in the community, because men like him, he's the Rick Rosses, and he is the Alpos, and he is the supreme. He's them type of niggas. Them type of niggas that see his own personal gain. You know what I'm saying? Destroying generations of people. But the black woman somehow benefited from that. Interesting. Then he turned around and had the nerve to say, this dude had the nerve to spew out his weak ass mouth that black women are the weakest link. What type of man? This is crazy. He had the nerve to say that his woman that he's supposed to be protecting is the weakest link. Like, what the fuck? What you gonna do without your damn woman, bro? And I know y'all, they going crazy in the chat. Oh, he's a simp. This is how weak niggas is now. That something that's supposed to be natural is simping. Just a weak ass nigga. His woman is the weakest link. So let's run it down. Black men are responsible for bringing drugs and guns into the black community. Do you got any type of role? What is the role of the black man? Are you supposed to be the front line of defense? Are you supposed to have some type of intelligence and know-how and wherewithal to protect your community? You allow all this shit to happen. When things blow up in your face, you want to point your damn finger at your damn woman. He's a weak ass nigga. What else this dude done said? Going outside the race. It's a common talking point with all three of these people. Go outside your race to find. So after he done fucked up his woman, fucked up his community, he want to go run into somebody else's community and fuck them up too. I guess that's what he trying to do. That is bullshit. So after you done fucked up your community, fucked up your woman, allow crack to come into your community, get your woman on drugs, and now she's strung out, you want to now run your ass to somebody else's community. So this is why they don't allow you in their community. This is why they check your ass when you go in their community. That's why they do that. You can't even protect your own goddamn self. Sit up there talking about something. Go somewhere. Where? Give me an example of black men going anywhere and building any goddamn thing. Yeah, we're gonna go somewhere else and build. You can't even.
All right, Brother Mel, 5 minutes on the clock. This is the rebuttal round. Pull the trigger, sir.
Man, this damn goofy clown man has proven so much of my points. His own foot must taste good in his own mouth and shit. Talking all the dumb shit he's saying right now. And even trying to twist a lot of shit I was saying and shit. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, come on. Like, talk about they benefit off of drugs. I say they benefit off the drug dealers. Which fortunately we see that a lot and shit. Now, there was a small percentage of black women who was raising sons that wanted their sons out the community, the dysfunctional community that was growing up in. And they did. They grew up, made lives of themselves, and got their mothers out and shit. And raised them and grown up in gated communities out elsewhere. And left those communities behind and shit. So, you know, for him to say all that dumb shit he was saying, man, come on, man. Like, he knows a lot of factor right there that unfortunately black woman, and you keep telling me we keep blaming the black woman. That's because if you realize during the 1980s when they chose welfare over a man in the household and shit, daddy government benefits, a trade-off, they went into the small percentage of dysfunctional men to get pregnant by that wasn't even suitable to be fathers, but that they got pregnant by them anyway. Most of these dudes ain't trying to be stepfathers no more. Hell no, it doesn't benefit to be a stepfather. Especially they let's see this younger generation now these days. They learn on a lot of the older generation of their mistakes. They wising up. They focus on themselves, and yeah, they focus on other women of other communities. Hey, they going over marrying black women from other countries and shit. Kevin Samuels warned these black women every day, every night. We seen that shit. And we warned them like, yo, matter of fact, you probably was that type of guy that he was talking about when he had the men calling show. When he told them if black women don't want a black man, then where you going to go? You keep advocating for them so damn much. No, these men are going to find happiness. At the end of the day, we want peace, and we're going to get it. You know the big main question I ask a lot of dudes now and shit like that? What is it that you deserve? Shout out to the lead attorney because I was inspired by that question. See, black men, that's a question when I ask a lot of dudes, it's hard for them to answer that question. They always keep talking about, well, I want some honor to raise my do right by my woman and all that shit and everything. No, I didn't ask what your duty is towards your woman. I asked about you. What is it that you deserve? And then when you answer that question, what are you going to enforce it? Black men need to start enforcing what they deserve. And these men are doing it right now. He's mad because unfortunately, like I said, the cleanup guys ain't cleaning up the fucked up neighborhoods no more. And he's trying to shame them for coming back. Where we going to go? Where we going to go? Like I said, they're building communities elsewhere. Like I said, they got millionaire mindsets. Most of them is in real estate. So they're going to go buy buildings elsewhere and build communities elsewhere and shit. I've seen it happen multiple times. Some of them's in this space right now also too and promoting it. Unfortunately, your community, your type of community is gone. If you want to stay there, go right ahead. We're building new communities elsewhere and shit. We don't want that no more. As Anton Daniels always says, this culture is trash. And I feel the same fucking way. I literally had to watch a video of a fucking bitch who was talking shit about how that guy didn't defend that stupid bitch of the cop doing his job. Because that woman was being so fucking dysfunctional, so he had to tell her multiple times to sign the paper. And when he went to arrest her, no, fuck that shit. That black man did his job. See, we don't talk about the fucking hardships us black men go through every fucking day. The honorable black men that we go through every fucking day dealing with this shit. He don't want to talk about how many percent of black women get black men killed. And Nate and Charles have gave me multiple examples. I live in New York. I see this shit all the time. Why the fuck would I want to protect the females like that? No. I don't want my nephews protecting females like that. I don't want my son protecting females like that. And I'm not raising my daughter to be a female like that. No. When you're in a man's presence, you listen to that man. You listen to that logical man. He will get you out as fast as you can. See, most of these bitches ain't fucking logical. And most of these men ain't fucking logical because they was around the fucking emotional females so damn much. And I think you're one of them.
All right, that's going to conclude our rebuttal round. We are going into rapid fire, but we're only going to have 5 minutes of it due to time constraints and my ass being old. So, 5 minutes on the clock. We left off with Brother Mel. Brother Solar, pull the trigger. This is rapid fire.
All right, Brother Mel. Where are you give me an example of black men building a community elsewhere.
They go into different neighborhoods where I'm at. They go into other different neighborhoods, getting a different real estate.
Yeah, give me an example of that.
And shit. They got Brooklyn. They got.
I was looking for something more specific. So, are you talking about going into a predominantly black community?
Let me ask you something, man. Why you have a thing about black men going elsewhere, finding their happiness?
Oh, what is happiness for the black man? What do you consider to be happiness?
I just told you, peace. That's what he wants.
So,
and he wants a woman that's going to give him peace.
What are you willing to do for peace, bro?
What I'm willing to do for peace?
What are you willing to do for peace, bro?
What is that based off of? Me doing
That's
that?
Just a question, bro.
Yeah, exactly. What is that based off of?
That's just based off of what you asked me. You said what your statement was. You said that you're looking for peace.
I asked you a question, and then you.
I'm saying you said you were looking for peace.
So
I'm saying what are you willing to do for peace? That's what the question was.
What are you willing to do for peace? Because you.
I'm willing to fight for peace. I'm willing to die for peace.
So you're willing to die for peace, huh?
Yes.
So you
what does that mean?
You get stopped by a cop.
What does that mean? That means
that by a cop with your woman, and she acting loud at the mouth and shit like that. And exactly. I'm using that example. So answer the damn question. So if you stop by a cop with your woman and she loud at the mouth with the woman, what the fuck you gonna do?
Now say it again. If we stop by the police,
answer the question.
No, I'm trying to hear the question.
You
Go ahead.
heard me. Answer the question.
I didn't. You said if we were stopped by the police and I didn't hear the rest. You said in the
No,
woman
you
was
heard me
yelling at the
then.
cop.
You heard me then. You heard me then.
So that was it.
You and the woman got stopped by the police and she's loud in her mouth at the police. What the fuck you gonna do?
Well, I would tell her, chill out. And let me talk to this police officer.
Wow. Oh my God. You got some logical sense. But
Okay, so what's the point in what's the point in even saying that?
What if she don't shut the fuck up then? She's still loud at the mouth. Then what?
I would direct my attention to the police officer. Like, look, she's a little emotional right now. Let me know what the issue is, and we could get.
Well, the cop don't give a shit.
Well, then that's his problem because he's supposed to be a professional and know how to deal with those situations properly.
But what if he did?
What if he did what?
What if he did? As much as she's still out the mouth, you trying to keep her calm, but she's still out the mouth. And he told her, ma'am, you got to be quiet. And she's still out the mouth.
I told you what I would do. I would direct my attention to the officer. Like, look, she's being emotional right now. Let's get through this. Whatever the problem is.
Officer.
Yeah, I would say, officer, look, she's being a little emotional right now. What is the problem?
That's not going to work. She's still out the mouth at the officer.
Oh, okay. I told you what I do. I don't know what else to say. What else you want me to say? That's what I would do. Like,
you tell the bitch shut the fuck up, and she don't shut the fuck up. Then you know what? Take
wow.
Somewhere.
So you think? So you thinking telling
yes,
the
I
quote?
will do that shit because
so you think? Quote, wait. Hold on a second.
Man being a leadership.
Hold on a
that
second.
woman needs
so you
to follow your lead.
So you saying me telling the quote unquote bitch to shut the fuck up? That's going to de-escalate the situation.
Over there, officer, arrest.
Spoken like a true man.
Exactly.
Spoken like a true man.
Arrest this bitch. I will find a new one. That's going to listen to my lead.
Wow.
But she's still.
But these are the strong men that this is an example of a strong man, right?
A smart.
So you saying so what you wait. Let me be clear on this, bro. No, we ain't gotta yell at each other.
One day like that.
Bro, we ain't got let me ask you, what would you do?
What you think she gonna listen to the officer?
Okay, say wait. What would you do? Wait.
What's the best thing to do? You gonna get yourself killed over that shit?
Like, what would you do, bro? Bro.
Beat down, locked
these dudes are so emotional, bro.
Bitch.
Like, can't even. Okay, so if she kept on talking, what would you do?
Like that. So you gonna go home with that bitch too, also too?
So if she kept on talking with the police officer, what would you do, bro? What would you do if she kept on talking? What would you do?
I already told you what I was gonna do. I was gonna tell her shut the fuck up and let me handle it. If she's still loud with the mouth, then you know what? I'll give her a choice. You keep talking, I'm gonna leave you right now.
Wow.
Still loud with the mouth, I'm going.
Wow.
Bye.
Wow. He's gonna leave his woman to be at the behest of some racist police officer. But he's a strong black man.
Why? Because unfortunately, she should have been listening to me.
Weak ass nigga. It's a shame. That's a shame.
All right. Now we enter into closing statements. I believe we led off with Brother Solar. So we lead the closing statements off with Brother Mel. 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Mel, pull the trigger, sir. Closing statements.
Now, you know what? Ladies first. Let him go. I want him to go first.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay, hold up. Let me reset it. Brother Solo. Closing statements.
It's on him.
Oh, God. Will somebody goddamn go? Damn it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, follow the rules, bro. These are the rules, bro.
I said go first. Go. Bye.
Nah. The rules is you go first, bro.
You're going. Bye. You're going. I'm not going.
Wow. See how emotional motherfuckers is, bro? Don't want to follow the rules, but expect he's going to establish a community somewhere else.
So no one's going. Is that what's going on?
I'm going second. I went first. That's how you designed the platform, brother.
Yes. That's kind of is. You got to go. It's your run because he started off the opening statement. So the person who starts off usually gets the last word. So go ahead, Brother Mel. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger.
All right, man. Yeah, because I had to catch my breath a little bit. Yeah, it's still hot. Okay. Like I said, this is the problem with dudes like this and everything. They get a lot of black men killed with this whole defend a woman's honor, all that bullshit. No, I'm not defending every female's honor. I'm not defending the most dysfunctional female's honor. Like we always said, the first rule of a competent leader is lead the ones that's going to be leadable. If she doesn't want to be led and she's out in the mouth, then you got to do what you got to do for yourself. Black women are looking out for themselves more and more and shit like that every day. We're nothing but expendables to them. So you know what? We got to flip the script. That's how I feel. And unfortunately, they crying back. And they using male simp enforcers like this clown right here and everything to do their dirty work. Unfortunately, I seen dudes like that get played all the time. Even sometimes get killed their damn self. So you need to wise up, brother, and everything for real. What's more important? Your happiness? Like you say, he's willing to die for it, right? But what type of smart move you willing to die for? You want to die for a dysfunctional bitch? Or you know what? A woman that's going to listen to you and everything. Because a real feminine woman will know how to calm a man down also too. She'll get a man out of situations and shit like that also too. And unfortunately, like I said, the example with the cop, he's focused more on the cop so damn much and everything instead of trying to calm his woman down. Unfortunately, if it's a racist cop, then unfortunately it doesn't even matter. Because you know what? She's gonna be loud with the mouth anyway and gonna make the situation even worse. Like some Queen and Slim type of bullshit. And you see, if anybody's seen that damn movie and shit like that, trust me, black men, you don't want to be like that situation. Like I said, don't deal with dysfunctional females and don't let dudes like this shame you. Go find your happiness. Build communities elsewhere. And shit like a millionaire mindset will build anywhere they want to build and shit. Because unfortunately, when you have a woman that's going to listen to your lead, you will wind up being successful everywhere, no matter what. And if he doesn't know where they at and everything, that's his problem. But unfortunately, it's so sad because he want to dick police so much dudes everything all the damn time and everything. And that shit is fucking weird. Shit's fucking weird to me. If they want to lead the community, go let them go. They want to find their happiness, go. Let them go. These are smart men. Hell, fuck. Some of these single mothers raising their son to lead a community. You ain't saying nothing about them, right? Yeah, some single mothers who's raising sons don't want them to be in a dysfunctional community. They want them to go somewhere else because they see they have a better life for them elsewhere. Unfortunately, you know, so I'm done. I don't need no more time.
All right. We'll stop the clock there. Brother Solar, 5 minutes on the clock.
Can I use the rest of his
statements? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So,
what did he have? What you had, 2:15?
Yeah. It's going to take some time to deal with this.
Absolutely. That's how we do it here.
Okay, so
pull the trigger.
I find it interesting that like this the psychology of these type of black men. Like certain talking points, like it's frowned upon and it's like trigger, like talking points is like defending a woman's honor. Yeah, you should defend your woman's honor. Like, what the fuck? Like how is that something bad? Defending your woman's honor. Yes, you should defend your woman's honor. Like, what the fuck? That shit's crazy. Like what you think men since the beginning of time did, bro? Like, yes, defend your woman's honor. Yes, put your woman on the pedestal. Yes, protect your women. Yeah, that would be protecting my woman. Like when I say don't listen to her, like, you know, she's a little emotional. Focus on me. What's the problem? Let's get through this. Was it a parking? Is it a ticket? I made a wrong turn. What's the issue, officer? Don't. That's protection in a situation where this person is a part of a system that has the authorization to kill us. That's what a responsible black man would do. You know what a weak black man would do? Shut up, bitch. You want to just turn your back on your black woman. Like, that's crazy. Even if she's emotional, we're all human. So you talking about she's emotional. Okay, she's emotional in this moment. You as a man going to just relieve your duty of protection because of that? She's having a little moment? You's a weak ass nigga. You heard it, this guy literally said, "No, I'm gonna kick her out the fucking car." And then you wonder why the black women don't respect your nut ass? You wonder why she's saying I could do better by myself? Yes. That's an example of her doing better by herself. Because your dumb ass would kick her out the damn car. What the fuck? This nigga say, black women are looking out for themselves. Once again, an individual that don't want to protect shit, don't want to challenge other men, don't want to compete with other men. Turn his back on his black woman when she's emotional. And we know all women are emotional.
or get emotional, and all humans are emotional for that matter. So you just kick her out the damn car. Yes, I'm very I'm on her side at that point. If most men are like you, then that's a true statement. They could do they should look out for themselves. Black women should look out for themselves if most men are like you, because you're a coward. You don't want to solve problems. You don't want to de-escalate shit. You want to point your fucking finger at your damn woman. Then he turns around and gives a movie. Then he turns around and give a movie reference. He can't even follow basic rules. Oh, you go first. We couldn't even establish the title of the debate. This fool can't even follow simple directions, but he's going to start another damn community. He's going to build another community. I said, well, give me an example of black men building a community. And I'm talking about black men, period. Not no black women involved, just black men building a community. Because really, you already lost because you can't build a community without the fucking woman, you idiot. Oh, yeah, they did it in Brooklyn. Oh, they did it in Brooklyn. Some vague shit. You can't give me no damn example of just black men building a fucking community. Then he talking about some he called go find your happiness. So that means that the happiness is already built and established for you to have to go find it. He didn't say think on the mentality of niggas like him. Think of the mentality. Think. Go find your happiness. Not create your fucking happiness. Not mold your happiness. Not establish your fucking happiness. Go find it. That means another man created that shit for you. That's what that means. Go find it. So you want to go run into some other group of people's woman. Guess what? Guess why they good women that you want? Because the man and that woman of that particular race created that type of woman for you to want. Why don't you do that for your shit? Why don't you create some good black women? No, because you're a weak ass nigga. That's why. You're a weak ass nigga that want to point your damn finger at what the black woman doing. So why everybody else can get it right? Why you want to run to that Asian woman? She's a byproduct of what her father and her mother created. Why you want to run to that fucking Arab woman? She's a byproduct of what the mother and the father created. So even by the mere fact that you're pointing your finger at the black woman shows that you failed. You failed. So what you want to do? You want to go run into another race. He's a weak ass nigga. Dick police is what he say. These talking terms that makes yourself feel good. Feel good shit. He couldn't even construct a solid argument talking about some building a community. Dick police. What the hell? Just talking points just to avoid himself of responsibility. Don't want to be accountable for shit, but want to run his fucking mouth. He'll kick his own goddamn woman out the car. I ain't trying to hear shit that he talking about. Nigga gets upset. They go crazy when I say yes. Defend the honor of your woman. Yes, defend the honor of your woman. You know, half of the times, you know, when a black man was getting lynched for false accusations from the damn white woman in the antebellum period when those situations was happening, them crackers knew that white woman was just sleeping with them niggas. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck. He's a weak ass man. Dick police. Go find your happiness. These are the talking points that this dude was making. He want to focus in on other communities. He don't want to be accountable for what he created. You destroyed the black community. You put dysfunction in the black community. Why wouldn't you want to solve that problem? Just nothing but a bunch of excuses. Sit back and run his mouth, pointing his finger at his damn woman. Nothing to show for it, though. He could not give me one example.
All right. And going to conclude our debate between Brother Mel and Brother Solar. And shout out to my brother.
Going to conclude our debate.
All right, who got goddamn YouTube playing in the background? God damn it!
Who's doing that? Yeah.
Shout out.
That's your boy. Not
Mel,
following the damn rules
turn
again.
turn YouTube off. Mel, Brother Mel.
Power rules where we're talking about he gonna build a community. Can't even.
Brother Mel, turn YouTube off. I'm gonna mute you, brother.
Gotta mute Melly Mel.
Shout out to Brother Son is Hot Raw, an avid supporter of this here platform with the £5. I appreciate that, Brother Son is Hot Raw. He said, see, he's the type of black man that will let an out of order woman book him in for a fight, and we'll be watching him on the 6 o'clock news. Shaking my head. I appreciate that, Brother Son is Hot Raw.
It's so
that
basic.
£5.
These guys are so
you
basic
drop
with their
coins
understanding.
on this platform. You get this, my brother. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother. Son is Hot Raw, an avid supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. So if you look in your right-hand corner, Negroes, and you only got about 10 minutes because my old ass got to take my old man nap. Get on up there and vote. Vote now. Vote now. It's 90 people still in the box. Go ahead, put your votes in there now. I will be closing the polls in about 10 minutes because, like I said, my ass is old. I got to go to sleep, God damn it. So vote. Vote now, Negroes. Vote now. Vote now. And while y'all are doing that, while y'all are voting, first thing I'm going to do is play a little Beethoven. And while y'all are voting, I will go ahead and hit y'all in the head with TPOT's programming notes. Yeah, it's time for programming notes, man. You know, we're going to play something else. How about we play this here? Yeah, it's time for programming notes, Negroes. Because we got quite a few shows coming down the pipe, man. We got quite a few shows coming down the pipe, man. I'm booked heavily, man. Heavily. Let me go ahead and turn my damn camera off. Yeah, man, we got quite a few shows coming down the pipe for you Negroes, man. I mean, TPOT, man, we are booked, and we are booked crazy. Because tomorrow, the Ridiculous Race Game is back. And I got a surprise cast for y'all. Tomorrow we are doing race and women. Race and women. So if any of you ladies, I got maybe 1 or 2 more spots, hit me up on my email. Y'all know what it is. It's popularthought@yahoo.com. That's popularthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. And then Saturday, my brothers square off in the Digital Squared Circle. Brother Supreme and Brother A Truism square off, and they will be debating gray areas and absolutes. And then we right back at it, man. Wednesday night, my brother Big Nate and Brother Trey will be squaring off in the Digital Squared Circle. Yes, and the topic is to be announced because I don't even know what the hell they're debating, y'all. I have no idea what they're debating. All I know is that they're debating on Wednesday, so make sure you're here. Maybe by next week, they'll be done figured out what they want to debate on, but as it stands now, they're just debating. Hopefully by Wednesday, we'll have it all figured out. And then Thursday night, a special show Thursday night, man. A special show Thursday night, because Thursday night we will be talking about what about the Hadia Pendletons. Now, what a lot of you don't know, if you are familiar with the Hadia Pendleton case, it dates back to 2013, and she was a young lady from Chicago that was murdered in a park, and she kind of, pretty much did. She kind of kick-started the whole T.P.O.T thing, because I was into media before. I was into media before her story, but when I heard about her story, I mean, it did something to me, man. I guess because she reminded me so much of my daughter, and she was about the same age as my daughter. So she's kind of responsible for kick-starting the whole T.P.O.T thing. So we'll be doing a homage to little Hadia Pendleton, and we'll be talking about some of the violence that plagues Black society. So make sure you're here, man. That's going to be a very special show. I'm actually trying to... That's powerful. I'm actually trying to get her brother. I've been in contact with her brother and her mother. If I can, I will have both of them on. Y'all know T.P.O.T's got a long reach. We can get pretty much anybody on here. So I have been in contact with her mother and with her brother, and I'm going to try to get them on here for y'all Thursday night. So I got a whole week to work on it. Hopefully it all goes together. Like I said, I have been in contact with her family members. I'm just kind of wait for them to, get back to me. So Thursday night, man, going to be a really special show. We actually going to do something with some meaning up here for a change. So, make sure you hear Thursday night. So a quick recap, man. Thursday night, what about the Hadia Pendletons? The start of T.P.O.T. All right, that's next Thursday. Next Wednesday, my brother Big Nate. Oh, wrong poster. My bad. Brother Big Nate squares off with Brother Trey in the Digital Squared Circle. I have no idea what the hell they're going to be debating, but they will be squaring off in the Digital Squared Circle a week from tonight. Saturday, Brother Supreme squares off with Brother A Truism. They'll be debating gray areas and absolutes. And tomorrow night, a special surprise with some surprise guests. They don't even know who's going to be there. I haven't told any of the guests about who else is going to be there. And the ridiculous race game has returned. I know y'all missed it. It's been a while since we've had it, but we're doing a special Thursday night edition of the ridiculous race game. So I got y'all set for like 2 weeks. All right. 2 weeks. Y'all are set. So make sure you are here, because all these things only go down on one place. Only on T.P.O.T Media. You know. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead, man. We're going to go ahead and close the goddamn poll. Because like I said, my ass is old. I need to lay down. I'm not like you young whippersnappers. I got to have my old man's nap. Let me go ahead and tally it up. Tally it up. Let me bring it down here. Yeah, I got to keep that Beethoven playing, keep you Negroes calm, nice and calm and breathing and relaxing. And go ahead and put this down here. That in there. All right. Here is the recap on all the debates tonight. Our first debate, Brother Faulkner versus Brother A Truism. The crowd said 63% for Brother Faulkner, 36% for Brother Truism at 41 votes in total. Our second debate, Brother Faulkner again versus Brother Solar. The crowd said 81% to Brother Faulkner, 18% to Brother Solar. Our third debate, Brother Big Nate versus Brother Solar. The crowd said Brother Big Nate 88%, Brother Solar 11%. And our final debate of the night, Brother Mel versus Brother Solar. The crowd said Brother Mel 82%, Brother Solar at 17%. And that is going to wrap up our debates for tonight. Nig Rose. Make sure you hear tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's going to be fun. We're going to have a panel full of ladies. Y'all, I know y'all are familiar with the ridiculous race game. We haven't played it in a while. It's been almost a month, but y'all know they always fun. I mix and match it up with different types of races. You know, I have white folks, black folks, Latinos, everybody's on there. And tomorrow's topic is going to be race and women. And the reason why I'm doing race and women, because I believe women are the nucleus, the core of many racial issues. I believe they are the ones ultimately who have a tendency to teach it to the children and allows it to fester. So like I said, tomorrow on the ridiculous race game, we're going to be doing race and women. You probably want to show up, man, because nobody knows who's coming on there except for me. Not even the guests know who the other guests are going to be. So it's going to be good. All right. And like I said, if it's any ladies out there, I see you out there, Latina Patriots. You need to write me. I think you owe me a damn appearance anyway. So you need to have your Latin ass on my show tomorrow. Or at the very least, send me an email and tell me why you can't come. I see you out there. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead, man. Do we got... Is that another damn super chat I see up there? I mean, y'all been giving out super chats all night, man. Like, y'all been really... Oh, absolutely, Brother Mel. Congratulations on the victory, brother.
I enjoyed the show.
Yeah, man. I mean, y'all have been really generous tonight, man. I mean, y'all been dropping these super chats and cash apps like nobody damn business, man. Shout out to Latina American with the $1.99 super chat. She says, hi, thanks for this extra long live stream tonight. Absolutely, but my ass is old, so you know I'm about to go my ass to bed any minute now. Y'all lucky I ain't fell asleep and started snoring on y'all already. But when you drop coins on this platform, Lady Latina, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Lady Latina. Also, Brother Elwood Johnson with the $2 super chat. He says, another simp bites the dust. I appreciate that, Brother Elwood. When you drop coins on this platform, my brother, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to Brother Bray J again with the $2 super chat. He said, did Solar Mine marry a Mexican? I don't know. I don't know, Brother Bray J. But I appreciate that $2 super chat, my brother. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Get that, Brother Bray J. Make sure that's all of them, man. I mean, y'all have been very generous tonight, man. Your generosity tonight, man, was just amazing, outstanding. I couldn't even keep up with all the goddamn super chats y'all was dropping here tonight, man. I mean, like I said, man, and you know, I don't really do this for the money per se. But I'm very much appreciative of the generosity in here tonight, man. I mean, I couldn't even keep up with the goddamn super chats. Y'all was dropping them so fast, man. And I appreciate all of you. But I am going to say this to all you ladies that are in my chat. I better wake up tomorrow and see a fucking email in my goddamn thing when I wake up tomorrow. All right? I better see an email up in there. Because tomorrow I actually don't have to do anything till like 12 o'clock. So I'll be up checking my damn emails while I'm drinking my coffee. And I better see an email from you ladies telling me you coming on my shit tomorrow. Or a good damn reason why you ain't. Because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. And don't think old mama gotta be black for me to haunt her. I better see an email in my shit tomorrow, ladies, when I wake up, either telling me, yes, X, I'm going to be on your shit tonight, or a good damn reason why you ain't. But I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It's 9 o'clock, Lady Alice, the usual time, 9 o'clock, probably 9:15 Eastern. But damn, where the hell is Alice at? Alice is in Texas, right? I think so. I think she's in Texas. So it'll be 8 Central for you, little 4-foot Alice. 8 Central. 8 Central. So I better have an email in my shit in the morning. Being that you asking, that means I'm going to have an email in my shit tomorrow, right? That's what that means, right? Yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man, as always. I appreciate all the cash apps and the super chats. I do. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation, man, more than anything else, man. That means more to me than anything else. Good stuff tonight, man. Good turnout tonight. I didn't have to argue with y'all all night about the likes. You know, y'all made it real smooth for me tonight. The debates went well. Nobody wanted to take on the hurricane. No one wanted to take on the hurricane tonight. Nobody. So, I mean, it ended up good because we ended up doing 4 debates, but no one wanted to take on the hurricane. Y'all just let the hurricane breeze through town and go on through. Because that's what he was here for. The hurricane was here for the smoke. He was here for the smoke. And nobody wanted to take him on. So there you have it. Don't be writing me tomorrow talking about, oh, I took on Ed. Nope. Nope. You do that, I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you because he was here for 2 hours waiting for everybody who wanted to come on and no one came. So don't be writing me tomorrow talking about what you would have did or you wanted to take him on. Or, nope. Nope. You had your fucking opportunity. I had the hurricane in the house for 2 fucking hours and nobody came up and said shit. So I don't even want to hear it. Don't even write my email with that bullshit. Don't. But I appreciate you good folks, man. Once again, man, you could have spent your Wednesday night anywhere. You decided to spend it here with us. And it's appreciated, man. And also, those of you who did not hit that damn like button, hit that shit on your way out, man. When you go out on the way out, man, just hit the thumb on the way out the door. It won't kill you. It only takes a couple seconds to do. The show's almost over, and I still got 78 of you in here. And of those 78, probably only 30 of you hit the damn like. So the rest of you, that other 48 of you, hit that damn like. Get a brother to 250 before the show is over. Damn. 250, man. Come on. Can I get 250 before the music stop playing? I know it's hard. I know your arm is so heavy that it can't lift this damn mouse. But try. All right? All right. Once again, man, and shout out to everybody that was here, man. Shout out to my brother Big Nate, brother Mel, brother Faulkner, and brother Solar for taking on everybody, man. I mean, shout out to brother Solar, you know. And yeah, we might as well go ahead and recap before we get out of here, right? What y'all think? Go ahead and give another recap. Another recap on the debates. Another recap on the goddamn debates. Why not? Our final debate, Brother Mel versus Brother Solar. Brother Mel, 82%. Brother Solar, 17%. Our third debate, my brother Big Nate versus Brother Solar. Brother Nate, 88%. Brother Solar, 11%. Our second debate, Brother Faulkner versus Solar. Brother Faulkner, 81%. Brother Solar, 18%. Our first debate, Brother Faulkner versus Brother A. Truism. Brother Faulkner, 63%. Brother A. Truism, 36%. Goddamn, Brother Faulkner came over here and kicked ass tonight, boy. Brother Faulkner came over here and kicked ass tonight. I mean, it is what it is. People say, oh, man, it's bias over there. It's bias. I mean, my audience is pretty level, man. They're pretty level-headed. They're going to vote for the best argument. It doesn't matter like who it is. And we had quite a few people in here tonight. We had quite a few, more than we normally have, man. I think it got up to like 120 people at one time, 130 people at one time. I mean, y'all decide, man. You know, people get mad at me. All right, oh, X, man, it's bias over there, X. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at yourselves, because y'all, these people over here, all right, these folks over here do the deciding, not me. I don't vote. So don't get mad at me. Get mad at yourselves. Because when people win or lose, it's the crowd who decides it, not me. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always going to be. All right? All right. And yeah, man, another shout out, man, to my guest of honor, man, Ed the Hurricane Anderson. Y'all get on down there, man, and check old Ed out, man. Ed's doing good numbers down there, man. And, you know, one thing about Ed, man, like, and I told him tonight, man, he's very consistent, man. And, you know, he's not called the Hurricane for nothing. He's not called the Hurricane for nothing. That name is well deserved. So, with that, I will leave you good folks, and hopefully I'll see your black asses tomorrow. I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your minds. Peace, folks.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your minds.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce. enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families come? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are better? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? South Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.